Hey, 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 hey! We're back!
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, and good morning, depending on where in the world you are currently watching the show. Thank you guys, and
For letting Keith have a nap.
yeah, right. Thank you guys for having unbelievable patience and understanding and still hanging around for all this time. We truly appreciate it. We're all here for you. Welcome back. Thank you guys. We really do.
Yes. We had to get our stuff ready, which is many bits of stuff. We also had to get our next guest ready.
Yes.
Because unfortunately, we weren't ready for him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But we are now.
We are now. We've got him sorted.
We are now. So what we're going to do is, let me just work on this because
I'll work on this.
Sorry?
You work on that, I'll work on this.
Yeah. Will you just check on him to make sure that he's there in the background, please? That we're all ready to go as soon as we are ready to go.
Yeah, so a little disconnect on the stream. So we've taken one of our fantastic instructors from part 8. He very kindly allowed to be moved onto part 9 so we can sort out our equipment issues here. So, Mr. Sturman, who are we going to have to kick off our over 400 plus watchers waiting?
The thing is that we've already mentioned this guy because this is one of the guys that got us into the industry in the first place. Remember, we were talking about Sue Bowler. We went to a spring fair, which is a trade show in the UK, and we were introduced to the Qualatex family at that point. Sue was there doing what we say a pseudo voodoo, when she was doing this giant 3-foot gumball using some common equipment, and there was another gentleman on the stand using the super stuffer machine, and he was demonstrating how you put teddy bears and lots of other things inside the stuffer machine. It
just amazed us. We were just Joe Public. We just walked up to Pioneer Europe, and they were, open arms to say, this is the products we have. This is what we do with it, and we're going to share this information. And you know what? If you want to make a business out of it, you can. It's there for you.
Absolutely.
And they've been with us every step of the way since then.
But just before we actually introduce him and get him on the show as well, we just want to say as well that we know that there's been some comments about whether all this information, all these instructors should be giving it freely out there because it could potentially damage balloon businesses. Honestly,
bigger family, stronger.
It's not going to. What actually happens is it raises the entire industry, which creates more. If you have anything wrong with your car, your plumbing, your electricity, or anything else in the world, you can get on there on YouTube and you can Google it. You can find it out.
I've got something wrong with my car.
Yes.
I had to abandon my car on the way in the studio on day 1 of filming.
But the thing is that what we are doing out there is we're not doing DIY style videos at all. We are doing videos and instructions for professionals. We're showing you how to use professional equipment with professional products, professional techniques. Yeah. And everything. To get them out there in front of your customers. This is
not how to do things on the cheap. This is how to do things to have that longevity. This is how to put into place systems, practical processes to make sure that you are business savvy. You're going to have that profit.
And the thing is that at the end of the day, if the industry, if our event inspires more people to become professional balloon artists, then we've succeeded as well, okay? Because we're not just here to educate you guys, the current kind of generation of balloon artists in the world for the industry. We're here to promote it and actually get it out there for the world and build the industry as we go.
And if it wasn't for people sharing openly, Dr. Bob, Sue,
yes,
we wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't be here. Absolutely. We walked into a.
We weren't looking for. We weren't.
It didn't cost us anything to go to that trade show. We just went there. So absolutely. So so we do appreciate that people have fears and this, that, the other, but they're generally unfounded.
Welcome them into our family. We'll be bigger and stronger together, especially right now.
Okay. So that being said, and the positive feedback on that was brilliant. That being said,
I think we give it away who it is.
we're gonna introduce a guy that, like we said, inspired us to be in the industry in the first place, and now we're lucky enough to be able to call him a friend. He's the one and only Dr. Bob Armstrong.
Yes.
So let's get him over to you. Hello,
Hi
Dr. Bob.
guys.
Hello, hello,
How are you all
hello.
doing?
We are doing fantastic.
Excellent. And thank you very much for your hard work. You must be exhausted.
We're not exhausted. We are. We decided that we are balloon vampires. We're just living on we're living on the energy provided by everybody that's watching and the comments. So yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And thanks for that comment earlier on, because at the end of the day, when I started in the early 90s, there was nothing, very little. And Pioneer was striving to put things out then.
I was just doing the math.
And,
So you must have been 2 then, Bob, yes? You must have been 2 and yeah? No?
I was a little.
Right, Bob, we won't hold you up anymore. We want to see what you've got for us, so we're going to hand it over to you. We'll be sat here watching. Enjoy, and I'm sure you guys are going to give him the love in the comments, because every time we watch what he does, he always inspires us. So over to you, Dr. Bob.
Over to you, Dr. Bob.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Hello, everybody. But today we're going to do some creatures. You have to bear with me because I'm working in my son's dining room and it's a bit awkward. So I'm trying to do what I can here. I've made quite a few bits and pieces to show you. Here's a little frog that I made earlier on. I wanted to tell you about creating scenes, displays, things that you give to people as well. And a lot of people don't think about it because we need to use the principle and elements of design, size, proportion, harmony, scale. All them things have to be involved into the designs themselves. Now, I've got a few cute designs I wanted to show you, but before I do that, I'd like to show you a couple of things here. I've got 2 qualatex. Sorry, moving it back and forth because I'm trying to get into the camera. Got a few bits and pieces here from Pioneer. We've got the tree and the garden, and I'm going to show you a couple of bits and pieces that will go with these and some extra bits. I'm going to cut it down a bit to help the boys out, and hopefully I'll do some stuff with them maybe again on Q Corner. Right. We have a large display. A lot of you do this sort of thing, and using this, we can look at this design. I think Lucy was talking about this earlier, is taking components off the design itself and using them as best you can. And we've got lots of ideas on this design. And I've already started by placing some toadstools, some mushrooms on there. And we're going to build this up as I go along and making the bits and pieces. And you can see what the finished design can be like. Also, I've got this one here, and you can, sorry, I'll turn my phone off a minute. There we go. Power off your iPhone, press and hold the power button. Sorry. I've turned my phone off. There we are. So I've got this design as well. I'm going to show you some bits to go on that in a moment. I'm going to try and talk a few bits and pieces as I go along. Now, the bits I'm going to do now, they can be great for twisters, they can be great for decorators by adding stuff into arches and bits and pieces like that, children's parties, deliveries, you name it, these can be used. Because I do a lot of different things. When I started out as a twister and then moved on further. I was lucky, my daughter bought me a bag of balloons and it changed my life. And it gave me so much excitement, and I still got the same excitement and passion with it now. So I want to share that with you. So this is for everybody. These things can be translated into larger and giant things. I've done quite a few large bloom displays in the early, I think it was 2011, with the help of John Bowler, Sue Bowler, and Jodie White, and a couple of other people. I launched a Green Bloom campaign, and we've done the first British Bloom Festival, and it was to educate people what blooms were all about. And what the boys were saying earlier on, it is great because caring is sharing is caring, I should say, and we need to help each other in this industry to move on. Anyway, positivity. Right, first of all, with this design here, we've got a tractor, some farm animals, a chicken. Now, I thought I'd show you a quick little duck, little cute little duck that we can add to this. And basically, this one here is just 4 pumps. Now, I'll come in close for you. Now, all I'm going to do is a soft bubble here. Oops, sorry. So a soft bubble here. And another soft bubble. So we've got 2 bubbles. The next one I'm going to do about a third bigger. Okay. And I'm going to look down into that one here. I'm making them nice and soft. Tie that one in there. And then I'm going to come, I can put a little bubble on the back there. That little pinch twist there is to help support the tail. I'm going to make a little soft loop bubble here. As I squeeze it and forcing the air back, and just twist it into the design there. Round twice. And then line up the 2 pieces at the back here. Squeeze it gently and get yourself another piece. So you have 2 small at the top, 2 larger ones at the bottom, and a nice little pinch twist and a little puffy tail. Using the knot to tie it all together, I'm going to make a little loop here for the head. Now you can make a big head or a small head, and just a soft loop. Twist it round like so. And then I'm going to squeeze it with my thumb and finger to make a small pinch twist like this. And then the same on the other side. Sorry for the squeaking, guys and gals. There we are. Our little duck. And then we're going to make the eyes, taking a pre-inflated 260 white. Now I'm going to make this nice and soft so it can squash through the head. And I always give several twists on here to give us a bit of play to stop it from getting too tight. And it helps when you're twisting 2 bubbles together. We'll tie that, and we'll save that for later. I'm just going to roll them together like so, and then take the head and just gently poke it through like so. And we're almost there. Now, what I've done, I didn't have any 160, so I pre-stretched a 260, so we make it into a 160. I'll show you that in a minute. So what I'm going to do is just make a little bubble, and another little bubble, 2 little loop twists, tie them together, take that off, save that for later. Now you can either twist it in or you can use the little tail here. So what I'm going to do, push my finger in and twist it around. And that creates a lovely little piece there. Now the feet, you need to take a 160, make a loop twist, pull that through, a small pinch twist on the bottom, and then a small bubble, and reverse everything you've done this side, reverse it back. There we are. If it goes wrong, just undo it and twist again. Another pinch twist at the back. And what I've done is put a loop in the centre there, you can see it, to join both sides together. And then I can use the neck to tie it in, pull off, and it's done. And there we have our two little feet, which can nicely tuck in under there. I always like to cut the, oh dear, I've had an accident, so just add another piece in. Everything can be repaired. So we're going to repeat that again. Oh, sorry guys. This gives me an opportunity to show you what I've done is put the 260 under my foot, and I've stretched it, and I'm just going to pump away, keeping the pressure steady, and I've got myself a nice 160. So I'll do that one quickly. Probably the nerve setting in like that. There we go. And I'll use the scissors just in case I pop it again. There we go, there's our little feet. Now to attach it in there, you can either use some sticky dots, or you can just use a scrap piece of balloon, wrap it around the neck, and loop around and cut off. There we go, now we've got our cute little duck. We can add some eyes, either use a marquee or some stickies. I always like to put a bit of detail into the character. There we go. I could leave it like that, but I always like to add that extra bit of detail into it. And what I do to do the eyes is I scribble it round in a circle all around there. There we go. And it looks more like an iris. There we go. And then you can go into the centre, clean that off. And then put some white on there. There you go. And on this one, I've added a bit more detail by putting a puff. I'll show you that one. That one's gone down a little bit. Basically, it's using a 260, and what we do is put a bit of air in there. You do it like this. You can give it a blow in there and then pull it down, but a lot of people tend to do this now. Just put a bit of air in there and then push it down, whatever size you want. Bring it round, and then tie it off to the size that you want, and then you can loop it around the eye. I'll cut this piece off. And then all you do, what I like to do is tuck it around this so it doesn't slip off easily. If it's going in a display, you don't want any child to take onto that. There you go. And that's the little chickie's eye. So if I bring my display up, we've got a couple of little ducks here now. And this is adding more value to the design every time you put something into it. Now I've had people after caterpillars, all sorts of characters and creatures for their design, but this makes it nice and cute, and you've got the awe factor as well. So all I would do to attach them in is get a scrap of glue and wrap it around the leg gently like so. I'm doing this a little bit quicker so that we can get a few bits and pieces in. Then just gently, don't pull too hard, wrap in, come to the other side here, and do exactly the same thing. Obviously, we've got to think of the size and scale of the characters. We go on oversizing the actual design itself. So this is cute for an Easter birthday, or you could do it for Easter itself. They're quick and easy to make, and they add lots of value to your design. If we wanted to, we could add another one to the top here. You can see it. And there, you've got a nice piece. If somebody wanted the chicken, we could add a chicken to it, but we don't want a big chicken like this, obviously. We can bring in a small cuter chicken, like so, and add that to the design. He could be sat up there roosting. So that's one design. I'll show you this one a little bit later. Now, using this same principle, we can create a lovely, cute little bird as well. And I'm going to stick this on the big design later on. So I'll run through that one quickly. Again, it's easily done. A little twist here. 2 small bubbles. Now obviously you can scale this up or scale it down using 1/60s. And depending on how deep you want the wing, you go forward or back obviously. So it's average about 1/4 of the size of the balloon. And come back to the front. This is another way of doing it. I can roll that one through there like so. So that's nice and tight, and then just bring this other piece back up here. Okay. There we go. And then I can reverse it the other way and do 2 small pinch twists like this. And a soft bubble for the head. And roll it round and then give it a bit of a squeeze, force the air out, and that makes it much better, because if it does go out into the warmth, it's going to pop. Now when I'm making these, sorry, squeaking as I'm doing it, I tend to use nitrogen because, especially with the 1/60s, but if I'm doing displays, I want them to last a lot longer. And unfortunately I didn't have it here because I'm not at the shop. So if you're doing it entertaining, these are perfectly fine for that sort of thing. Then you just readjust it, so you've got 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom, and then you've got that piece there. And then we've got, now when you're doing the eyes, you can have big eyes, small eyes, it depends on what sort of character you want. But don't have these too tight, you want them soft. So as you're doing it, squeeze and twist around. There we go. I hope you can hear me all right. And then I'm going to twist it together again, popping back in there. Thank you. And then, where's the other bit gone? You can make our little beak. Okay, and then pop that in. Now this one is going to be a cute one because it's nice puffy beak, and it's going to be a young bird. I should have made the eyes a little bit fatter for that. Now, sorry? You guys, you keep... Oh, I love you guys. Here we are. Now then, take the 260, very easily done. This time you can bring it round the back here. I haven't tied it at all. All I'm going to do is twist that around, bring it to the front, in between these two here, give it a nice squeeze, open it out slightly and force it. So this is really soft. And twist it and pull it underneath, wrap it all the way around, turn it back the other way, do exactly the same thing again, squeeze it hard, see if it fits in, and twist. Pull it over. I'm going to use this piece of glue to tie it in. Or if I wanted to, rather than using that little bit, I could have made a little pinch twist there with the blue or the white. I'm going to do it with the white, so I'm going to add a bit more detail. And then another little pinch twist there. These are quite soft pinch twists. There we go. Now then. So the next bit then is just gently push him in. And what you do is you squeeze either end. Same thing here, squeeze either end, and it gives you the shape. Gives you that little nice shape of the wing. And then for the tail, you can have one piece on there, or you can add several pieces. Yeah. And what I'm making is just two little loops. Popped it too fast again. Just tie them two together. And then just tuck them in to the back. Roll them round. And now what you can do is give them a little squeeze from the front here to the back to give them a bit of a point. And curve them, and you've got a bit more detail then. And it's adding more and more character all the time. The feet are exactly the same as we did earlier. I'll do this one without popping it this time. You could change it so that instead of doing loops, you could add a bit more detail by doing just two small bubbles. Bring them together like so. Then a small pinch twist at the back. It's your preference at the end of the day. There we go. Another pinch twist at the back. And then we finish off with a small bubble. This time I ain't going to pull it off, I'm just going to pop it here. There we go. And then we can do exactly the same with this one, using a scrap bit of blue. Pull it in. find the position that you want. Now, if you slide this back and forth, now you can have him stood up, hopefully. There we go. You can stand up. And again, we can add the eyes. And there we have our little birdies. I'm going to say two blackbirds sing. No, one named Peter, one named Paul. So I've changed the colour of the legs, look, so it's slightly different. So there we are, our Tweety birds. Now, if you use chrome, you can have a great effect. You know, you can do just one little bubble on the back, like we did with our little duck, a slightly bigger duck there. And I've used the chrome. I've actually pre-stretched these to make them into 160s. So it's got a bit more detail and they're small for smaller designs. Done the same on that one as we've just done. But this one here, I've just given it a long tail and just gently squeezed it to curl it up. I put them in there, just push it down. You can tuck it in there if you want to as well. But to make this type of beak, all you have to do, I think I was shown this by, I think it's Ed Chi. And basically, it's a basic soft bubble, and you pinch it like this, tie it off, and then you just do a half, you squeeze there, and give it a half twist like so. And it just creates a nice little beak effect. Obviously, if you go further back, it gives you a bigger beak. And it looks quite cool. So there we are. That's our little birdies. I'll let them fly away a minute. Woo. Oh yes, now on that design we had a snail, if you remember. I'd love to show you how to make that. These are all relatively easy designs, so most people can do it, and you can add adornments to them later on. I'll show you this one over here. It's a little snail. Oh, this one's head's gone down a little bit, but I'll be showing you how to make it. I've used the same blush and the mocha brown, and I had to change the head slightly with one bubble on the top. But I'm going to show you a slightly different version of it, which is this one here. I'm just going to show you the head design on this one, and I'll explain all about this bit in a moment or two. Now I'm going to use a 350 Q. See, this quite soft, and this is a series of loop twists basically. So I'm going to squeeze these together on both sides, as you can see. Twist and pull away as you twist. It helps, because if you keep twisting that way, it's going to force the air back in there and make it tighter. Use that to wrap around. And then the next bit I'm going to hold against my belly and push it. I'll do it this way so you can all see what I'm doing. Because I'm forcing that around so I can see the sides here where to actually do the twist. So I'll push it round, make sure it's nice and soft. There we go, like that. I'll let go of that now and lift it in, like so. I've got this nice little bit left. So I'm going to make two small bubbles and then twist them in there like so. I didn't do a big bait. Yeah, so we've got two bubbles, and these here, I'm going to turn these into a pinch twist. We'll take one way and the other way. we've got a 2-pinch twist there. Pop that in, like so. And then that's our shell. Quick and easy. There is another way where you can twist it round and use the balloon, but I want to keep the design simple today. Then we're going to go for our head, which is a mocha. And I'm going to 4 pumps on this one. Okay. Now, depends on what size head you want. You don't want it too big, but you could create different characters, which I'll show you in a moment. Here, I'm going to make a nice little loop and make it really soft. See how I'm squeezing that balloon together there? And then I'm pulling away. I've got a nice little loop. Fold it over, squeeze again, and get the same size there. Okay? Twist that in. These are both nice and soft. Now the next one, I want it so it's about just over halfway. 2 more bubbles. Make sure these are soft as well. Give it a squeeze. I'm squeezing it down. Twist. Several twists in between make a huge difference. Again, twist around. Okay. Put that one around there. Now, I'm going to make his snout. So we've got these 2 bubbles here. And I'm just going to come here, squeeze this one gently, make a nice snout for him. Twist it. Bring it round to the front. And then make the bottom half of his mouth by just making it slightly smaller than the other one. And squeeze. Look at the video later and follow it step by step. I'm doing it this way. Now then, we've got a little piece left at the back there, and what I'm going to do with that is just make a little bubble. It only needs to be a little bit smaller than the lower jaw. And just wrap it round like so, and there we go. Then we're going to put these 2 together. So they go like that. So what we have now, by placing them all in position, we've got the smallest bubble at the back, the tiny one at the bottom, 2 cheeks either side, the upper jaw, the lower jaw, and this is going to be the head itself. Now I'm going to make the eyes, which is very easy, but we've done before. Do them very quickly. Check how the time's doing, because I'm going to try and save some time for the boys. Now what we got here is 2 nice little bubbles. Now I can bring them down like so. Hold my thumb on the end there. Some people twist them in. I'm trying to make this a little bit easier for people to follow through, and so they have less chance of the balloon popping. So there's our lovely head now. And this can be used for all sorts of different characters. Okay. Then all I'm going to do then is gently open up the eyes, push that through, and push the other one through like so, and then again. Okay. I've done that one with 2 small eyes. Now to change it so we can put more character on there, I'm going to make these eyes slightly bigger. So I wanted to show you the difference between the 2. Because now all I got to do is put a pen on there, and I've got a nice simple head, and I can put the antennae on there. But if I make them bigger and put more stretch on them, go. And you've got more elasticity there now, you can see that, yeah? And now I'll push these ones out. And there we have our little eyes. Now this time I'm going to take a blush 160. Excuse me. I always like to add more detail into my designs because I think it's all about the detail. I thought the boys were going to come in with something then. I'm just going to gently measure the size that I want it. And make sure this is nice and soft. I'm going to create 2 small loops. Twist it around. And this doesn't have to be tight here, because we want a bit of flexibility in it. And there, that's done. So we've got a bit of flexibility in it, if you can see there. Well, this is so strange working off a video iPad. You see yourself delayed all the time. It's such fun. And then we're going to get the other one exactly the same, well, not exactly the same size, but as close as you can to that size. Is everyone happy with it so far, Keith, Dom? No? Okay. They're probably having 5-minute nap there, but I think. Okay, so there. Now what I'm going to do now is turn the balloon around, look at the nose, slide this over the nose, like so, and then I'm going to take this side and push it that way, to the centre of the mouth, here. And then just pull the other piece back, and then tuck it into that little gap there. See? And do the same on the other one, in. You can create a devious character, you can do all sorts with that. There we go. The antenna I'm going to make using some 260Q and just basically puff it up a little bit. There we go. Leave a bit on the end. Now to get it to the other side, I'm just going to give this a little bit of a stretch. Split this in half. And hopefully squeeze it and go to the other side. There we go. And then get them both the same size by pushing and stopping it with your thumb and finger. There we go. Now then, keep a twist in the centre at the top there, otherwise it'll all come undone. And there we go. Now you can twist that in, or you can use again a little bit of scrap balloon. Have I got any here? I did have loads just now. I'll take this piece here and tie it into there like so. There we are. This is really strange not hearing anyone's reactions. Now, that can go in like so. I hope it's all going okay because my screen keeps freezing up. There we are. And then just tuck that into the front. And we've got a lovely little happy face there. Devious he is. Alright. And then to add a nose in there, we can take a 350, a 160, whatever you want. You can make it as creative as you want. I'm just going to cut this bit off here. And it's just a little bubble. Depending on the size of the bubble, creates a different character. There we go. So now, all I'm going to do is tuck that in, stretch it and tuck it in behind the lower part of the mouth. And just pop it through there. Put it forward. And we've got it. Our little. Here he is. Now I'll show you some of the ones that I made earlier. And I've added the eyes and features to them. This one here, I've just used the green and I've done a tulip twist on the eyes there. And I followed through with the eyes with green because it adds with the character. You could put yellow in there. And then, oh, I haven't done the other part of the body, sorry. Naughty boy, Dr. Bob. Here we go. I'll show you how to do that. It's relatively easy. Just pump up your 350Q. And then all I'm going to do is leave a little bit on the end there, like so. This is how we attach the head, sorry. Where's he gone? There he is. To attach the head on, so there's the front, turn around the back. Now, we've already got an attachment there. We've got that little bubble there, so we can just make a little bit of a space there. You can use that to tie it, or we can get rid of that. And then we can pull this piece here and then push that into there. So what I'm going to do is that. Okay. And there we have the head on. And what we want to do as we're doing this bit now is to, as we're going down, is shake the bloom, or you can just hold it and do a shock twist. And make it as big or as small as you want to. I'm going to have him down a little bit. There we go. And then, once I know the position I want this on, I just put a twist in there. Again, quite a few. A really soft bubble here. About 3 inches, I would have said. So I didn't see the sizes earlier on. And then just pinch this in together, like so. And use the glue that you've got here to tie it in. That's good. Now, you've got a lovely character here. He's got a really long tail. If you do want to do anything with that, you can, if you want too long, you can just shorten it, but it adds a bit more to the character itself. Let's come over here, you can see it then. There you go. Okay, so that's one character. Here's the other one I was talking about. There's the green on. I've done green eyes. You can keep it simple, black eyes if you want. And you can do this with a lot of the things I'm showing you. On this one, what I've done here, I've just done 2 loop twists and tied them together there, make sure they're nice and soft as well, and it creates quite a good character. I'll come back this way so you can see him. There we go. Okay, and then I'll come up with another one. This time, what we've got on here is I've used an apple twist in a 5-inch, push it through the centre, and then put a 160 around it and change the colour to give it even more character. So he's a bit of a dodgy character, this one. Now, an apple twist, I think you all know how to do it, but I'll just show you quickly. Now, what I tend to do is inflate it so it goes almost to the popping. Let it down. And then see if you can squeeze your hands together. Now this is a pearl. And I tie the knot on the very end. So there we go, tie the knot on the very end there. Now you want to create an attachment, so you put a strap on here, like so. These can be used for so many different things. I love doing apple twists. Put your palm of your hand here. squeeze it forward, finger on, push in very, very slowly, grab it with your finger and thumb like so. Then there's the dot, push on there, or if you wanted to change the angle of it, you can go lower down. Otherwise, push in there, grab it with your thumb and finger, pull and twist, and then you grab this and tie it around it. There we are. And then you've got yourself an apple twist. Do the same with the other piece. And then you can push it either side and then just put the loop around there. I always like to do each character slightly different every time so that people are having something different. And this one here is what I've created to go on the design over there. I've done exactly the same as the one I just demonstrated, but I just used the white edding to give it a bit more character, as you can see that on there. And I think it just adds a bit more depth to the design itself. So we've got two parts of the design. I'm going to stick a bit of balloon on here, ready to stick it in place. And you can see what it looks like. So that's that one. Using that design, I've also made a cute bee. This cute bee here is used with exactly the same head. Alright, and the only thing is I've just blown up a 321 and I've just coloured it. And the upper body is just, I'll show you how I've done that one. I always give these a little bit of a stretch before I start. And then pull, well, if you want to shape that, I'll show you that one in a minute. And I give it 1-2 pumps like so. And then tie it there. Give it a bit of a squeeze. And a bend like so. And then if I want to create some pinchments on the top, it's like I did with, whoops, hang on. I put a hole in that, so all I've got to do is tie that around there. Oh, I put a hole right through it. But this is another character, nice and cute. And I didn't have many 260 diamond clear, only had 2, so I didn't want to waste them, and I used a 350 that I had there as well. So you can create different characters. These are buzzing bees, and the head is exactly the same. And that's one without the eyes, you can see. And on this one, I've added a little bubble on there. So you can see that it adds a little bit more to the character. And all you do is just squeeze a little bit harder, create a little bubble in there. Like so. As you push down, there you go. And then you can, as you go down further, you can tie, and then you can manipulate that, and then he's got a bit of an eyebrow or a bit of depth to his character. Using the other thing I was going to show you is this hungry caterpillar here. This is using, Sue came up with this idea, connect to bola, connecting these together on end to end and making a caterpillar. Now, the head I showed you just now, you can use on this one and it makes it really cute. Yeah. So, you can either have an in-depth character, like so, on the end, or you can have a fun one like this. This one's relatively easy to do. I've just tied that to the attachment, made 3 bubbles, and then made a very thin balloon out of a 160, wrapped it round, and then put a raisin twist into the 5-inch, and then these are done with 350 Qs in exactly the same way, and then just basically push some air in it, push it down, push some air in it, push it down. Oops. And then just tie a knot in it. And there you have your funny antenna to go on the end of this one here. Okay. This is the piece I was on about just now with a 3-2-1. I'll show you how to get that bit. Excuse me a second, guys. Here we are. Now I've got an undipped version of the 3-2-1 or the B-body. Here we go. And what I've done here, I pulled it all the way down. And then it goes into a nice thing. If you get an orange one, you can make a carrot. You've got claws there for giant dinosaurs. You've got a beak there as well for a toucan or a fun bird. You change the beak onto that. That would be quite funky, actually. And then the bit I didn't get to do is when you tie this, you don't pull too hard. You can actually add another bubble on the end there. And split that in half. And push it down. There we go. And there you've got, you can attach your little head. Where did we have that? There he is. Okay. So that's using that style head. So you can use 260s, 160s, and you can thin them down. I was going to show you how to thin a 160. It's exactly the same way as the 260. Create some pressure, force it down, pull it up, and what I've done is got under my foot, and don't have too much pressure, otherwise it'll just pop. And there we go. We got an even thinner bloom now. There's our 160. And it's gone even thinner, okay? Let's move that out the way a minute. Right, creating designs. You need to think about the size of the design, where it's going to, if it's for a shopping mall or if it's for a shop window. The display I'm doing here now could be for a shop window. It could be for a delivery, a birthday party, a theme party. You've got the hungry caterpillar that you can do. You know, it's ideal sort of design for that. It can go on a buffet table. It can go as an entrance piece. Endless ideas for this one. Now, while we're close to this now, I'm going to put this down on the floor and I'm just going to attach the couple of bits and then I'll show you some of the characters. But where's our birdie? There it is. Now, I don't know if you can see here, within the design we've got a lot of blue, we've got red, we've got the brown, we've got the orange, and what I'm going to do is stick this little birdie on the end here, or I could do something else, because we've got red at the bottom, and if you can see the red there, and we've got red on this side, we've got these, so I want to balance it, so by putting something else on this side would create something better. So what I could do is I could put a little ladybug on the end here. There we are, and stick him on. Usually I use a solid attachment, but I haven't got any bloom bond with me. The only thing I had was some click stretchy tape two-sided stretchy tape here, and that's good. It will stick it, but if I'm doing this normally, I would stick a piece on either side, but I've only got a little bit with me, so a little bit left of the roll, because obviously with everything that's going on at the moment. So I've stuck him on there. Now I'm going to stick the bird on the bottom onto the here. So I'm creating some of the blue into the design as well. I can use a 160. So I put a tiny piece of line on there earlier on, just to save me a bit of time while we were going through everything. And there we got. That's looking nice. I hope you can see that properly. That's looking nice already. Now, where's it gone? Oh, we got some flowers here. I did have some orange ones. Where are they gone? Oh, there they are. Sorry, I'm hiding in the background. Yeah. Because again, within the design itself, we've got the colours. So I'm looking at the proportion and the scale. So we've got little flowers to go in with it. And that adds, we've got the colour on that side as well, the orange, so it's balancing it out. I've got my little attachment in here, so I'll tuck that in. And that can go in there. So what I wanted to do, I'm going to change these flowers for another one. And I'm going to introduce the chrome into this. I want to do that with the chrome, and then just tuck them in there for the moment. There we go. I'm going to use this 160 to help hold this in place on the top here. Now, I don't know if you saw this, but on the flower, I put a little flower on the bottom to help hold them in position. Otherwise, you just use two 160s. It depends on the cost, because every element I'm adding to this is adding more perceived value, more of your technical skill. So this should all be added into the design. What I get upset with is a lot of people make stuff like this and they forget that they're creating, they're designing stuff for people, and they don't put the cost of their designing into it and their actual time. So you need to be thinking about these things. You know, you need to add up everything. Now, for me, this won't take too long to make in the normal circumstances. The flowers are just a few minutes, and the watch chandelier, I'm going to pop that. There we are. So now the whole design can be. I wanted to bring the chrome in here as well, because it has a bit more depth. We got lilac here, and we got the mauve there, so it does work. All right. There's a reason why I've done that. I'll show you shortly. So that design is coming together lovely. Now, I'm going to show you how to make these in a minute. And now there's another little design here. If we do get enough time, I'll show you how to do that. And that's the little ladybird in flight, which I could stick up onto there if it was a ladybird party. I've had them before now. We've had frog parties as well. I'll show you this one. This is a little frog. I'm just conscious of the time because the boys want to catch up, so I'll talk through some of the bits and pieces because we're coming close to the time. I've got 5 minutes. So with this design here, it's a small design, but it's a bit of fun. And if you add a little bit more to it, you can see it's being a bit more creative and it's more fun. All these things I use in designs. I've used them for years. They're tried and tested, and people buy them. And it's what when they come in the shop is, oh, look at that, and especially the children and the parents. When the adults do it, it makes me buzz. Because the other day about we're all children at heart, and it's quite true. And going back, I'm jumping back and forth because I'm thinking of things because I was thrown off my balance. In pricing and stuff like that. Now here I've just used 2 11-inch balloons and I've twisted them in half and made a little base. And I'm going to put this on top of here just to show you, like using these. Now this could be an ideal gift for Mother's Day. It could be for Easter, a small Easter display. You could have several of these put into a shop window. You know, we could add some precision bubbles to it to help bring the flowers in, but it's nice to have the flowers pushing out, like so. How are we doing, boys? We okay a minute? Okay then, I'll try and catch it now. I'll just show a couple of things that I've done. By doing this, and then we could add a little bug on there. Okay. Now this little bug here, this orange bug, is exactly the same head as I've done for the ladybird. Sorry, the ladybird, the bee, and the snail. And the only difference is I didn't put a loop underneath. I just put a small bubble, another small bubble, and just pushed it through the nose there. And I got a little attachment to add that into that design. Normally I would use a colour. So again, when you're pricing your design, please take into account the time that you put into it, all the time you spend going to conventions. Not this one, obviously, but and also the time it takes you to practice and get your skills. You know, if you want to buy that Ferrari, you need to pay for it. Anyway, there's a little design there, a little cutie design. I hope you like that. Just quickly here, I'll just show them these, and I'll finish up them, boys, for you. Now this is a little hornet that I came up with. All I've done here is exactly the same head again, just change the proportion. Oh, the nose has gone down, unfortunately. And I've used a 3-2-1, stretched it like I showed you, and then that other piece, I tied a bubble there, and then with the 160 tied it together, and just done 2 loop twists on the top, and then made the half-inch 60s. Okay. I was hoping to show you this one here as well. This is the grasshopper, but obviously it's only fair that the others have time to catch up as well. I had 2 grasshoppers. I'm going to show you this cutie one here, this quick one with the big eyes. And I've got, this is just to show you the 3-2-1. I was going to turn him into, and I've just used the dots. You can see the difference it makes to the character itself. You know, it adds so much depth to it. And then the chrome creates such a lovely finish to the design using chrome. Now we're going to stick this one up here. Hopefully that'll stick on there now. I'll show you that finished design. Get some of that stretchy tape. From this side. Either of these two would work on here. I think I'll stick this one on. I know I haven't got the eyes on there. And I'll attach that as well. And then on the bottom, I'm going to stick the snail. Where's he gone? Here he is. Right, you can see the end result then. I'll just put this on so you can see the end result. There you go. I don't know if you can see that. There is a fair bit on there at the minute. I wanted to show you all the bits. So you can go from a couple of items, or you can make it into a real creative and fun loving design. And you could put some flowers on the back as well. You know, you could put a ladybird on the back. It's endless what you could do with this one design on its own. So that's that, I think. There we are, guys. Well, the guys want to draw it to an end now, I think.
Hello, Dr. Bob.
Hello, Dr. Bob.
Hi.
You never fail to amaze me.
Why is that?
Well, you've got internet in
Come
Wales.
on.
That's one. And number
I'll be
two,
back.
you do in an hour what some people do in a week.
We've just called it the Power Hour from Dr. Bob. I expect that chat to go absolutely crazy with gold nugget hearts, guys. Absolutely
Yeah.
crazy.
You're going to have to watch that back at about 1/4 speed to catch what he did.
And I think as well as that,
Was I
guys,
going too fast?
No, you just did so much.
you just did so much.
It was awesome.
So much. Guys, just as another thought as well is, who would like to see, you know, the grasshopper and the butterfly and things, the things that you got to see the creations, but you didn't get to see the techniques. How about we ask Dr. Bob at some point to come on a normal Q Corner show and share some bits and pieces then?
Let's ask now why he's on live and he can't say no. Put your thumbs
It
up.
would be my pleasure, mate. It would be my pleasure.
It would be our honour.
Right, that's it.
You are-
It's a done deal because we want to see them.
Absolutely.
Because we just got a glimpse.
And
then they hopped it.
and guys, okay, we're gonna have to slow down the chat there because Bob, you might break the internet here with the amount of emojis. That's just gone. It's gone crazy. It's gone crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hashtag hop it.
Right. Yeah, all right. There. Before I go, I just
one
want to
more.
say to you guys and everyone up there and all the teachers, they've done a fantastic job. Let's
certainly have.
give a bit of love to these two boys here and all the team in Pioneer. And thank you. It's been an honour. And I wanted to say, Ness would say, oh,
Just
it's been interesting.
Love your work, Bob.
Okay, everybody, say bye bye to
Okay.
Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, cheers then, guys. Thank
Bye
you.
for now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bye.
That was
Dr. Bob, the
fantastic.
legend. Yeah, he is a legend.
Never fails with a smile.
yeah.
Smile on my face.
For those that have never seen his work before as well, now you understand why he means so much to us. He really is a legend and a real jewel of the industry. It's time for us to move on again. We're going to move over to somebody a little bit different. Not as let's say as shyer and quiet as Dr. Bob is himself. Dr. Bob is such a kind, and he's a gentleman as well. He really is a gentleman.
He is. Unlike us.
Yeah,
He drags us up.
yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
The thing is, as well, is that we've never heard him swear, and we've tried to get him to swear many
Oh, we
times
have tried.
over the years, but
We're not endorsing swearing, by the way.
Not in
people.
any way.
It happens sometimes in the moment.
yes,
But that man has never swore.
we never. Okay.
Hashtag just saying.
Hashtag. Is it you doing the vampire
trying.
thing? Okay. Jackie, is that we got it right?
I'm going to keep going and see how it works out for me by the end of the show.
I don't like it.
Hashtag
I
thanks,
still
Reece.
think it's a vampire thing. Right, okay, we're going to move on. What can we say about this next guy? Okay.
Nothing. Let's move on. Skip segments. No?
Where is it? Oh, we're going to jump on to... we got segment 55. Segment 55, the beauty of the sea. The description, I was inspired. I'm not going to do it in the accent. Do you want to try?
My accent.
No.
I think
Okay.
regular viewers of Q Corner have had enough of my accents.
I was inspired by the beauties of the sea, applications, animals, colours and special effects. A unique design created for the Q Corner convention. And it's from our very own Bumblebee.
We might say why.
No, you've got to ask Popo.
Yes.
Ask Andrea, why we call him Bumblebee.
If you put it in the chat enough, he might share.
Afterwards, once it's
not
all
now.
over, once it's all over and you do that, you've got to ask him why he's called Bumblebee. So we're going to invite him on here. Let's get him on screen. Please give him a huge and warm Q Corner convention welcome to Andrea.
Here he is. Where is he?
Hi guys.
Hello?
Hi guys!
Hello.
Hi guys! I am the son of a pop art. Where is my father? Daddy? Daddy? Ladies and gentlemen, signori e signori, balloon art and not balloon art, we welcome Andrea Papolino!
Yay! This is what happens when you keep a man waiting.
He's had a long time to think about that.
We are fantastic.
How are
but
you?
Clearly not as fantastic as you are.
I'm really excited.
You are? Well, then we shouldn't leave you waiting. I tell you what we'll do is we shall get out of your way and we're going to hand it over to you, okay?
Here you go,
I'm
Andrea.
ready, it's fine, thank you.
Okay, give it up for Andrea.
Here we go.
Hi guys, a very special thank you goes to the Pioneer Balloon Company staff, to Susan Dillon, to Ivan Tonello, and last but not least, Keith Pendon. Thanks to everyone for this huge opportunity. Ragazzi, un grandissimo grazie a tutto lo staff di Pioneer Balloon Company. Prima di tutto vorrei ringraziare Susan Dillon, Ivan Tonello e Keith Pendon per questa grandissima opportunità. Grazie mille di essere qui con voi. Hello everyone, my name is Andrea Papolino from Pop Art Balloons from Naples in Italy. The explanation for my design today will be in Italian, but if you have any question, please contact me on Facebook or Instagram and I will be happy to help you. And now for my design, I will switch in Italian and a little English. I hope you enjoy my accent. Ragazzi, sono Andrea Papolino di Pop Art Balloons, vengo da Napoli, in Italia. Oggi il mio design sarà per la maggior parte in italiano. Se avete qualche dubbio, qualche perplessità, contattatemi su Facebook e Instagram per qualsiasi problema. Oggi il mio design verrà raccontato tutto in italiano, con piccoli tratti di inglese, semplicemente per agevolare le persone, e spero che il mio accento bellissimo da napoletano vi piacerà. Siamo pronti? Ok. Keith Pendon, can you show me the slide, please? Ok, siamo pronti per le slide. Allora, this is Andrea Papolino 20 kilos ago. Ok, next slide. Allora, l'ispirazione. Per quanto riguarda l'ispirazione, ogni volta che prendo spunto, raramente da palloncini, ma dalla vita reale. Quindi automaticamente immagino un tema e inizio a studiare tutti gli elementi presenti in questo tema, realmente dalla natura. Mi ripeto, cerco sempre di non prendere spunto da altri colleghi semplicemente per non ricopiare il design, ma semplicemente prendo l'immagine e la trasformo in palloncini cercando sempre di avvicinarmi sempre di più alla realtà. Next slide, please. Allora, gli elementi, che prima di tutto quindi trovo gli elementi. Immagino un tema marino, quindi automaticamente tutti gli elementi li vado a prendere come spunto su internet. Tendo a non ricreare prodotti già visti, ad esempio il polipo. Quante volte in una composizione tema mare si vede il polipo su una colonna? Oggi farò una colonna. Quindi ho cambiato un pochino gli elementi. Invece di mettere il polipo su questa composizione, metterò una medusa. Alcuni elementi che possono essere le alghe, per poi aggiungere dei sassolini e dei coralli. Next slide, please. Per quanto riguarda la parte più importante sono i colori, perché i colori sono il 90% della composizione. Per quanto riguarda questo design, essendo un design tema mare, quindi l'oceano, quindi il fondale del mare, ho cercato di utilizzare colori molto particolari. Ovviamente ho usato varie sfumature di colore, utilizzando sempre le sfumature del blu, con vari accorgimenti, vari elementi di colori accesi, così da dare molto più valore. Next slide, please. Una volta che ho trovato gli elementi, ho trovato il colore, inizio a progettare il design. Questo che vedete è il design come verrà realizzato, ricco di tecniche. Per realizzare questo design uso Procreate, è un'app che la utilizzo sul tablet, sull'iPad. Inizio a disegnare il design, così immagino già come verrà il design finito, e quindi questo qua è il risultato finale. Next slide, please. La parte importante dei miei design sono l'effetto super, il famoso effetto wow che parlano, che dicono, diciamo che raccontano in America. L'effetto wow qual è? Prendiamo il design, ok? Strutturiamo tutto il design, il discorso importante qual è? È dare un tocco in più rispetto agli altri design. Nonostante sia bello il design, nonostante sia ricco di elementi, io credo che le luci sono un elemento essenziale per un allestimento. Prendiamo ad esempio il teatro. Quante volte il teatro è una persona che parla su un palco e poi le luci gli danno vita, gli effetti gli danno vita. Il problema essenziale durante le feste per bambini in questo caso è ogni volta che viene vista la composizione in palloncini, nel momento ad esempio della torta è tutto buio, quindi la fotografia, la composizione in realtà non la vedete, quindi aggiungiamo il valore aggiunto delle luci, la tecnologia. Ok, thank you for the slide. Ragazzi, eccomi qua, vi vedete tutto quanto, bello di un pezzo. Allora, let's start, iniziamo subito. Allora, iniziamo. First step. Allora, iniziamo facendo la base, una base semplice per poi mettere sopra l'allestimento. First start, simple basis, ok? Questa semplice base è utilizzabile per qualsiasi tema. This simple basis is utile for all party, jungle party, safari party, farm party. Come vi ho detto prima, i colori che utilizzerò sono sfumature del blu. I use shades of blue. Utilizzerò un'armonia monocromatica del blu, quindi tutte le sfumature del blu. Shades of blue, ok? Le sfumature del blu. I colori che utilizzerò sono Caribbean Blue, Pale Blue, Dark Blue, Periwinkle, Tropical Teal e colori in double stuff. I use always outside sapphire blue, but in questo palloncino utilizzo sempre esterno il sapphire blu, facendo un double stuff e cambiando spesso il colore all'interno. E in questo palloncino all'interno c'è il chrome argento. In this balloon there is chrome silver, ok? In this balloon white and this balloon onyx black, ok? E quindi ho tante sfumature di blu, ok? And now I have more shades of blue, ok? Siamo pronti per l'inizio. We are start. Ok, first step. Quattro quick link 12 pollici, 4 quick link 12 inch. Questi quick link li gonfierò a 7,5. I inflate this quick link 7,5. Uno, due. First duplet, prima duplet. Allora, prendo i due quick link e li unisco. 1, 2 and knot. My first line with 4 quick links. La mia prima linea con 4 quick link. Faremo faremo una seconda linea da 8 quick link. Another line with 8 quick link. First duplet, prima duplet. Uno. Two. Three. And four. Ora creo una linea con 8 duplet. One line with 8 quick links. Ok? Lego inizio e fine. 1 and 2. My first cycle. Another cycle. Per connettere due quick link con uno spazio così stretto non si può fare il nodo, perché il nodo potrebbe stracciare i palloncini, e quindi utilizzo due 5 pollici. For connect this line I use two 5 inch. One. And connect. In questo caso è perfetto, senza aver fatto nodi. Is perfect. Ora farò altre 3 duplet per gli spazi. Another 3 duplet for the space. Qualche domanda? I inflate 5 inch in 3.5 inch.
Sì, quindi solo il colore della canna.
Duplet. Sì, ho usato palloncini, ho usato colori a random perché ho usato un'armonia monocromatica del blu. Duplet. Ok? Ora vado a prendere la seconda fila e la vado a connettere con l'altro cerchio. Come la vado a connettere? Questo va nella duplet, questo no, questo va nella duplet, questo no, duplet, no, duplet, uno sì e uno no. First step, ok? Second step, connetto no con questo, no, second. Ok? Questo con questo. Leggi commenti e domande. Questo con questo. base semplice da mettere per terra. I have a simple basis, ok? Do you like? Yes? No? I hope sì. Ora questa base diventerà una base ricca di elementi ed organic, ok? Diventerà questa base organic. Yes, this is a simple basis, but I'm master in organic. Now this base, organic base, ok? I use 5" in double stuff. And I inflate e gonfio i palloncini. One balloons, a knot. Very, very strong knot. Okay? Yeah, okay. One big and one small. Connect but not strong, but large. Li unisco ma in modo morbido con i colli, non molto uniti ma nodi molto larghi, e li vado a unire direttamente nelle mie duplette. Ok? E faccio questo per tutti gli spazi, quindi again, again, again. English, italiano with hands, ok? Italiano. English is easy for Italian, because Italian have hands. One balloon big, another balloon small. Per far evolvere il colore conviene premere il palloncino, premere, così si evolve tutto il colore. Dimmi un po'. Puoi parlare?
No, senza la carta di
Ok. Ok? Ancora? Un palloncino grande e un palloncino piccolo. Ok. Nodi larghi, large knot, large knot, no. Ok. And the final count. Nudo. I love this color, it's my preferred. Okay, sapphire blue with onyx black. It's really dark blue. Ok? First step. Primo step, ho messo i palloni in questi 4 spazi, ok? Semplicemente duplette a nodi larghi. Ora vado a incrementare anche gli spazi esterni, mettendo semplicemente un 5 pollici diviso a metà, quindi un 5 pollici splittato. Quindi prendo un 5 pollici, lo gonfio, lego, taglio l'eccesso, ok, e divido. Faccio uno split e lo vado a mettere sul finale per nascondere la meccanica. Ok? Without mechanics. I hope. Quindi vedo 5 pollici sottogonfiato, deve essere molto morbido, very soft, ok? Per poi dividerlo. Sono sempre palloncini in double stuff. There are always balloon in double stuff. Ok? Nudo. split. Finale. Divido a metà e inserisco. Ora parliamo di elementi, ok? Now the elements. First element is giusto? Seaweed, quindi sarebbe l'alga marina. Per fare quest'alga marina io uso un 646, un 646 lime green e un 260 all'interno. For seaweed I use one 646 with into 260Q. 646 260Q. Inserisco il 260 a metà dentro il 646. Allora, gonfio prima il 646 e poi il 260. I inflate in first time 646. E ora gonfio il 260. And now inflate 260Q with my palm. Lego il 260. Taglio l'eccesso. E scendo l'alga fino alla fine. Ok? Giro il modellabile all'interno. E do un'alga marina perfetta. And I have a perfect seaweed. Ok? Per togliere l'aria, for remove the air, io giro i 260, si attaccano e l'aria esce. I twist to 60Q and close the knot. Ok? E fate un'alga marina perfetta. La stessa tecnica la si può fare anche con un super agate. I super agate sono palloni che uso tantissimo perché hanno un effetto davvero, penso, stupendo e creano delle alghe marine davvero bellissime. Quindi prendiamo un 11 pollici super agate verde e sempre un 260 grigio. For another with C, I use 11-inch super agate and 260Q. Seaweed. Inserisco dentro. Gonfio prima l'11 pollice, I inflate for the first time 11-inch. And second time 260Q. Unisco, tolgo sempre l'eccesso, ok? Unisco i palloncini. C'ho domande nel frattempo? Taglio l'eccesso. Sgonfio l'11 pollici. faccio delle torsioni semplicemente per dare l'effetto di alga marina. Ok? E questa è un'alga marina bellissima perché fatta con il super agate è davvero stupenda. Ok? This it's amazing seaweed. Ok? È bellissima davvero con il super agate. Ora le andiamo ad applicare sopra la nostra isola, sopra la nostra base. Ok? Abbiamo delle altre. Aspettate, vi faccio vedere un'alga ancora più grande. Se voi volete avere un'alga più grande, basta inserire 2,60 all'interno del 646. For a big seaweed, I used 260 all'interno. All'interno faccio a metà in inglese, metà italiano. Inside 646 2,60, ok? Gonfio prima il 646. In first time I inflate 60 ok? E gonfio a turno prima un 2,60 e poi l'altro 2,60. Uno e l'altro. Unisco le due alghe, cioè i due 2,60. Sgonfio tutto. Nel caso in cui dovete fare un fondale marino con piante alte oppure dovete fare un'applicazione gigante, questa alga fa il caso vostro. Guarda quanto è grande, ok?
Chiedono perché volte portavo 646 altre volte.
Perfetto. Uso 646 semplicemente perché quando volete fare un'alga un pochino più lunga la potete fare sicuramente con il 646, vi risulterà difficile farla con un palloncino 11 pollici perché il pallone all'interno subito si va a piegare, ok? Perché l'area è limitata, il pallone 11 pollici è molto più duro rispetto a un palloncino 646 perché il 646 si sviluppa in lunghezza mentre l'11 pollici è tondo. Quindi se io volessi fare quest'alga un pochino più lunga la potrei fare, cosa che non posso fare con l'11 pollici perché si va a restringere. Infatti quest'alga non è perfettamente dritta rispetto a questa che è drittissima, ok? Ed è molto già più alta. Perfetto? Ora andiamo ad unire le alghe. Dammi le altre alghe. Per unire le alghe facciamo semplicemente a duplet. Ho fatto di alghe di differenti misure, così da dare più movimento. I create a different size with different sides. Differenti misure. Ormai so parlare davvero inglese, sono quasi inglese. Infatti ho più difficoltà a parlare in italiano che in inglese. Sto facendo sempre duplet. Mi manca l'ultima, una grande ci sta? Quell'ultima? Ok. Duplet. Cluster a 4. Cluster a 6. Prendo un altro modellabile, 2,60 ne abbiamo. Prendo un altro modellabile, un 2,60, tolgo l'aria. Remove the hair, I'm English now, ok? E lo uso semplicemente per fare connettore sull'isola. Quindi prendo, diventerà tipo un elastico, ok? E lo vado ad applicare in questo spazio, guardate, in questo spazio. Però per fissarlo, visto che qui è vuoto, ok, prendo un 5 pollici e lo gonfio davvero molto piccino. Gonfio un 5 pollici, lego e lo attacco vicino all'elastico. Tolgo l'eccesso, ok? E lo vado ad inserire dentro. Questo è il fissante, questa è l'alga sopravmessa. Ora, per mantenere giustamente tutte le alghe in piedi, possiamo utilizzare davvero una tecnica particolare. Prendiamo un 260, per creare tipo un gancio per mantenere le alghe tutte quante in piedi. Per i miei traduttori scrivetela questa cosa mentre mi seguite. Allora, prendo un 260, taglio la parte di sopra e la parte di sotto. Un altro 260, taglio la parte di sopra, taglio la parte di sotto. Prendo il nylon, fish line, inserisco il nylon dentro al 260, ok? Siete sempre appena diretto oppure sgranata?
Perfetto.
Perfetto. Ok? Faccio un nodo con 260 e il nylon. E vado a tirarmi il 260 così da creare una specie di alghetta. Guardate quanto è carina. È un'alga che io utilizzerò per fissare le altre alghe. Anche perché all'interno c'è il nylon, quindi è davvero duro. Ho fatto le altre alghe. Ok, non sono carine? Ehi, sono un'alga. E questa alga mi servirà per mantenere le altre alghe. Quindi prendo quest'alga, stacco prima questo, mi metto tutte le alghe vicino, prendiamo due alghe, una un pochino più lunga, ecco qua. Ne prendo due, le collego, tanto all'interno mi ricordo che è nylon, ok? E vado a mantenere tutte le alghe in piedi. C'ho domande?
Sì, volevo stare a tradurla.
Cosa?
Sto aspettando i ragazzi che traducono.
Ok. Ok? E le inserisco direttamente all'interno del design, così tutte le alghe rimangono in piedi. Guardate, voilà! Un altro elemento che possiamo mettere all'interno della nostra... Qual è la domanda? Un altro elemento che possiamo mettere all'interno della nostra isola sono le pietre. Another element for the simple basis are the rock, ok? Per fare queste rocce userò 11 pollici grigio, 11 inch grey, e polistirolo, polistirene, ok? Polistirolo. Let it go, Frozen, you know Frozen?
Quello sarà usato come base per la colonna.
Questa qua sì, sarà la base per la colonna. This is the basis for the column. Ok, mi serve il tubo giallo. Per questa tecnica io uso il Jiffy Wrap. Jiffy Wrap è disponibile da Balloon Express. Questo tubo è bellissimo perché serve per inserire prodotti, diciamo, lunghi all'interno di un palloncino. Quindi che faccio? Inserisco il polistirolo in questo tubo, il tubo si chiama Jiffy Wrap. Jiffy Wrap, Jiffy Wrap, ok? Polistirolo, 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 inserisco tanto polistirolo all'interno del tubo. Quanta gente c'è? Ci sono milioni di persone che mi stanno guardando e mi vogliono bene? Ok? Polistirolo. Prendo l'11 pollici e taglio il collo. Ok? Allargo l'11 pollici e lo vado a mettere sul nostro palo. Ok? Gonfio il pallone, rimane gonfio perché c'è una valvola, e inserisco il polistirolo all'interno e il polistirolo rimane all'interno, ok? Lo rifacciamo, prendiamo polistirolo, 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 lo inseriamo all'interno di questo tubo. Questo tubo è disponibile su internet da Balloon Express in Italia, nel mondo è disponibile anche su Amazon, ok? Polistirolo messo, ok? Prendiamo il palloncino, l'11 pollici, allarghiamo, mettiamo sopra, gonfiamo il palloncino e inseriamo il polistirolo. Ok? A perfect rock. Ok? È una roccia perfetta. But it's not perfect. Non è perfetta perché prendiamo il retro, vi faccio vedere la roccia da vicino, è una roccia quasi vera, ma per renderla ancora più reale prendo la pompetta, la parte di sotto della pompetta, la pompetta qualatex è bellissima perché da questo lato gonfia, ok? Da questo lato toglie l'aria. Inflate and remove the air. No, inflate and deflate. Yes. Ok? Apro il palloncino, apro 11 pollici e vado a mettere la pompetta sopra. Ok? Are you ready for the magic? Are you ready? Yes. Normal rock. Inflate, deflate, deflate, deflate. A perfect rock. Ok? Twist, 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 twist again. Nodo. Perfect rock. Ok, per fare questa roccia è tonda, ma la si può anche modificare muovendo con le mani. Ok? Schiacciata, tonda, tanto avete la possibilità di modificarla come volete. Abbiamo fatto le rocce. Tante rocce, tanto effetto. Show me the rock! There is my wife Nadia. Shh. Ok, due rocce, two rock e unisce. Large knot, large, 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 ok? Sono dispari, quindi questa qua te la regalo. no, large no, e cluster, ok? Prendiamo un modellabile così da creare un connettore, 260 for connect, remove the hair, ok? Facciamo connettore per la base, gonfiamo un altro 5 pollici, ok? I have 4 points. Now I have 3 point. Prima avevo 4 punti, ora ho 3 punti da coprire. In questo punto inserisco il 5 pollici, così le pietre, ecco il 5 pollici, si fissano automaticamente, ok? I have another element. Ora ho un altro elemento, ok? Continuiamo, ci fermiamo? Ditemi la verità, ok? Let's start for another element. Siete pronti per un altro elemento? Sì? Yes? Go! Yeah! Ok. Prossimo elemento è il sasso. Prima abbiamo fatto la pietra, ora facciamo il sasso. Now, next element is the people. People e il sasso. Per fare il sasso userò gli 11 pollici Super Agate neri. Ok? For the people, I use 11-inch Super Agate black and white. My prefer Super Agate. Ok? 11-inch black and white and another 260Q. Ok, metto a metà, inserisco, aspetta, gonfio un pochino, inserisco all'interno, gonfio prima l'11 pollici. In first step I inflate 11 inch, ok? And now 260Q. E ora il 260. Piccolo, a little. Ok? Remove the excess, tolgo l'eccesso e faccio il nudo. Faccio capitare il nodo sotto, così da poter connetterlo, ok? E gli do un po' di aria così da renderlo più tondo sopra, ok? And I give a little bit of air for oval form. Ok? This is a perfect people. Ok? Lego? Ce l'ha dammelo o no? Ah? Ok? Ora ne facciamo un altro più grande. Mi dicevano prima in diretta che devo dire qualche volta cucciolo, quindi faccio felice alle persone che mi dicevano cucciolo. Allora, another people. Inflate 260Q. Remove the excess, tolgo l'eccesso, lego, taglio l'eccesso, faccio capitare il nodo sotto così da fare un connettore, ok? E do un po' di aria, a little bit of air, ok? Ok, it's a perfect Ok, Lego, duplet, prendo un 5 pollici, Lego e lego direttamente insieme ai sassi. Abbiamo domande? Ah? Do you have any question? No? Ok. Now I have only 2 points, ho solo 2 punti, quindi inserisco all'interno di questo punto le rocce. Do you like my friends? Ok? I have now the last point, ok? Ho l'ultimo punto da riempire. Per ultimo punto farò dei coralli. Per fare dei coralli utilizzerò 260 neon pink. I use 260Q neon pink and 11 pollici neon pink and 11 inch neon pink. Ok? First step, primo passo, gonfiare, non mi importa quanto grande, deve essere gonfiato, e facciamo. Ok, tulip twist, ok, tulip twist, yes, bubble, facciamo un tulip twist e una bubble. Ora, gira, 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 a little bubble, gira, 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 another little bubble, ok? Facciamo 2 piccole palline e inseriamo tutto dentro facendo un grande tulip twist. Se non mi sbaglio si chiama marriage twist, se non mi sbaglio. Ok? Bubble e lego. This is first little coral. Do you like? Domande? Ok. Dimmi, domande?
No, c'era troppo la luce che flashava.
Ok, vuoi anche spegnere questa luce? Spegnere un po'? Ok. Lo vedete meglio?
Per vicino, quando stavi vicino.
Allora, iniziamo da capo. Tulip twist. Bubble. Twist, 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 twist. A little bubble, twist, 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 twist. Another little bubble, twist, twist, twist. 2 piccole palline. Queste piccole palline andranno semplicemente dentro. I think his name is marriage twist, non lo so come si chiama il nome. Inserisci tutto dentro. Gira, gira, gira. E poi, ok? E tagliamo l'eccesso. Ok? Torniamo in postazione. Li uniamo insieme. Taglio l'eccesso. Ora, una tecnica simile per fare questi coralli, inserisco sempre 260 dentro l'11 pollici, 260 into 11 inch, gonfio l'11 pollici e poi gonfio il 260, ok? Tolgo l'eccesso, lego, lego, taglio l'eccesso e faccio capitare sempre il nodo sotto, ok? Out è fuori, outside, no, è fuori, down, ok? Sotto, o in the middle, ok? Un altro 260, another 60Q, e un altro 11 pollici, and another 11 inch. Inflate 11 inch.
Scrivono a cosa servono le palline più piccole per il corallo.
Aspetta, lo spiego subito. Allora, le palline piccole servono per distanziare, per creare più gap, per creare più lattice per poi realizzare il tulipano. Se non create questa piccola sezione di queste palline è impossibile che voi inserite il dito all'interno per fare il tulipano. Quindi, essendo un marriage twist, se voi non avete un po' di lattice per fare questa tecnica, scoprirete che non potete farla. Ok, do you have any question? Ok? Now I have two pink people. No. Tagliamo il collo. Tagliato. Tagliato. Prendiamo i due coralli. Facciamo un nodo e nodo. Ok? Mi avvicino un pochino col tavolo. Questo si inserisce qua dentro a questo palloncino, ok? Ciao! Ma non è finito. Li mettiamo insieme e questo arriva prima dentro l'11 pollici, poi passa dentro l'altro 11 pollici e si gira tutto insieme. Prendiamo un modellabile e fissiamo tutto. Come sono questi coralli? Bellissimi. Dimmi.
Perché ti chiamano Bumblebee?
Allora, mi chiamano Bumblebee perché quando ho conosciuto Dom, io non parlo inglese, I don't speak English. Non parlo inglese, quindi Dom quando mi parlava diceva delle parole, ok? Diceva tipo, che ne so, don't, e io dicevo don't stop me now, ok? E quindi per questo Bumblebee, perché Bumblebee è come nel film di Transformer, che lui parlava solo con le canzoni, perché essendo una radio, ok? Avendo tipo la radio come mezzo di comunicazione, per questo quindi Dom mi chiama Bumblebee. Ok, quindi corallo, vi piace? Per creare un altro effetto simpatico vicino al corallo, utilizziamo sempre la stessa tecnica. Io voglio farvi capire che è la stessa tecnica per altri effetti. Ok? Che ne finisce dietro, scusami? Questo è il nylon? Ok, facciamo velocissimi allora. Utilizziamo di nuovo il nylon. E di nuovo il nylon. Ok? La tecnica di prima è uguale. Facciamo sempre l'effetto, diciamo, arricciato. Tagliamo il nylon in eccesso. Leghiamo. E lo passiamo intorno, ok, al corallo, per fare tipo questo bordino che è delizioso. E leghiamo il nylon dietro. 1, 2, tagliamo l'eccesso. Abbiamo fatto questo risvoltino qua vicino che io lo amo. Prendiamo sempre un altro 5 pollici per legarlo sulla base. Quindi another 5 inch for the bases. Leghiamo, ok, e lo andiamo a legare direttamente, lo andiamo a fissare direttamente nel buco che già conoscete. Quindi tiriamo il 5 pollici e lo andiamo a fissare sulla base. Questa base ricca di elementi, ok? The basis rich of element, ok, in inglese. Ora andiamo a inserire la lampada knot all'interno. Quindi prendiamo, facciamo un po' di pulizia, utilizziamo per fare questa base la lampada knot, ok? La lampada knot di Ikea, ok? La conoscete penso tutti quanti perché Ikea è sponsored by Ikea, ormai Ikea è lo sponsor dei balloon artist. La cosa bella di questa tecnica è che noi al centro abbiamo un buco, ok? In questo buco entra proprio la base knot. Ok, ora per fissare la base faremo dei cluster di palloncini, però prima di fare dei cluster dobbiamo ricoprire il palo. Per ricoprire il palo, visto che la parte centrale qua ci deve essere sarà verde, visto che la parte qua ci sarà un'alga grande che andrà al centro a coprire il palo, utilizzeremo un 646 verde. Per coprire la base tagliamo la parte di sopra, tagliamo la parte di sotto, si vede? Sono troppo lontano? Sì, si vede. Inserisco il 646 all'interno, ecco qua, lo fisso con un modellabile, tiro sopra, fissiamo un pochino più forte perché l'ho fissato veramente male. Ok, per coprire il palo. For cover the pole, per coprire il palo in inglese. Ok? Modellabile e Lego. Ora per fissare la base verranno messi gli altri cluster, se no si muove ovviamente la base sotto. Quindi facciamo altri cluster di 5 pollici. Facciamo un cluster a 4 al limite duplet. La diretta si sta fermando oppure è sempre lineare? Perfetto. Palloncino. Per l'organico faccio sempre un palloncino grande e un palloncino piccolo. Per l'organico I use small size and pretty size. Lo mettiamo al centro, giriamo, scendiamo e la base è fissata. Ok? I'm singing in the rain, per questo Bumblebee. Ok? Per incrementare il nostro organic aggiungiamo altri palloncini gonfiati singolarmente e poi li aggiungiamo. Ok? For more organic effect, remember hashtag Q-Corner Convention, ok? Prendiamo i palloncini, li leghiamo a duplet e li inseriamo all'interno del cluster a 4, ok? Prendiamo un'altra duplet, servono almeno 3 duplet for organic effect, ok? Bumblebee, grazie, thank you Dom. Ok? Palloncino, gonfio, lego, ops, lego, inserisco all'interno, solo un'ultima duplet, only another duplet, lego, e lego, che sono? Abbiamo 35 minuti? Dobbiamo volare quindi. Duplet, ok? E lego all'interno. Ok? Do you like? I hope yes. Ok. Inseriamo un'ultima alga, se me la puoi dare quella alta. La inseriamo al centro qui per nascondere il palo, ok? Per nascondere il palo. Quindi prendiamo un modellabile, colleghiamo la nostra alga sotto, serve un pochino di connettore, ok? E andiamo a fissare direttamente nel cluster. Ok? La fissiamo meglio dopo un po' con un po' di nylon. Ok. Prendiamo questa base, ok. La base è finita, ok? The base is finished. Ora dobbiamo fare la parte di sopra. Sul top verrà fatta una grande medusa. And now there is a big jellyfish. Wow, it's amazing. Ok, per la medusa servono quick link 12 pollici bianco. For jellyfish I use quick link 12-inch white. Le misure del gonfiaggio quali sono? I inflate for first step. Allora io faccio, per fare una medusa, prima di tutto servono 2 anelli da 6 quick link, ok? First step for jellyfish, there are 2 cycle with 6 quick link, ok? Big cycle. Allora, I inflate 8.5. I don't have 8, but I have 9. 9 with my cutter. 8.5. Okay? Ok. Ok. Last duplet. Ok. 8.5 inch. Connetto. Connetto. E faccio il primo cerchio da 6. Quick link. Ok? First pull out. Facciamo un altro cerchio di quick link gonfiati a 5 pollici. Ok, 5 pollici. Now I inflate 5 inch. Allora, uso i quick link 12 pollici, anche se la misura è piccola, perché i quick link 6 pollici mi tendono a fare una forma ovale, ok? Che preferisco una forma molto più tonda. I use quick link 12 inch because quick link 16 inch in 5 inch have an oval form. Invece il quick link 12 inch is really round. Ok, veramente tondo. My English today is perfect. Saranno felici di me. Ok? 1 e 2. Togliamo l'eccesso. The excess. Cut off the excess. No, cut off excess. O cut off the excess. Non lo so. Togliamo l'eccesso comunque, in tutte le lingue del mondo. Facciamo un nodo e tagliamo l'eccesso. Ok? Ora dobbiamo fare 6 file da una duplet di 5 pollici e 2 quick link. And now there are 6 line with 1 duplet inflate one duplet with 5-inch inflate 3-inch, and 2 quick link 12-inch inflate 4-inch and half and 5-inch. Ok? Spero di esservi spiegato. Allora, ci saranno 6 file di palloncini. Queste 6 file saranno composte da una duplet di palloncini 5 pollici gonfiati a 3 pollici, un quick link sempre a 12 pollici gonfiato a 4,5 e un altro quick link sempre a 12 pollici gonfiato a 5. Spero di essere stato molto esaustivo. Quindi troviamo 4 pollici e 5 pollici, perfetto. 4 pollici e mezzo e 5 pollici. Quindi prima misura 4 pollici e mezzo, 4-inch and half, and 5 pollici and 5-inch. Questa 5 pollici, eccolo qua. 4 and half, 5. Cosa?
Chiedono somministratore e gemma.
No, il misuratore è qualatex, no, è pazzo. No, I use only qualatex. Il qualatex dicono, però non c'è l'olio, non lo vedo. No, il qualatex. Tengo le misure del coso qualatex, io domanda. No, questo qua è il nuovo quadrato, lo fanno giallo, il vecchio modello era giallo, ma lo fanno bianco. Mi avete fatto cambiare le misure, allora 4 e mezzo, 5. Cosa? Quattro e mezzo, 5. Ultime 2 file, ragazzi, e siamo a cavallo. Che ore sono? Ok. Ultima fila. Domande ci sono? Ok, e ora vicino a queste file, sulla parte più grande, verrà messa la duplet di 3 pollici. Allora cluster a 5 pollici, dove sono 5 pollici bianco. Ok. Ok, duplet, e la leghiamo sulla parte grande. Uno, due, 5 pollici. 3, 4, sempre sulla parte grande, 5, sulla parte 5, ultimo e 6. Questa duplette la prendo l'anello grande prima di tutto. Prendo l'anello grande e le duplette le vado ad attaccare negli spazi. Quindi prendo la duplette e la ancoro. Duplette e la fisso. Ok? Si vede? Spegnimi un po' il faro, è troppo bianco. Ok? Si vede? Ora si vede un pochino meglio. Ok? L'ho attaccati tutti quanti sul cerchio, ok? Sono le duplette sul cerchio grande. Ora prendiamo il cerchio piccolo. Cerchio piccolo e andiamo a fissare. Inseriamo all'interno del primo spazio, lo inseriamo all'interno del secondo spazio, inseriamo all'interno del terzo, quarto, quinto e sesto. Ok? Si vede meglio? Ora dobbiamo fare dei piccoli 5 pollici per collegare questi quick link e chiuderli tutti quanti come se fosse un cluster a 6. Quindi servono 6. Chi è? Yes! Yes, I hear you! Prendiamo questi piccoli 5 pollici e li andiamo ad inserire sopra ai connettori. Questi 5 pollici sono gonfiati a 2 pollici. This 5 inch I inflate in 2 inch. Che sono? Ok, unisco di fronte, unisco con la meccanica centrale, unisco ancora i 5 pollici, unisco ancora i 5 pollici e unisco ancora i 5 pollici. Tutti questi 5 pollici li vado poi a nascondere sotto. Lasciamo solo 3 sopra così da chiudere il buco. Ok? Vi ho fatto anche il cappello. Questa qua sarà la testa della nostra medusa. All'interno, per allargare la nostra medusa, verrà fatto un cluster da 3 palloncini di quick link, sempre quick link 12 pollici, gonfiati a 5. Quindi 3 quick link gonfiati a 5 pollici. Si vede meglio così con la luce spenta? Ok. Tanto abbiamo quasi finito, forse. Ora dobbiamo andare molto più in velocità, cluster a 3. Me lo vado a legare all'interno della testa della medusa, semplicemente con i colli. partiranno i tentacoli, ok? Si vede bene? Vedete tutto quanto bianco, ok? Per dare un po' di volume alla testa della medusa, gonfio un quick link all'interno della testa, direttamente all'interno della testa della medusa. Quindi prendo un quick link, lo inserisco all'interno e gonfio. Così da dare volume all'interno della testa e anche per nascondere gli spazi, ok? Gonfiato il quick link all'interno, lo vado a bloccare automaticamente dentro del cluster, così ok, tutti gli spazi sono chiusi, ok? Tutti gli spazi sono chiusi e non si vede la meccanica esterna. Ora andiamo a inserire altri palloncini per nascondere tutte le meccaniche che si vanno a creare intorno, ok? No, non si mette bene a fuoco, è un peccato. Prova un attimo a accendere questo qua, spegni la luce là, accendi il faro. Si vede meglio? No, è proprio un problema di luce. Ok.
Avvicinati un po'.
Ok? Cluster a 3, cluster a 3 e all'interno ho gonfiato un altro palloncino 11 pollici per fare un po' di spessore, ok? Ora andiamo a gonfiare altri palloncini piccoli, doublet, a nodi larghi, che andranno all'interno degli spazi. Spazio, inseriamo dentro una doublet a nodi larghi, così esce, diciamo, solo questo piccolo palloncino 5 pollici, così per dare un po', per nascondere la meccanica, per dare pure un pochino più di tondicità, ok? Ne mettiamo giusto 2 davanti, semplicemente per velocizzarci, però ci vorrebbero intorno tutti i design, ok? Sto facendo solo la parte davanti ora della medusa. L'ho messo nella parte avanti, guardate. Ora andiamo a nascondere 1, 2, 3 meccaniche con dei palloncini 5 pollici gonfiati a 2 pollici e mezzo e splittati. Prendiamo il palloncino 5 pollici, lo dividiamo, lo chiudiamo, dividiamo, lo mettiamo qua sopra, prendiamo il collo e giriamo, ok? Così abbiamo nascosto la meccanica, va bene? Facciamo la stessa cosa in altri 2 lati. Ci sono domande? Ci sono domande? Ok. Facciamo la stessa cosa in un altro lato. Ok? Facciamo la cosa anche nell'altro lato. Stiamo facendo solo il lato davanti perché il tempo ci vuole un po' di tempo, nel senso abbiamo poco tempo, ok? E questa è la parte della medusa davanti, ok? Ora mancano i tentacoli. Per fare i tentacoli utilizzeremo dei 3,50, li gonfiamo. Gonfiamo e facciamo pallina, pallina. Domande? Per i tentacoli, pallina, 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 pallina e pallina. Bubble, 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 bubble. Ok? Queste palline prendiamo e lasciamo. Ed esce il tentacolo della medusa. Ok? Primo tentacolo. Dammi altri tentacoli. La stessa dinamica la facciamo anche con i Demon Clear 260 e abbiamo tanti tentacoli da unire sempre a doublet. Doublet fatti anche con i 260, doublet, doublet, ok. Vedete, dopo potete mettere la schermata delle frasi. Ok, cluster a 4, cluster a 6. Vedete, gli altri tentacoli sono sconto? Non abbiamo parlato di altri tentacoli. Ok? Tentacoli. Ci consavamo per stasera i tentacoli, ci mangiavamo. Che si mangia stasera? Tentacoli per tutti! Tentacoli! Ok? Cluster e cluster 1. Super cluster 1. Stessa dinamica sempre per mantenerli tutti quanti, tutti uniti. Prendiamo sempre con la tecnica del nylon nel 260, questo qua è un 160 bianco, chiudiamo i tentacoli che sono belli fermi e delicati e andiamo a fare un giro ok? Con il nostro amico nylon. Voilà, tanto questo lo mettiamo indietro. Ora andiamo, prendiamo un 646, togliamo l'aria, quindi remove the hair. Le uniche cose che studio in inglese le dico. Domande? Mentre stai guardando? E andiamo ad inserire sotto al cluster A3. Quindi andiamo sotto al cluster A3 e leghiamo Nadia, preparami già la pittura perché secondo me con i tempi siamo molto stretti, ok? Abbiamo fatto la parte sotto della nostra medusa. Ora, per quanto riguarda i laterali della medusa, visto che io la medusa davvero la voglio fare uguale come nel mondo reale, preparami già i bicchieri, poi dopo spiego velocemente come si fa. Life lot, un attimo solo, wait moment. Fai due snack di life lot. Mi sono preparato già tanti tentacoli, diciamo perché la medusa laterale ha altri tentacoli molto simili a questi, già preparati con dei 260 bianchi e andiamo semplicemente ad applicare sui laterali inserendoli direttamente nelle doublette, ok? Doublette, 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 ok? Metto un attimo, faccio un attimo due split, non vi muovete. Metti. Faccio due split da mettere qua davanti perché ovviamente ho scelto il lato dietro. Ok? Facciamo un altro split. Ok? E abbiamo fatto la medusa. Ora, per coprire il palo, for cover the pole, I use 646 bianco, perché il palo è nero e si vede. Visto che a noi queste cose non piacciono, utilizzeremo un 646 un po' di più, un 646 bianco. Ok? Prendiamo la medusa, la mettiamo un attimo nel recinto delle meduse, copriamo il palo, fissiamo la parte di sotto con un modellabile preferibilmente bianco. Fissiamo tutto, tagliamo l'eccesso e tiriamo il 646, non del tutto fino a sopra, tanto ci interessa. Tiriamo sopra il 646 e lo fissiamo sulla parte, sul top, diciamo, della colonna. Questa tecnica serve per due cose, perché per coprire il palo e anche perché ho un aggancio per fissarmi tutto la medusa. Ok, ora il design è finito, ma vorrei ora inserire la tecnologia all'interno di questo design. La tecnologia la inseriamo in questo modo. Allora, prima di tutto mi sto un attimo fissando l'alga con un po' di nylon davanti, così vado più che altro a nascondere il palo. Ho usato del nylon fish line, ok? Così non si vede per niente il palo. Allora, il design così come lo vedete è finito. Solo i coralli al limite li metto qua davanti e le pietre le mettiamo indietro. Ora questo design avrà due effetti. This design have two super effects, ok? Primo effetto. Metti bene il caso, non è. Allora, immagina al momento che entra il festeggiato nella sala, ok? Quindi la prima cosa che vede il festeggiato. Imagine the birthday boy entering in your party, ok? Nel suo party. Poi immagina a un certo punto l'emozione che ha il festeggiato, perché ragazzi oggi è il suo compleanno, aspetta quel giorno per 365 giorni, quindi immaginate un po' l'emozione che può avere il festeggiato, quindi imagine how the boy feels. Immaginate l'emozione che ha il bambino, perché il bambino appena entra in sala si aspetta la sua scenografia di palloncini. Image the emotion, ok? Quindi utilizzerò per il primo effetto utilizzerò un par a LED a luce bianca, ok? Che andrà messo proprio sotto la composizione. Andate a spegnere le luci, ok? Il festeggiato sta entrando, ragazzi, sta entrando il festeggiato ed ecco la sua composizione di palloncini. Wow, l'effetto così lo vedrai. Quindi il festeggiato appena entra vedrà la sua composizione illuminata. Immaginate l'effetto che può avere il festeggiato appena entra e vede la sua composizione illuminata. Ma questo qua non è tanto, vi vorremmo dare un effetto ancora più forte, ok? Chi vuole un super effetto? Do you want a super wow effect? Come on, what do you want? Chi vuole un effetto ancora più super? Ragazzi, abbiamo davvero 5 minuti, noi abbiamo 5 minuti. Allora, per fare questo super effetto, prendi la pittura. Per fare questo super effetto utilizzeremo pittura fluo, ok? Pittura fluorescente. Usiamo pittura fluorescente. Ho inserito 90% high float, 90% high float and 10% paint for body painting, ok? Fluo, ok? Spugnette. Ora andiamo a mettere direttamente la pittura sopra ai palloncini. Nadia, vai, abbiamo 2 minuti perché tra 5 minuti finisce il design. Allora, applicheremo la pittura direttamente con le spugnette. I apply the paint with the sponge, ok? orange on the sponge e la passo direttamente sopra la medusa. Allora, fate un attimo tipo la medusa, che sei più veloce a fare la medusa. Applichiamo la pittura direttamente sulla medusa e su tutti gli elementi della composizione. Facciamo un pochino più avanti. Ok? Pittura green paint on the seaweeds. Ok? Orange on the jellyfish and yellow paint for another element. Okay? I have only 2 minutes for this painting. Keep and Dom, wait, please. I use 19% high float and 10% paint of body paint fluo. Paint for body painting. Okay? And apply the paint with the sponge. SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. Ok, applica sopra. She's my wife, Nadia. Hello, Nadia. Hi, Nadia. And now for other elements, I use yellow paint and apply with the base. Ok? Abbiamo un altro minuto forse? Me la tutta come sei tu? Ok, ok. Fatemela verde quell'altra. I have 1 minute for the final effect, the super effect. Ok? Ok. Ok. For this effect I use a wood lamp. A wood lamp disponibile su Amazon, disponibile per tutte le parti del mondo. Ok. It's finished? It's ready? Ok. Siamo pronti? It's the time for the cake, the most important moment of the party. Turn off the light. Where is the jellyfish? The LED lighting I used before is too strong. Le luci, il faro LED che sono prima è troppo forte. Spegni quella luce là. Le luci LED che sono troppo forti. Ho una soluzione. I have the solution. Who wants a super wow effect? Chi vuole un super effetto? Do you want a super wow effect? Chi vuole un super effetto? Shout up with me! I want a fantastic Popo effect! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday! There is a real jellyfish with a fluo paint. Okay? Wood lamp. This is my wonderful design. Thank you, Q Corner. Thank you, Q Corner. Thank you. Do you like this design? Okay? Grazie. I was born to love you with every single beat of my. Thank you, Susan Dillon. Yves Antonello, keep Dom Q Corner Convention. Thank you for all. God bless you. Dio vi ringrazia. Dio ringrazio tutti. Vi amo. Un bacio. Ciao. Ciao.
Finito.
Thank you.
Finito. Guys go absolutely crazy for this guy. I think we've just witnessed the birth of a star in the balloon industry. Yeah. You still there? Yeah. Are you sure?
My friend.
Oh, you are still there. There we go.
Hey, Bumblebee.
God, I'm naked.
I can't think why.
Again.
Well, Andrea,
you
need to sort things out and get onto chat and talk to everybody that wants to talk to you right now. People are going absolutely crazy for you out there.
What?
Onto the chat. You need to go onto the chat.
And talk to your friends.
I don't hear you.
Why? Because we're on air. We need to be on air.
Onto the chat, please, Andrea.
Get
Say hi
yourself
to
on the
everyone. All the hashtag Bumblebee.
Okay, put us on air on the top.
Presento.
There, can you hear us now?
Yes,
There we go.
yes.
Right, get yourself over onto chat. You've got lots of people waiting to talk to you, okay, Bumblebee?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's
You are
used-
absolutely fantastic, inspiring stuff.
Everyone's used the hashtag
Thank you.
Bumblebee.
Okay.
Bumblebee. Now hashtag Bumblebee.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank
Ciao.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Ciao.
you.
Thanks for
I
joining
love
us.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
There, he's gone.
Absolutely
We had to shut him off.
mad as a box of frogs.
He is as mad as a box of frogs, as we would say. Did people enjoy that? I think surely they did. You can't have not enjoyed that. The energy
One
was
second. I'm
way up
gonna
there.
have to kick him off our system because he's still here waving.
Get off.
Right, he's gone. My
Get
good.
off. Yeah, there we go. Peter Bergen just said there as well is that he's come a long way, so good on you. Indeed you have. I remember the first time that I met Andrea was at a Bachi event where he was working alongside Sue Bowler, and he's an amazing source of energy. But
Yes.
somebody's got a hashtag bring back Bumblebee.
Yes.
Oh, that's
That was
very good.
from the Baci on the Road in Milan.
No, that one was before that. Oh, which one? Oh, that was you working with them, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was Bachi when Sue made the lamp, the Tiffany lamp. Right.
You also
Okay.
got the Bumblebee was what I was brain was. Right, okay. I may have given away who it was.
May I have.
I wasn't quite ready for him coming back on again.
We have another superstar in the making that we want to take you over to. So you met his brother earlier today. I also could do with my cheat sheet. We have this one, we have this one, and we have this one. Okay. So yeah, you had the pleasure of the acquaintance of his brother earlier for Pandemonium, and now we have Shop Sweet Shop, as in Home Sweet Home, which is a live shop tour, tips and tricks from the shop, how to store and expose the balloons, balloon bouquets, and original designs. All this from why does it come up with the wrong one when I chose the other one? Okay, that should have been your photo by yourself, Miguel. I apologize. It is one of the brothers, one of the Rego brothers, all the way from Portugal. It's Miguel Rego. So please give him a very warm Q Corner welcome to Miguel.
Hi.
Hello.
All fine, kids, long?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, actually, I'm fine, and welcome to my shop.
Fantastic. Well, what we're going to do is, if we like, we're going to get out the way. We're going to leave it to you. You've got about 900 of your closest friends about to join you in your store, and they can't wait for a tour, okay?
Gonna be busy.
Okay.
Yeah, but before that, I would like to thank you to, first of all, to coronavirus, because without coronavirus, probably we will not be here. And after that, I would like to thank you for you, you and Kit and Dom, of course, all the Pioneer team, Pioneer Europe, Party Street Portugal, that is our supplier. So let's start with this, and I will show my shop today.
Fantastic. Okay, right.
Let's have a look around.
Guys, you have fun with Miguel, and we'll talk to you later, okay? Bye-bye for now.
Okay, done. Hi again, and welcome to my shop. And for us, it's important in our shop to have space to work, and we like to have not only space, but to have all the stock near us. And I will try to speak English and Portuguese at the same time. Now it's Portuguese. Bem-vindos à nossa loja. Hoje eu vou mostrar-vos um bocadinho do nosso mundo, da nossa loja. E para nós é muito importante ter espaço para trabalhar. Mas não apenas espaço, gostamos de ter o stock perto de nós. And for that we create this backstage for us, and I will show the backstage behind the counter. And we create here an island. Hoje eu vou mostrar-vos os nossos bastidores e o nosso espaço de trabalho, e nós criamos aqui uma ilha. Like I said, it's important for us to have space, and here we easily work 4 people, 5, 6 at the same time. It's important for us on busy days. Como eu disse, nós precisamos de espaço, e para termos espaço, nada melhor do que uma ilha, e numa ilha em que conseguem trabalhar 4 a 6 pessoas ao mesmo tempo. Toda esta ilha está conectada com tomadas elétricas para trabalharmos. All this island have plugs to connect our machines. Here we have silhouette camel, but we can easily change for another machine that we need for that job. Aqui temos a nossa silhouette camel, mas facilmente podemos trocar e colocar outra máquina que precisamos para o trabalho. Come in. Like I said, it's important for us to have the stock near us, and we created this. This is glass, and this is wood. It's designed by us. Este é um móvel de madeira e de vidro, que é vidro, e foi desenhado por nós. Aqui nós podemos ter imensas cores, são 23 cores que nós temos aqui, e nós colocamos os balões por cima e vamos retirando à medida que necessitamos. Here we just put the balloons upside and we took from down. And we can put here 23 columns. And at the moment it's not so full because of these times that we are living without people coming in and making orders. So we need to reduce our stock here. De momento não temos aqui muito stock, mas por causa deste tempo relacionado com o vírus e não temos muita gente a entrar na loja para encomendas, e por essa mesma razão reduzimos os stocks aqui. Foi apenas para mostrar. But we can continue. I can show you here. Come. Here I can show you where we put our orders and we just put it here and we start work here to that. Aqui é onde nós guardamos as encomendas que estão feitas e começamos a trabalhar por esta ordem. Here, the same furniture, we can put a lot of balloons here, and here we have the 18-inch foil balloons, a lot of colors and different shapes. Here we have the 36. Here we just put letters, small letters, and here numbers. Here bags and other things that we need. It's all put it here. Another drawer that I can show you. Here we have all the tools that we need to work. It's important to have it here, and we can work in front of our customer. It's important. It's not the same if you work like this with the bag for the customer. Aqui é onde nós guardamos as nossas ferramentas. É importante para nós termos as ferramentas aqui, tudo o que precisamos, organizado, e trabalhamos de frente para o cliente e não de costas. More drawers. We just put a lot of balloons here. We have 160, 260. Here we have 646, 350, and other shapes or colors that we need. And here is our personalization drawer, because here we have glitter, we have paint, acrylic paint, we have alcohol, everything that we need. We have the glue pens, more paint, and I can show you now, before I go, I can show you something. Aqui é a nossa gaveta de personalização, onde nós guardamos todo o vinil e tudo o que precisamos para fazer a personalização. Tinta, canetas de cola, temos tudo aqui. Eu vou-vos mostrar um pequeno exemplo de como é que nós fazemos isto. It's important for us to have a glass top, because of this. If we are personalization something, at the end we will have this. And it's better to not just put this to garbage or trash, but you can do what I will show. É importante que para nós este tampo em vidro, porque depois de fazermos uma personalização vamos ter todo este glitter aqui, e é importante não jogá-lo fora, porque estamos a desperdiçar. So, we can make this, just put this here, and you open the drawer, and you just save money. Basta abrir uma gaveta, pôr um funil e voltar a aproveitar o glitter. So this will last years, probably years, not but months. So let's put this here again. It's important at the end. Voltei a pôr isto, é importante no fim. Vamos continuar. So let's continue with more drawers, with more balloons. We have 5-inch here, pastel colors, and we have 5-inch or 6-inch, and more 5 printed, and a lot of them. We just put this here and it's saved from the light. Aqui pomos balões de 5 polegadas, impressos, metalizados e cores básicas e corações pequenos, portanto guardamos tudo aqui e está protegido da luz. Let's continue to here. Here we have this machine. In the morning Andrea worked with a different machine, but now I will work with this. We just take off machines and change machines easily. Aqui temos a Mahoney, a Air Force 4. O André de manhã trabalhou com uma máquina diferente. Eu agora vou trabalhar com esta, mas nós com este sistema conseguimos facilmente trocar de máquinas ou o que nós precisamos. Aqui temos uma máquina de selar também. Here we have a selling machine. And now here we have this system to put all the ribbons that we need to work. We have confettis here too. And not less important, the agenda. Aqui temos todas as fitas que precisamos para trabalhar, temos os confetis aqui e, claro, muito importante a nossa agenda. We have catalogs here too, and we have scissors and eye float, balloon shine, everything is here. We have the helium machine from Premium here too. So easily the bottles are here inside. So aqui temos a máquina de hélio da Premium e a garrafa está aqui dentro desta arrumação. Let's continue making this. So here we found a cheap solution to show to our customer all the printed, not all, but a lot of printed balloons that they all can choose from the counter. Aqui temos todos os balões impressos, não todos, mas uma grande variedade deles, para mostrarmos ao nosso cliente os balões impressos. Eles podem facilmente escolher dali do balcão e nós pegamos o balão e enchemos. Let's continue. Here it's a printer, computer and other stuff. Here we have more catalogs. We have this portfolio. It's very important to have this here to show to our customer. Aqui temos mais catálogos e temos também o portfólio da Qualatex, que é importante para mostrar aqui ao cliente. And we have the other things that we need, just put it here. And more important, the box of the money. We will talk about this today. Aqui temos também as outras coisas que precisamos e temos, claro, a caixa do dinheiro. Vamos falar disto daqui por um bocadinho. Now I can show you this drawer. This is where we put the tool. It's just near us and it's important too. We save all of these towels from the decor bubbles and the bubbles, the single bubbles. Every kind of bubble has this. And we save here. Aqui nós guardamos o tool, diferentes cores, e guardamos também estas toalhinhas que vêm com as bubbles, todo o tipo de bubbles. Porque isto não serve para nada, mas serve para limpar quando precisamos. This is just a towel, but we can put alcohol and clean everything that we need, or just put it out. Here, more balloons, all the chrome colors. Aqui temos todas as cores de chrome. That's a popular item. and we can just here we just quickly show this to our customer. Aqui temos todas as cores Chrome e podemos mostrá-las facilmente ao nosso cliente daqui. Continue. We have quick links here. A lot of different quick links. Pre-cutted vinyl. Aqui temos quick links deste lado. Bastantes e diferentes tipos de quick links. E aqui temos já vinil pré-cortado. We just the most popular personalizations with vinyl, we have it here already pre-cutted. So let's continue. We have a lot of stuff here. We have confettis and other things, flowers, everything that we need to have value to our creations. And here we put the 14-inch foil balloons that is near us too, and the decor bubbles too. We put it here. Aqui pomos os balões de 14 polegadas e pomos também as decor bubbles que precisamos para trabalhar. Aqui temos o nosso calendário da qualatex. Here we have our qualatex calendar, and here it's our weekly plan. And this week we just on Monday we watch Key Corner. Tuesday 2. Today, Andrea at 10:30 p.m. a.m. Andrea was live. I'm live now. Tomorrow we will watch, of course, Q Corner. Friday 2. On Saturday, I think and we think that Kit and Tom will be sleeping, and on Sunday 2. But anyway, we love Q Corner, and we have actually the plan for the next week here. Again, Kit and Tom will be sleeping, I think, but they deserve to sleep, I think. So today, I didn't say this in Portuguese. Aqui temos o nosso plano semanal. Eu penso que vocês entenderam. Segunda e terça vimos o Q Corner. Hoje o André esteve ao vivo de manhã. Eu estou ao vivo agora. Amanhã e sexta vamos ver o Q Corner. Sábado penso que o Kit e o Dom vão dormir. Domingo também. Mas nós amamos o Q Corner e já temos o plano para a próxima semana e achamos que o Kit e o Dom vão estar a dormir também na próxima semana. Para hoje, eu tenho o meu assistente de câmara. Today I have my camera guy and he will be here hanging the cam and replying on YouTube chat. O André vai estar aqui a filmar e vai estar também a responder no chat. Qualquer coisa que precisem, perguntem. And anything that you need from me, ask on YouTube chat. If André can save me, I can answer. But today I prepared to you a lot of different things and tips and tricks. Hoje eu preparei para vocês designs diferentes, coisas diferentes e algumas dicas para o vosso negócio. And I will show you now our plan. We will start with one original design. Actually, it was mine CBA design. Hoje vou mostrar-vos um design, um original, que foi o meu design do exame de CBA. And I just have a lot of other things for you. we have a mystery there. I don't know what is this, and we have a box too here, and we will talk about sales and how to make money. So let's do this. Just wait to Andrea to move the camera. That will be here first. Esperar que o André mova a câmera e vai deixá-la estável. Eu vou começar a falar daqui para vocês. Yes? Ready? Let's go. I think many of you doesn't know that my work for years it's DJ. I'm DJ. Eu penso que muitos de vocês não sabem, mas o meu trabalho de anos é DJ. Eu sou DJ. But 10 years ago I was thinking that probably I need something more to make money, not only the music, because on the music I work a lot with weddings. Há 10 anos atrás eu pensei que eu não posso trabalhar só com música, vou arranjar outra solução, porque eu trabalho muito com casamentos, and I started to feel the passion to work with balloons. E eu comecei a sentir a paixão de trabalhar com balões. From there, I started to do a lot of trainings, and I got my CPA exam, and today we are here. But actually, today it's not the best example because I don't have music to do and I don't have balloons to do, actually, because of this virus. But anyway, we need to keep walking. Eu comecei a trabalhar com balões, senti a paixão, fiz muitas formações, fiz o meu exame de CBA e hoje estamos aqui. Na verdade, atualmente não tenho casamentos para fazer, nem balões, não é? Porque está tudo fechado por causa do vírus, mas estamos aqui hoje e nós temos que andar em frente. So today we will have the design that I show you, that I talked before, and we will have a wedding here today too. So keep waiting that we will have a wedding. Hoje vamos ter o design que eu falei e vamos ter também a caixa mistério, mas também vamos ter um casamento hoje. Vamos começar. Let's start with this. For my first design, I thought to do this with the astronaut. I think it's popular theme now, but the original design was made with a smiley party guy, and I can share with you after. And we will start to do a base, and I will try to give you all the steps that you need. But we will start with 4 7-inch balloon chrome, and I will show you here. I like to work with this type of machine because you can overinflate the balloon and deflate. Eu gosto de trabalhar com este tipo de máquina que vocês podem encher mais o balão e depois diminuir. And we will do only cluster. With 4 balloons, and we just turn and keep it here. And the last, and I will show you closer, so many times that I go here now. E agora vou-vos mostrar uma técnica diferente. Às vezes pensamos que era ótimo ter esta impressão aqui. Sometimes we think that it's important to have this print on the top, but we have solution for this. You can just inflate the balloon and deflate. Basta apenas encher, subencher o balão e se amarrar, dão o nó normal. And now, with your fingers, you just press the middle. See? Com as vossas mãos, vocês apenas pressionam o balão e rodam. And turn. And you will choose the right position, escolhem a melhor posição e é importante que segurem o balão. It's important to hang the balloon. You can use your arm. And you will do another one. Some question, Andrea? Another one, and I will repeat this in slow motion. Just hang with these fingers, and you just press and turn. If you are not happy with the size, you can just replace the size. Se não estiverem contentes com o tamanho, basta ficarem. After that, we do normal pressing. Now, we just press the balloon, and with one neck of the round balloon, we just turn, and you have your cluster with the print on the top. Okay, let's continue. Agora vamos adicionar peso de água. Now we just have one water weight. You just put it here. Apenas colocamos no fundo, puxamos. Mais uma vez, está feito o nosso cluster. De seguida, vamos pôr quick link no topo. Next, we will put one quick link, but it's a shape that we don't have at the moment. One printed quick link like we want. It's not a problem. É uma pena neste momento não termos o quick link com a impressão que nós queremos, mas não é um problema. So, what we will do, we will use one clear quick link, 12 inch, and with you can use a straw or you can use this tool. I prefer this one. But okay. English or Portuguese? So you asked for the size. This is 5, and this is the size. It's not so easy to show you the size, but it's almost 3.5. But you just inflate balloon at 5 and you split the balloon. And now we insert one printed balloon inside the quick link. Colocamos o balão impresso dentro do quick link e vamos encher. We will inflate this at 10. Vamos encher a 10. So, deflate. Está. You do the knot on inside balloon, dá nó no balão de dentro. Oops. O nó está dado. Ok. And now we just have this balloon here. Agora vamos adicionar aqui este balão. What do you think? Good until now? Now we can just start thinking how to do this. We have the astronaut, Andrea. Agora temos o astronauta, já está ali pronto. Segura na mão. E vamos encher mais 4 balões, um cluster, a 3,5. And we will inflate another cluster to 3.5. Now, to hide the mechanic, agora para esconder a mecânica podem cortar o pescoço. You can cut the neck to hide all the mechanic. Tipo o quê? This? Portuguese? English? So, you asked about this machine, the Conwin Air Force 4. You can inflate 4 balloons at the same time, but this is not a sizer machine. You need to inflate and just size the balloons. That's it. Now you can just press the balloon to have the right color. Agora podem pressionar o balão para ter a cor correta e vão adicionar o cluster no topo. Figure of 8 again, and now we can do another trick. Apertam sempre com a figura de 8 no topo e não precisam de dar o nó. Now I will use one 260 chrome balloon, silver. Estou a usar balão 260 prata, chrome. And you will do 2 small balls here and just attach this. You go around, you press until you can connect this here. With the neck of the 260, you can just do a knot, save, cut, you turn, and it's done. Okay, I will show closer. Because this is a space theme, we will have some value here. Como é um tema de espaço, vamos adicionar algum valor ao nosso arranjo. And I will show you this. Okay. This can stay here. And now we need 2 foil stars, 4 inches. But this type of balloon doesn't have valve. Agora vou usar uma estrela de 4 polegadas, mas este tipo de balão não tem válvula. Portanto, vamos ter que o selar. So we need to inflate this with the pump. Precisamos de encher isto com uma bomba. Ok, está bom. Podem rodar para segurar o ar. And you just seal this here, not too close from the top. Podem selar aqui, mas não muito próximo do topo. And for some security, you can just do another one. But I will show one important thing. Eu vou mostrar uma coisa importante. Vocês selam. At the end, the machine will do a click. No final, a máquina faz um clique. E para a vossa orientação, vocês contam até 10. And you can count until 10 and just it's done. Another one. And here you just turn. You wait, espera. It's done. You can do another one. And that's it. And for me it's important all the time to save money, so I keep this here. Para mim é importante salvar dinheiro e eu guardo isto aqui. And we can use this again to attach our balloon to our design. So we turn. Happens. Too short. Muito pequeno, às vezes acontece. E apenas dá nó. Another one. One it's done, and I will show closer the other one. You just turn, 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 and turn, and you do a knot. Basta apenas rodar e dar nó e já tem o vosso ponto de fixação. The level here at the machine, but this can... Espanhol? Oh, okay, I can try to speak some Portuñol. This is for Spain. O nível aqui não é muito importante. Vai diferenciar de tua máquina. A tua máquina, a tua seladora, pode ser diferente da minha. A minha está a 9, mas eu não conheço a tua. Watch out with scissors, always. We will have one star here. One knot. This star will be right there, and the other one will be here. Não sei a que horas começar. Okay. So let's finish this design. Have our astronaut. Thank you, Andrea. And for this type of balloon, it's important to put this. You cannot do this only hair filer, but with other shapes you can. Não podem fazê-lo todo a hélio, todo a ar, mas noutras formas é possível. No caso desta não é possível. You just need to put 60-40 and you can easily hang this balloon and just attach to your design. Now it's almost finished. Just turn it to here. And now we have another foil balloon, 18 inch, from the same theme. Agora temos o balão 18 polegadas do mesmo tema. Eu vou enchê-lo aqui na máquina da Premium. I will inflate this with helium on Premium machine. We'll attach the ribbon. Now it's the same. You just turn, 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 turn until the top. Vocês rodam, rodam, rodam até ao topo.
Pergunta. Estão a cortar todos os folhos, podem ser cheios de 60-40. In English.
Okay. Not all the foil balloons can be inflated with the 60-40. For those that doesn't know what is the 60-40, this is a piece like this that you inflate, you press and you will inflate, and this regulator will have air from here. But not all the balloons, foil balloons, are possible to inflate with 60-40. But for some balloons, and this one it's with 60-40 because you will be here hanging, but not to have only this balloon alone. You need to inflate all helium. Okay? But you need to do the test to see if the balloon can be inflated. Some 36-inch balloons can be inflated with 60-40, heart shape. But you need to do the test to see that. Now, you just do this pressure on the ribbon and on this hand. I don't know if you can see all the design. Andrea, help me.
Sim.
Não. Conseguem ver o desenho todo?
Sim.
Sim. Agora vamos amarrar o nosso, adicionar o nosso, o nosso foil e para tal vamos usar stretchy balloon tape. You can search this on Qualatex catalog. You just a little bit, apenas bocadinho. Vocês podem pesquisar esta fita no catálogo da Qualatex. Now you just take off half of the paper and you just put the balloon whenever you want. I like this here. Eu gosto do balão aqui. Tiramos uma metade da fita, colamos e vamos retirar a outra metade. we have our astronaut, and to do a final touch on this design, I will have some value for this design, because it's important to have value and make money, of course. É importante adicionarmos valor aos nossos designs, e é uma boa forma de fazer dinheiro. One thing that you can do is personalize this balloon with vinyl. Uma coisa que podem fazer é personalizar o balão com vinil. I got this vinyl here, silhouette. Tudo bem, Andrea? All fine, you can ask what you want. I will try to answer. Podem perguntar o que quiserem, eu vou tentar responder. Sometimes this is attached to this transfer vinyl. You need to be patient. Às vezes o vinil não fica muito agarrado aqui à película de transfer, mas temos que ser pacientes e retirá-la com. You can do some pressure with this. You will take this pattern and I will personalize this with a special message for these moments that we are living. Eu vou personalizar este design com uma mensagem especial. Por causa deste momento que estamos a viver. I don't know why, but today this vinyl is killing me. I'm not nervous, but I can do the same like Andrea in the morning. You can sing for me. And you just
Para misturar a mel, como é que podem fazer para misturar?
If you don't have this English,
Yeah.
if you don't have that machine, you don't need the machine to have that adapter. But if you don't have the adapter, you will need to see how you can do the calculation, but you can inflate first half of the balloon with helium, and then you have a little more, and after that you just add some air, and you will watching and to see if the balloon floats. So we take this transfer vinyl out, and I have another one. Let's see if this will be easier, because I have more things to show you. Vamos ver se este vai ser mais fácil, porque eu tenho mais algumas coisas para vos mostrar e temos pouco tempo, o tempo passa a voar. We have not a lot of time to show all that I wanted to show, but I will try to do my best. You can say from where you are watching me. From Brazil, I know that people from Brazil. No?
Todos os locais. Brasil, Eslovénia, Croácia,
Okay,
Venezuela,
I will start.
USA.
Brazil, big hug, Luís Carlos, eu sei que estás aí, um abraço, mas um abraço especial para todos os brasileiros. Falamos a mesma língua, somos irmãos de língua. Um abraço para o Edward. Edward, tu hablas português muito bom, não? Muito bom. USA, Slovenia, Croatia. And now I will show you my special message today. With all of these problems that we are living in the world, we need to put our brains out of this world, and that's why I made this design, space design. Um abraço para Portugal, todos os portugueses que nos estiveram a apoiar. And you need to watch the bright side of life. Tem que ver sempre o lado brilhante da vida. Por isso, uma mensagem especial e também aqui o nosso Q-Corner para agradecer novamente esta iniciativa. The Q-Corner too, here it's important to thank this convention. So let's keep this here. I hope you are liking. Tell me if you are liking this. Time. I will show you another thing that's important to me and for our brand. In all the arrangements we always put our card and with our contacts, everything. And to have this for your design, with your social media, phones, everything, you just have this, you put here like this and just turn. It's done. To have this to your design, it's easy. You just here and you have your card here. So when I here, and your card is here. So easy. Hope you are liking. Andrea, you are liking?
Yes.
Yes.
Very.
Give me hearts and follow my social media. Miguel Rego CPA on Facebook, Instagram. So let's continue. And I told you that it's important to keep this. Usually I didn't throw all to the trash. I like to give a second life to the things. É importante guardarem estas embalagens. Eu gosto sempre de dar uma segunda vida e não atiro isto para o lixo. You can just add this to your design. I used to put on QBB wall when some hook is empty. If you have this on the back, you know which balloon you need to order. Normalmente eu guardo isto, coloco no gancho da nossa parede QBB, porque quando o balão termina, aquela referência, eu sei qual o balão que preciso de encomendar.
Estão a perguntar os preços, mas...
English?
Inglês.
So, the prices. That's an old question, the prices. But I will give you some example now. I told you before that you need to think from or about another planet, not only on this moment that we are living. Eu disse anteriormente que temos que pensar noutro planeta e não neste momento que estamos a viver. And that's important that you think out of the box. I have a box here, and the question of the price, I will give you one example now. Eu tenho aqui uma caixa, é importante pensarmos sempre fora da caixa, e eu vou dar um exemplo de preços agora. So, if you have one decor bubble, I can do this in front of the camera. If you have one normal decor bubble, you can just inflate with helium and sell it. Se tiverem uma decor bubble, podem apenas enchê-la com hélio e vendê-la. Mas provavelmente vão fazer 10 euros. Probably, if you are a good seller, you can sell this 10 euros. I don't know, your reality. You need to adapt. Podem vender isto se forem bons vendedores por 10 euros. Eu não sei a vossa realidade. E ficávamos contentes com 10 euros. That's why I told that it's important to keep these. You can make notes too. Foi por isso que eu disse que é importante guardarem os papéis, porque podem fazer notas também. And yes, you can do 10 euros, but personally, I love money and I love to make money. Eu pessoalmente não me contento com os 10 euros. Eu gosto de fazer dinheiro. Portanto, it's your decision. You can stay here on 10 euros, or é a vossa decisão. Podem ficar aqui nos 10 euros, or you can think out of the box. So, I will put this 10 euros here, and we will start thinking on what can I do to make money with the same balloon. And if you have just 6 balloons, 5-inch balloons, and you put this inside of your decor bubble, probably you will do or charge more 5 euros. Se vocês pegarem em 6 balões de 5 polegadas, podem inserir dentro da vossa decor bubble e podem fazer mais 5 euros. Mas temos aqui uma caixa também. Por que não usarmos a caixa? But we have a box here. Why not to use this box? I put this here, and I will sell this box too, and I have ribbon too. Tenho esta caixa e vou vender esta caixa também, e também tenho umas fitas. Probably you will make more 5 euros. Okay? But provavelmente vão fazer mais 5 euros. But if you have flowers, you will get more 5 euros. I will show you after. And I have vinyl here too. Tenho vinil aqui também. Adicionei as flores e ganhei mais 5 euros. E tenho aqui vinil que posso personalizar na camela. Mais 5 euros. 5 euros more. Don't forget, this is only an example and a game that I'm making with you. And for my work and for something that I need to have more, I can charge more 5 euros. And the total is 35 euros. You start with 10. You are making 25, and I will show you how with these things. The mystery box is here from the beginning. A caixa mistério está aqui desde o início. And I will show you one of our best sellers. Okay? Now you start para e vamos apenas destapar, and with all of that materials we made a different design. I know that is but it's only an example. I will show better. This is our design. What I made, I put the 5-inch balloons inside. O que eu fiz foi colocar os balões de 5 polegadas dentro da Decor. All of this is hair, and with a straw, the cap, you can just, with florist sponge, you put inside of the box, and I will show you. Let's damage this. Vamos lá estragar o desenho. E com esponja de florista, colocamos dentro da nossa caixa e adicionamos as flores. Fácil. I will show you to the camera. Okay?
Mostrar a nota 60.
What?
Eu respondo aqui 60.
60. Almost. So inside we have a straw, we have our sponge. I think you will see this, the sponge, and we have the ribbons. Dentro temos a esponja, temos uma vareta de balões e o arranjo é todo feito em ar, como eu disse, e aqui temos as fitas que foram coladas ao nosso design com uma pistola de cola. And we just glue this ribbon to our box with hot glue. Yeah. You like it? Give me hearts, gold hearts, please.
Em português, como as fitas em cima.
Como?
Como as fitas em cima.
Okay. So, in Portuguese. Em português, aqui as fitas são coladas com cola quente. I don't know if you can see. E no topo eu aproveitei para passar uma fita aqui e esconder esta costura da Decor. I like to hide this here, and I attach it here with hot glue and here sticker to make sure that your ribbon is almost on the top. And you just give some wings to your creation and you start creating. I'm not a florist, eu não sou florista, não tenho muito jeito para flor, but we can sell this, and now at this time, Easter time, we sell a lot of this to offer to Godmother, past Godmother, it's mine. Agora, nesta altura de Páscoa, vendemos muito este tipo de arranjo para a melhor madrinha. But you can have here with a different box. If you search our social media, you will see a box like this. Se procurarem nos nossos redes sociais, vão ver uma caixa como esta. You will see this box with chocolates or with balloons. Vocês vão ver esta caixa com chocolates, com balões. You can just imagine and do it or follow your customer thoughts and you can create. Basta vocês apenas criarem e pensarem em como fazer de forma diferente, com chocolates, com balões, com flores, ou seguirem a recomendação do vosso cliente ou o que ele vos pede. Again, I will put a sticker, and in that party, or for the person that will receive this, hide the carpet, the barcode, and we put it here in the back. Podemos esconder o código de barras e colocar a nossa publicidade aqui atrás. If this person like it, next time probably he will contact you, call you or follow you on social media. Se essa pessoa gostar, vai-te ligar quando precisar de balões ou vai-te seguir nas redes sociais. That's an important thing. I will keep this here. And let's go to our wedding. 20 minutes, okay. No more hugs, no more kiss for all the world. It's easier. Kiss for all. We can stay here. I could stay here all day, all night. I'm like kids and dumb. I usually work at night, so I'm DJ. I can stay here. Eu podia ficar aqui o dia todo, a noite toda, só como o Kita como o Dom. Eles não são DJs, mas eu sou. E podia estar aqui toda a noite a falar convosco e a explicar-vos. Não é possível, há uma pessoa a seguir que também quer entrar e todos temos que mostrar o nosso trabalho. It's not possible to stay longer. From my time I have 20 minutes more because we have another instructor that will follow. I will just throw this to Andrea. And this, I'm good on basket too, so on basket. Now, from the beginning and from the morning on Andrea's class, desde o início e desde a aula do André, está o nosso famoso Mr. Panda. It's our famous Mr. Panda. I will show you some techniques that you can just make this, and you can change the the head. I like this design with panda. Eu gosto pessoalmente deste design com panda. Como trabalho na área de casamentos, acho que é fantástico. Just stand up. I need to wait because I have some delay. Tenho que esperar porque eu tenho algum atraso nas imagens que recebo. Ok? So, this is our Mr. Panda. We did it last year on the trade show on Lisbon. Nós fizemos este arranjo o ano passado numa feira em Lisboa. Actually, this design is simple to do. You have one base with 4 balloons cluster. We have the body inflated only with hair. And now, for this type of head, and for the stability of the design, para este, isto é um desenho simples com uma base de clusters de 4 balões, o corpo é cheio a ar, mas para este desenho, para esta cabeça, we need to inflate this with all helium. Because I saw some people that were making this design and they put here a cluster with balloons. I do the same, but not with the groom. Eu vi algumas pessoas que replicaram o design e colocam um cluster de balões aqui. Eu faço o mesmo, mas não com o noivo. Não gosto do noivo, because the head has this shape and this perfectly match with the body. A cabeça tem este efeito aqui e encaixa perfeitamente no corpo. Para to attach this head to the body, we use balloon bound, but make sure that you use alcohol to clean the connection point. Nós usamos o balloon bound para colar a cabeça ao corpo, mas tenham cuidado e passem álcool na zona onde vão colar. I will do some closer to the camera. This is gold at the time. Almost empty. Isto é ouro no momento. Álcool é ouro. Mas ainda tenho um bocadinho. Now you can use our towel that I told you before. Agora podem usar a toalha que eu falei antes. And you just put alcohol, not too much, it's expensive. Não ponham muito porque agora é caro. And you just clean, like you see, the ink disappear. Como vocês podem ver, a tinta desapareceu. E a fita vai agarrar muito melhor aqui. And the tape will attach better without ink. So, you make this connection and the back, make sure that for security, atrás, por segurança, prendam sempre a válvula. At the back, just tape the valve too, because if you lost that tape, you will have this tape hanging the balloon and you will not lose the balloon. E assim não vão perder o balão. Okay, and Mr. Panda is here from the beginning. and this is a wedding, and usually the bride is always late. Normalmente as noivas estão sempre atrasadas, o Panda está aqui desde o início, à espera da noiva. Nós vamos fazer aqui o casamento. We will do the wedding here. And for that, I will drink some water. Vou beber só um bocadinho de água. For that, I will need your help. Whenever you are, sing with me the song. You don't need to sing. Just we are just waiting the bride.
Estão a pedir para eu levar o panda mais perto da câmara.
Yes, I will put the panda closer or even here. Stop. And the church is here. A igreja é aqui. Vamos pôr aqui o panda e vamos ver se resulta. Let's wait for the delay. Oops. No. Here at the back. Or yes, you can go with the camera. Yes, go back. Wait. Let's see the final result. Okay, good. And now we are waiting the bride, and now it's the moment to sing. Tan. Make always the music. Tan. And we have our couple here. It's a cute bride. And as you can see, I think you will see here on the bride you can attach one cluster and you will save helium, and you do here can see. Any question? Time to hugs and kisses? No? Just put it here. Watch the final results. No? Bom, como podem ver, eu adicionei um laço na noiva, temos um cluster no pescoço que faz com que vocês possam poupar hélio. No caso da noiva resulta o cluster. Here I don't like that cluster because of the height of the neck. Aqui eu não gosto muito por causa da altura que o pescoço fica, but it's a perfect way to do.
Tem que se beijar.
Okay, then I need to do. Yeah, they can kiss. It's done. Now I will put my other design here for you to watch. And it's time to ask you to follow my social media. Please, I have Instagram account, Facebook account. Give me a like or please, Miguel Rego, CBA. Okay, now it's time to give hugs for everybody. Kids, how are you? Almost done the time. And now I need to know for where I can send some kisses. You can do some questions. I have the laptop here. Podem fazer algumas questões. Eu tenho o computador aqui. Eu penso que estamos no final do meu tempo, certo? I think we are on time. But I think you can just. Obrigado, Edward. Ask me. I'm here until Keith and Dom decide what to do with me. I'm here. Thank you all. Thank you, Ernest. Big hug, buddy. Thank you all of you to watch my class. Obrigado a todos por verem a minha aula. Há muita gente do Brasil, não?
Gente de todo lado.
Brasil, obrigado. O André está a dizer que há do Brasil. Estou a ver da Madeira também. Um abraço para a Madeira. Portugal. Julia. Yes, Julia, first Q convention wedding. Yeah, first wedding. Okay, Richard. ¿Cómo conectaste la cabeza? The panda, the connection.
Hello, guys. Hello.
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 At the end.
Thank you very much for that, Miguel. Just give me 1 second. I had to restart part of my screen, so I couldn't see you properly for a little while.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Can you give Miguel a lot of love, please, in the chat? We really appreciate him.
Give me love. I will be here on chat. Follow my social media, please.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So what you can do as well is that Miguel's going to jump on to chat as well. So if you do have any more questions, please feel free to ask him from there. And you can see he has his social media tags for them there. There's a lot of love for you in the chat, Miguel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye. Hi.
Okay, guys. Do we enjoy that? That's different, isn't it?
Keith, I'm going to leave you with our audience while I just sort out our next.
Yeah, our next guest. So you can do that and I can do this. That was a bit different, right? It's a bit different when we get invited into somebody's shop and actually have a little look around on that side. So it's I need this one here, and then I shall be a lot happier once I can see you guys on this one.
Got a couple of things to do.
Yep. There we go. All right, I can see you guys. Thanks, Evie, for checking out all of the tags there. So you got direct links to the boys' Facebook and Instagram profiles. So what have we got coming up next? Well, while Dom's doing this, I shall have a little look on here. We certainly, how are we both? Justine, hello Justine, how are you? How are we? We are great. Actually, I think we're better than great, to be fair. I think we're pretty awesome. I think we're also very humbled. The outpouring from you guys, all the messages that we're getting from you guys, when we go on social media and we're trying to keep up with everything on Facebook, all the messages, on Instagram, we're catching up with all of the photographs that you guys are posting with the hashtag Q Corner Convention. It's pretty amazing and it's very humbling what you have to say about it all. and we really appreciate it. So thank you. It makes it all worthwhile. A lot of the instructors have been telling us about the outpouring that they've received. You know, the gratitude that they feel from you guys. So thank you. There we go. Hashtag thank you, Miguel. Somebody said as well is that it was very neat. Let me just sort something out there as well, because Miguel has posted something and our automatic spam filter has stopped it. So I've just done it. Follow on social media and ask what about his class.
Right, I think we're ready to go whenever we're ready.
You sure?
Yep, so I'm just going to check the guys are ready, because we're going to cut straight to them, because they can't hear exactly what we're saying very easily. We're navigating through, Nick, so we're going to give them a shout. We're going to go straight to them. Just we won't be able to have that initial dialogue, that's all.
Right,
Okay.
I was wondering why I've got an explosion of stuff going on in my ear right now. It's
right then, Nick,
Richard
are the
said there,
guys,
thank
are the
you,
guys
you are
ready
amazing
there,
for
are
doing
they?
this. We just double checked that we're going to go on there. The Q boys are heroes. Alberto Nava, that's no.
Yeah, if Davey gives a thumbs
No.
up when he's ready, we'll fire him over, and then he'll be ready to take over.
Okie dokie. Let me just read out a little bit about what we got. We got segment 57. Okay, segment 57. Just one more segment. Well, we're seven
Nick,
segments
is David
on
ready
the
to go?
second half of things. So it's framing and selling of deliverable table numbers. That's interesting, isn't it?
Right.
The description
Right, Keith, we're
itself.
going to fire over now, because David's going to be ready for us.
I'm just quickly do the description, and then you're going to go now.
Ready to go now.
Well, let's
There's
go.
There's
Let's
a
go,
big
and then
delay,
you can
but that's
explain.
all right. Here
Okay,
we go.
Here we go.
Here we
Right,
go.
enjoy, guys.
Over to you guys.
We've been waiting on you.
That's it, you're
You going?
live.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Mahoney with Balloons Every Day. Oh. Good. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Mahoney with Balloons Every Day. This is my lovely wife, Amanda. We're here today to talk to you all about table of numbers and pliable framing and stuff like that. It's been some amazing talent that's gone on before us and stuff like that, but we want to try to give something that we do every single day here in our shop to try to give everybody the opportunity to be prepared for the future. So when after this coronavirus passes us by, all of us are in the position to take our businesses to the next level and stuff like that. A little bit about us. Balloons Every Day has been around for 23 years. We have a staff of 18. We have a small fleet of vans, with small meaning like 9. We have vehicles on the road every single day. We've gone 2 years where we've done at least one job every single day. We normally, on a slow week, do between 80 and 100 orders, and then about roughly 4,000 or so jobs a year. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Until the coronavirus.
Until the coronavirus. Now we're doing 0. So that's the crazy world we live in. So I appreciate everybody taking the time and logging on and watching us. And hopefully, when we finish up here, if you see something maybe that you've not experienced or understood, when it comes to framing, I know a lot of people are intimidated by it. They've never seen it, or they're not certain what materials. We're going to show the things we use in our shop. So hopefully, if you have questions, try to put them in the feed. We'll try to catch them as we go. There'll be a couple times during our class here as we're building things. We'll have more time to answer as you watch us doing stuff. We'll try to answer it and stuff like that. So what we're hoping is that you get used to understanding pliable metals or pliable materials, that you have the confidence to use those materials to help your company grow, and just more knowledge about our company and what we do and how we succeed.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
So,
and everything that we're doing here, not only does Dave do, but I do too. So
yes.
Don't get scared because we're talking about framing and things like that.
Right. And again, we do get questions a lot about people asking about the large yard numbers. Oh, I can't talk. This is something we feel happens before. I know a lot of people like the large yard numbers, but the thing about it is you have to have a foundation. You have to have a beginning. You have to have a knowledge of why things happen or how to do them effectively. So that's what this class is about. And the great thing about table numbers and things like that, it's something that everybody can do regardless of who you are and where you're at, what type of vehicle you have and stuff like that. So we're having some technical difficulty here, so I apologize by that. Amanda's glitched on us. So table framing and the number, the material we're going to work with today. We're going to work with aluminum rod, which is what we typically use in our shop. This is 1/4-inch aluminum rod. Another material we use a lot is PVC pipe, 1/2-inch PVC pipe. And then copper tubing. We don't use copper tubing a whole lot, but it's a good material if you don't have access to aluminum rod and stuff like that. It bends easily. It's a little more expensive. Some places call it plumber's piping and stuff like that. It's easy to find and stuff. As you can see, Amanda keep bumping into the frame here. She's trying to fix some technical sides on our end. So copper piping is a good thing if you don't have access to aluminum rod or PVC. So we go from there and start going forward. If you can, why don't you go get my notes? See, you just messed with me. Lots of technical difficulties. Yesterday we found out our modem wasn't working here at the shop, so we've been scrambling around to try to get things taken care of. I apologize for this, people, but it is live, so good news. So let's talk about why aluminum rod. Aluminum rod is very rigid. It's easy to bend with your hands, you know, and it holds its shape really, really well up to about 4 feet. A lot of people use aluminum rod in larger sculptures as far as competition pieces. We find up to 4 or 5 feet. It holds its rigidity very well. Copper piping is easier to bend. It just doesn't hold up well after about 3 feet and stuff like that. So you'll have to figure out what works best for you. And then PVC works really well, but there's a trick to PVC because it's considered a rigid frame to begin with. And the problem with PVC is you'll have to have another technique to work with PVC, and we'll discuss that. Tools we're going to use today, we're going to use a bolt cutter to cut our pipe and stuff like that. We're going to use, you can use a hacksaw if you don't have a bolt cutter. You can also use an EMT cutter. A lot of people know these and have them already in their toolboxes and stuff like that. For PVC, we use a ratchet PVC cutter just because it makes it life easy. We're going to use duct tape. That's one nice thing about pliable metals and stuff like that. There's not really much you have to do to get them to secure together to work with and stuff like that. Some people also use zip ties. We're not going to use that for today's purposes. And then a vice grip. This vice grips help a lot in areas where you don't have enough hand strength or you're looking to try to get a more precise bend and stuff like that. Just like with everything, when you frame it, you're going to have to secure it or weight it. So we're going to deal with two items that everybody knows, knot lamps. You can get them at Walmart and you can get them at IKEA. They're about anywhere, I think, between $9 and $11.
Right.
It's kind of expensive, especially considering if we use a knot lamp, we basically hack off all but 4 inches and the rest of it just becomes waste. And in between $9 and $11 on cost. The problem with that conversation is that it eats up our bottom line as far as profitability. Everybody knows Dave loves his bases. So we're going to show this technique today of how to make a base because I think it's one of the fundamentals. And this is about 60 cents to $1. And we'll talk about that more. And then the last thing that you need or that we use all the time is a template. I'm going to show you the one that we use here at the shop. We use this template, which we made, but we're going to show everybody how to make their own templates. I know you can see the lines because of the camera, but we'll explain how to build this template for you guys and stuff like that. So that way you can do it. Why use a template? We produce a lot of jobs and we have a big staff. And so the consistency in frame is key to success as far as consistently producing things and producing them fast. We always have frame pre-built, so when someone calls, we can quickly flip it over and stuff like that. Why framing?
Well, and another thing with the grid and having a template is you can have anybody do it. So
Correct.
it doesn't have to be Dave or it doesn't have to be me. We have a full staff. Every staff member can sit there with the template and go out and make the table number or the large frame or whatever kind of frame. We use the grid that we use just so we try to keep everything we do consistent from person to person.
Right. And if you have frame that you've made in a past job and you can match it with a new frame, that builds you a little bit of diversity and the ability to blend frame versus everything being slightly off and everything like that. And a lot of the sizes and stuff that we use, people say, why is that? I think ultimately we just stumbled on recipes or sizes that work best for us as a shop. They work well for our vehicles. That consistency, that's why we build a 4-foot table number and 10-foot frame yard numbers and stuff like that. Why frame? Well, everybody knows that if it's on a frame, well, I don't know if everybody knows.
No.
No. One of the things we do in our shop is we pre-blow all our balloons ahead of time, and they sit in a corner until right before the event, which may be a week or 10 days sometimes, depending on the weather and stuff like that, all bagged up. And then when we get closer to the event, we then put it on the frame. So they're long lasting. Once they're on the frame, same conversation, you bag it back up, it'll last a long time. Now granted, obviously stuff like 160s and 260s and things like that aren't going to hold up the same, but this builds the opportunity to build jobs well ahead of time, because let's be honest, everybody's going to get a little tighter as far as the money they have in the bank and the labor dollars they can put towards things.
Right, and the more that you can build ahead of time, that frees you up to do more stuff.
Correct. And another thing about frame, it's stable. It's hard. You know, you can shove it in and out of a vehicle. And again, we learned this because we have a large staff. They'll shove it in and out of a vehicle and not pay much attention to it. And then what happens is it's more stable and stuff like that. And lastly, it's really cost effective. That's a big part of our mantra here at Balloons Every Day. We try our best to try to make sure that we're effective and cost effective, because that's really what's allowed us to grow to the size that we are. But it's also allows us to, you know, to basically give clients, to meet their expectations, basically, right?
Correct.
I mean, because when you know something's stable and you know something's going to last a long time and you're able to pre-build it before showing up, it allows the ability for you to satisfy that customer's needs and know it's going to last a long time. They're going to be impressed. They're going to, granted, customers keep it way too long.
Right. And also cost effective, it comes into, like, we use a lot of certain frames, not necessarily the table numbers over and over, because those we just drop off because it's not worth our time to go back and pick them up. But a lot of times, bigger sculptures in our large yard frames, we get them back. So cost effectively in that way, you're saving your time and money and resources on building them again.
Yeah, we have some yard numbers that have gone out 40, 50 times. And when you talk about $200 a whack every time it goes out the door, or 2 to 3, depending on double digits, stuff like that. These things. Now, granted, I don't want to talk too much about the yard numbers because that's what we're not discussing today.
No, we're doing table.
We're doing table numbers. So rigidity on the frame, stability, cost effective, and stuff like that. Now, compare that, let's step back. Talk about why pliable framing is important to know versus hard framing. Now, for those, these are technical terms we use in our industry, and what we use in our shop, not our industry, in our shop. Hard framing is what we consider anything that's built out of a metal that's not pliable, like a conduit and stuff like that. This doesn't bend. You have to have
tools.
You have to have hard tools to make this stuff pliable and bend and get it where you want it to do. Pliable metals can be bent by hand or with minimal effort, like a vise or something like that. The large, hard framing, the pros to that, it's a heavier frame. It's reusable time and time again. The shortcoming of a hard frame is you can't get small details on a big frame. I don't want to use a large piece of conduit to get a tiny little 3. It would take me too much effort and energy to build that 3, whereas I could bend this out I can bend that out and finish it out in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes if I'm huffing it. Yeah. There's no special skill set. You don't need to know how to weld on pliable metals. typically duct tape, zip ties, and you know,
you don't have to buy expensive equipment
right.
either.
You don't have to.
Pliable metals.
Everybody can do this. If you have, you know, an EMT cutter, you're already in business. Now, I did want to point this vise out. I do like this vise because it's able to adapt to any work surface. It just, you know, tightens up and then it can connect. Versus if we can get camera 2 going, or camera 1, I guess. This is a flat vise we have here. If we can get that camera, Dom and Keith. We use in our shop of what we call a flat vise that has to be hard mounted to the workstations and stuff like that. We're not able to. Oh, let's see. You can't see it. We moved the camera. Can we zoom out, guys? Oh well, there it is.
There you go.
Over here.
Hey.
This is a flat vise, and it has to be mounted on the workstation. So if you're limited in space and stuff like that, we can go back to the other camera, guys. Thank you. If you're looking, if you have a workstation, you can put a flat vise. I highly recommend them. They're worth their weight in gold. We use the 4-inch flat vise and stuff like that. If you don't have that ability, or you don't have a lot of space, these mountable vise work really well. They'll clip on pretty much any counter and stuff like that. Now, don't put it on your marble counter and then yell at Dave when you break it.
Yeah.
That's not the counter. I'm talking working counters and stuff like that. So pliable metals, the benefits of pliable metals, it doesn't take a lot of expensive equipment. It's easy to do. Lightweight. It's fairly rigid. It's great for smaller designs.
Easy to put together.
Say again.
Easy. You can use couplings, zip
like
ties.
Again, if you're using PVC, there are bunches of couplings and connectors that you could already utilize and stuff like that.
Oops, here's another one.
That helps you bend and put pieces together, and so therefore, even in this scenario, you don't have to even bend. You can use the connectors that they sell at the regular hardware store and stuff like that. And that saves you even a little more work, whereas you're not going to have those same connectors for steel or conduit and stuff like that. Now, the shortcoming of pliable metals, it's not going to be able to be used for giant single sculptures like a 7 or a 9 or something like that's top heavy. You'll need something more rigid to hold that up. And it's not very suitable for outdoors. We don't sell any of our table designs for outdoors. And we have to let customers know that because they'll try to sneak that in and tell us to put it outside. You know, good gust of wind, this wouldn't necessarily work. So talking about bases, I know the industry uses a lot of knot lamps. Difficulty I find in knot lamps, and just because I'm a little bit of a wig, I prefer to always have access to what I can do. And bricks are at every hardware store in the universe, whereas I got to go to IKEA to get a knot lamp. I probably shouldn't do it upside down. I don't know. Not bashing it, stuff like that. I just don't get the same price point, and I don't get the same flexibility. When we look at a base like this that we made out of a brick, the same technique to make this $1 base or 67-cent base is the same technique we use to make our bigger 25 and 100-pound bases and stuff like that. So, and then again, if you're looking, if you look online to qualatex.com, this is the flyer. I've posted it for years. I know other people have their own versions of it and stuff like that. Sean and Steve Painter have their own versions of how they do it. But if you go to Qualatex Facebook page, you should be able to download that, and it'll explain it to you again if you forget after the class. I'm going to make one really quick because I like showing it to everybody, because I think fundamentals is a basic thing that we all should do or understand how to do. And again, you can't make a table number if you don't have something to put it into. So what we do, and I'm not going to do the hard part, we take a basic base, a brick base, we mark the center, and then we drill it. We drill it with a 1-inch mason bit. You can get this at pretty much most hardware stores. They're fairly inexpensive. We don't change the size of our mason bit based on the size of the base. We always drill 1-inch holes. Everybody's kind of slightly different. I know some people do it smaller so that they can basically save on glue. Glue is cheap. I prefer to waste glue, not time. Now, I know some people have had conversations with us in the past, have made the comment, they don't trust the glue. We literally do 300 to 400 bases a month in all different derivatives. We do thousands of jobs a year. When properly made, which the word properly only applies to how clean you get the hole, we've never had a problem. So what we do, okay, let me do this because I cut ahead. We drilled the hole in the base, and then I'm going to take it's called AC tape. You get it at the hardware store. It's about $30 a roll, but if you make bases like we do, it's a good investment. Why do we use AC tape? Because we're about to put hot glue in the hole, and I don't want to glue it to my floor or my countertop or anything in my house. So we cover the hole with the AC tape on the bottom. We put the base, we put it like that. We grab a glue gun. No. People always ask what glue gun we use. We get ours from Uline. They're fairly expensive, but they're extremely hot, and that's really one of the biggest tickets when it comes to these glue guns. We're going to fill up this hole 3/4 of the way with glue. We use the 15-inch glue sticks from Uline. It's about 1/4 glue stick. You're going to use about 1 glue stick per base without trying. We're going to set that. Then we take our pipe, and then we're going to basically put that in there. And I'm going to take 2 torpedo levels, and I'm going to set it there on either side to make sure it is level, that the base is drying and everything like that. That takes about 1 minute for that to dry. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to keep talking, but if anybody has a question, we can answer those right now and kind of go through that. I don't need it. I am.
Any questions, Nick?
Questions were what materials do you use for outside, if that's on an outside example. So people thought that was. And then a couple people were asking about what is the border for the made out of?
Okay, one at a time, Nick. I mean, we're good, but not that good. Okay, it's called table numbers. So again, if we're misunderstanding what we were building today, this is called table numbers. We specifically didn't do outdoor numbers because that takes a whole different skill set. And again, if we don't have the foundation at the beginning, there's no point. If you don't understand the concept of how to get a table number built, there's no point to show you how to build a yard number, because what's going to happen, and what happens for me as a company, I really, really try to avoid sharing stuff that I consider more advanced, especially in a platform where I'm not able to give every bit of information that I've taken 23 years to get. Because what I don't want to have happen in the industry is for people to jump out there, do something without the knowledge or the foundation, and underservice a client. I'm not saying that it happens all the time and stuff like that, but I know how long and how many mistakes I made. And just like walking or reading or anything like that, there are stages I believe we all go through. I don't know that I believe it. I just think it's a fact.
I think so.
So this is where we feel the foundation of where we start, because this builds on top of everything. Using the grid system helps you scale up your designs to what your needs are. But if you just walk in and start with outdoors, there's a whole new dynamics to that this will not cover in an hour and a half. That's more like a day class kind of thing.
Yeah, you gotta come visit Dave.
We get enough people already.
I think another question was, what size pipe is it? This is a 1/4-inch aluminum rod.
To do also enough that it doesn't need, there's not a special tool that's need to bend it. What else we got, Nick?
They were also asking about the material.
The board, we're going to use foam core in our class today. This we laser etched onto MDF board and stuff like that we use inside our shop because we use it so much. But we're going to use foam core today. to teach the template and stuff like that. That's fairly readily available. You can get it at any home craft store, or you can get it at a sign supply company like we do, and stuff like that. So, all right, so it takes about a minute. Once it's cooled, after about a minute, we're going to do what we call in our shop as a topper, where we just lather the top part of it with lots and lots of glue. Trick on making any bases, whether it's a table base or whether it's a big base. You want your glue gun to be super hot. So when you're making your bases, if your glue is not hot, buy multiple guns. That's how I used to do it, and we still do it. We have 12 of the Uline guns, and if anybody's on uline.com right now looking at the guns and shocked at the price, we literally line up 12 of those when we make bases. And as soon as the grip starts to get a little tight, we stop using that gun, we move to the next gun. You want your glue as hot as it can possibly be. And then you also want that hole, when you drill, you want to clean out that hole. You want to blow it out with an air compressor or whatever. So that way the glue has great contact. And like I said, we make hundreds of those bases all day long. So what other question you got, Nick?
They were asking about the size brick and size pipe.
The base when we do these is a 6-inch brick, and it's a 1/2-inch pipe. So that's what we use in our shop. We use a lot of the same.
And it's 6-inch tall.
Yeah, the pipe is 6-inch tall. And a lot of the things that we do in our shop, we try to eliminate the need for a lot of odd materials. We don't buy different things. So we go through a ton of 1/2-inch conduit. That's one reason we use that. Now, when you're making the big bases for like arches and columns and stuff, if you're making this size base, you're going to use the 3/4-inch pipe. And the reason we use the 3-inch quarter, we glued it in, is that the 1/2-inch fits on the inside. So like if this was an archway, it would just fit inside and stuff like that. If this was a sculpture, a stork or something like that, it would just fit inside. And that's how we do that. So, okay? All right, so now we're going to show how to make our template. Dom, Keith, can you all show slide number 9? That's perfect. What you see in this slide here is something we shared with it. This is the grid and the same wood that we use here of our template that we make all the time. And I'm going to show you how we do that. It's scalable. So, and we're going to show and explain how we normally do that. But this is how we make our table numbers, not our yard, our table numbers all the time. So what we do is we take a projector and we basically take a, and you can't see it, we take an acetate of this. So you just print it out and then put it on an acetate. You can use a projector, anything that will project up. So they even make out little projectors now that plug into your phone and stuff like that. And basically we'll put it on the projector and we'll project it up to the size that we want. And so if we want a 3-foot number, we want a 4-foot number. Again, after 4 foot, I highly recommend you look at maybe looking at a more rigid material like a PVC. Once you get past that, you want to really start considering a different class to teach that. Now, no matter what we do and how we project it up, we just trace it. Now, I apologize because this is live TV, and our projector just literally went out. And we have bulbs, always have extra bulbs. Problem is, I don't know where the crew put the bulbs. So,
and being that, we're all on shutdown, there's no crew around. So
there's no crew and there's no running to the store to pick up an extra bulb and stuff like that. So when this actually is our template that we used to use before the wood templates. I swear to God, this is the template we used for years. It's made out of foam core. It's easy to use. We just, again, moved to the wood templates because we got tired of having to make them and trace them and stuff like that. So what we would do is project up. This circle here is 19 inches. What I recommend and what the crew does is we just cut a 19-inch circle. We draw our grid lines, and then we slap that in the center, and we draw around, okay? And that way we have the marks. And what this does for us And I'm going to leave this up here as we talk about it because it's a little easier. This way, if we're building a number 5, we have our start marks, and then we follow the grids and stuff like that. And you'll notice that it comes down here. And you'll notice on the paper that we gave you, there's some dotted lines. So on the 5 and the 4, the only 2 that kind of are variables. So they're marked on this grid for you. But what you're going to do is follow the lines and then follow that pattern and stuff like that. And this will tell you where to start, where to bend, and stuff like that, so your frame is consistent. Do we have any questions on that? And it shows you everything like the 5, the 7, where to cut the 1, where to cut the 2s. You know, the grid, if we're making a 9, it's going to start here, it's going to go up, it's going to go around, and it's going to come back, and then it's going to duct tape here. If we're making a 6, you know, the 6 is going to come down, around, it's going to bend down, and then we put the second support piece here, it's going to go there. And if we do like a 4, it's going to go down, over, and then this piece goes here. And so this grid has all the measurements and everything for you and stuff like that. It has all the spots where you start and where you mark from. Again, Keith and Dom, they have it. We'll load it up also in Qualatex Facebook page, so it'll be there too. And then again, if there's any questions, you know, I can answer anything, you know, online and stuff like that. Doing a live feed's kind of a little harder to do that. So does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool. Anything? So sorry about the projector. Works a lot better when the projector works. Doesn't work today. Okay. So we're going to build a frame. So I'm going to build a 5 for everybody, and then I'm going to show it. I'm going to do it on the grid. Should I do it on the foam grid?
No, I'd do it on the.
Okay. We're gonna start off now. Lumen rod, just so you know, our lumen rod comes in 12-foot sticks. Okay. The thing with the sticks is that they're long, so you have to be certain when you're working with them that you have the space. We have found over time that we can pre-cut our pieces to the size we want. If anybody's interested in that, you can get our workbook at balloondvds.com. You can go on there and it'll give the recipes and how everything is built and stuff like that. But honestly, let's be honest, I didn't have the workbook. I've been doing this 23 years.
We just created it.
Yeah, we just created it. The template is, and we didn't even have the start and stop marks until just recently. I would just build whatever I needed based on this grid. But I have so much crew, I had to eventually make recipes. So do you see me keep touching my face with the coronavirus? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good thing it's just so this is what I used for years, and then after time, I found it was easier to make it simpler for crew. And there's actually a workbook. Oh, there's a pliable metal workbook we created to teach our crew how to do it, and stuff like that, which was helpful. Like I said, balloondvd.com has that if you're interested. It does cost money. I'm not gonna lie. Web is not cheap, but you don't need it. So we're gonna make a frame. If they can give me camera 1 or 2, whatever they call it, where we do the top view, I'm gonna make a 5 for you guys so you can see it actually being made. The nice thing is, this has got to go this way. That stuff can all go. Okay. So on my grid, this is my number 5 mark. So I'm going to go from number 5 to this point on the grid. Okay. And so this spot right here. Oh, we're going to mark. Amanda's going to mark it. She's better than me. So we're going to take that and we bend that at a 45-degree angle. That's about as hard as that got right there.
90 degrees.
90 degrees. Oh, see, 45. I'm twice as good. So as you can see, Amanda's cleaning off my table really fast. She was supposed to be my Vanna, but it's kind of taking us a moment. Okay, so I came down, I bent my 90, and then I'm going to go to this part where in the grid it shows that I want to get this arc. And what we find on like a number 5, and the reason I'm making a 5 is it's a slightly different frame than like a 3 or an 8 because the top is heavy and it has a cantilever effect. I need something that kind of goes up so that it supports the frame once all the balloons are on it. So just like Amanda did a minute ago, I'm going to mark it just because I want to be as good as her. And then I'm going to take that and I'm going to bend it like that. Now, as you bend frame, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. The one nice thing about everything we do in our industry is that balloons are very forgiving. So if my frame is slightly off or a little callywhopped and stuff like that, the balloons are going to cover most of that. So as I build frame, I take my thumb and I basically bend a little at a time. And I'm just going to keep bending and bending and bending. I'm basically moving about an inch, okay? And then I'm going to keep bending. I want to make, I can make it too tight because I can pull it out. I have more luck. See, like I can bend it too tight, but then if I go to open it, it gives me a softer edge versus trying to bend it perfectly, you know, when I first bend it. Everybody does that slightly different. This works a little bit better when I'm on my actual workstation versus this tight workstation. Okay? So as you can see, I'm going to just bend it back and forth. Now again, as I said, as Amanda stated before, she bends this frame too. So when we go along and we want to clean it up, like see how it comes here and then it bends too far there, that's where I'm going to bend it back out. And I ain't got enough room on my table. Yeah. There we go. I need a bigger work table. So, okay. So now, if some of you just saw what I did, the frame was bending up like this. So I took it and I just bent the axis back and pushed it down. You can use your whole body. You can use any technique. There is no wrong or right. There's not a, you know, oh, that's not how it gets made. However you build your frame is what counts because it's a matter of making money and selling and providing that service to your clients. You know, it's better that it be what you do, not be what I do. I know some people are like, oh, it's not as good as yours. People say that, don't they?
Yeah, we get that a lot.
And honestly, if it's your client, they don't know me. So it doesn't matter whether it's as good as mine. And I'm not saying that because I'm arrogant, like, you know, Dave Mahoney's the best. You know, but the truth of it is you want to service your clients. And you want to take care of them. And something is better than nothing because the truth of it is after the coronavirus, we're all going to have to pivot and change gears and try to figure out new ways to make money and stuff like that. It's going to be different for all of us. Again, we went from the phone's ringing every day, the phone's not ringing at all, you know, because basically the government said we can't do nothing. So as you can see, I'm just following that line on that grid. And then when I overbend, I just pull it back out. And I always make sure that I stay on this point where I started and stuff like that. Now, when we do our frames, when we pre-cut it, it's always going to be slightly longer. So if my frame is not exactly perfect, I know at the end I can cut it and adjust it. Correct?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to go past this point here, so I don't want to get, as I start to get closer I don't want to go too crazy. And you can see it's not perfect. I'm not bending it in one smooth swoop like in some impressive, like Dave Mahoney's incredible. I do a little at a time and then I fix what I mess up. And I just always check, I keep checking back at the beginning. Is there any questions so far?
We've had people ask what size is the board that you're using?
It's 47 inches by 26 inches.
Yeah, 47 by 26. Again, as we stated before, we just use foam core. Again, you can see it's the same. You know.
And, we've also had people ask would it help if you were to take a lot of when you're bending it?
No, because I always take it up and down because I'm not very smart.
You need to repeat.
The question was, would it be more helpful to tape the board down? No, because most of the time when people have not bent frame, they'll get callywhopped, and their frame is going to do this. See where the frame sticks up? And if it's taped down, you got to take it off to adjust it. So, okay. So,
you're getting there.
I'm getting there.
You're going to show how to use the vice.
Okay, so when you put frame in, when you do table frame and stuff like that, you got to get it to stay in the base that we just made. Okay? Now, instead of bringing this all the way around and making this tail part, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to bend it here at the tip or the center point of the frame. And then that way I build almost a cross support in the bottom of the base to help hold it up more rigidly. So I sure do like these boards. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is my center line on all my numbers and stuff like that, unless again it's a 9 or a 7, which would be on the outside. 4. So or N4. So I marked my center. And I'm going to go to my vise. Let's see if I can get you all on the vise. I can't bend this 90 well with my hands. So that's where we use a vise. We put it in the vise like this. Hold that in right there. And then I'm going to just pull it this way. Okay, and then you can see it comes in and goes center. And then I'm just going to tweak it slightly because it kind of tilted up. And then I'm going to bend one more piece, and then I'm going to adjust everything to be the proper size. So this is my tail piece. It's going to be the piece that goes here. And there's no logic or no, there's no like how do you begin it perfectly or anything like that. What I typically do is I'm going to put in my vise and get those first couple inch where I can get the bend in the vise because I don't have the hand strength. I don't know many people that would to get this corner bent here. So I start that off in the vise to where I can get enough pipe. I still need a little bit more. I apologize that the camera doesn't.
There you go.
How about that?
For just a second. Yeah.
So I put it in the vise and I just bend it a little at a time. Okay? And you can see, and I just work it that way. Okay? Till I can get enough of it bent.
Now you gotta move that camera back.
Yeah. I gotta move camera, people, sorry.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm looking for it to start me off because I can't get that tight of a bend. Once I get enough in there that I can start bending it with my hands, I'll start working it. Again, I always overdo and then I adjust out. And I'm just using the board so I can get the pressure to push down, you know, to where it helps bends it flat. You can see how it's coming.
And we had a workshop here back in January, and we taught this with some of the local people. And there were a lot of women here that were doing this. We had part of the workshop.
We had 27 here.
So using the vise and finding things where you can use leverage is the key to being able to do some of these parts that look like that he may be struggling a little bit with his hands.
Right. And again, everybody in that class walked out with a frame. They all made several.
There were lots of people that made 8s, and that's a hard part to bend and a harder number, but they all accomplished it. So it's definitely everything that we're teaching you today, you can definitely do.
Okay. So and there I'm just using the edge of the table because I overbent too far. So I used the edge of the table to bend this part back straight. So I'd overbent that. If you rewind the video, you'll see my mistakes. So we're going to mark here where it bends. And then I'm going to put it back on the vise. See if I can get the vise. There it is. There's my bend right here.
You gotta go forward.
Gotta go that way.
Yep.
Right. I put that to the edge of the vise, and then I basically bend it 90 degrees. I'm doing this backwards for the camera. Normally I'd pull it towards myself, but I would do it opposite if I was pulling it towards myself. So I pulled it, and then that gave me my 90. Make sense? Now, we're going to set that there. Let me move the camera back. Okay.
Yep.
So as you can see, the two pieces come here. They butt up against each other and stuff like that. Now, what we want to do on any of our numbers and frames is build a support piece that bridges the two together so that it doesn't sandwich when it's sitting. Okay. So I'm going to quickly do that. I'm not going to move the camera again. Well, should I?
Take it long.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to do that quickly in the vise, and I'm just moving it about a ½ inch, bending it a little where I can get that radius I'm looking for. Nick, anybody got any questions?
We've had people ask, what if the rod is too short?
If you cut the rod too short, you're going to have to start over.
Yeah, you'll have to start. Again, if you, honestly, I think it's 84 inches on a number 5. Yeah, it's 84 inches on a number 5.
For the first.
For the big piece, that was 84 inches. And then for this piece, it was 20 inches. And the support pieces is always 8. So, I mean.
And this is the book that he's talking about. It has all each number, what the length of the pipes are. And we always put like extra length on there, a couple extra inches for, bending purposes and stuff. So that is on that balloondvds.com, so you can buy that booklet. But that's all of that information.
But you don't have to.
No,
again,
you don't.
I didn't use it for years. I used to have the 12-foot piece stick out there and whack family in the face and hit crew. And I mean, you don't have to.
No.
Again, I used to build these long before crew. with just one stick of aluminum rod and would paste it out, and then it would just wind up at the end being what it was going to be. So you don't have to. And again, if you build a set or build a number, you know, if you build a 5, and
it could be your pattern. It doesn't have to be the size that we do. It could be whatever pattern you come up with.
You can measure your stuff then. Okay, so you don't have to. Now, I'm going to give you a trick on duct tape. We don't need to move the camera, but we use a ton of duct tape in our shop. And the thing on duct tape is most effective when it's used as smooth as possible. Flat. So if you're duct taping and it looks like a wadded piece of paper, you're not utilizing the strength of duct tape. Duct tape is strongest when it's flat. So how much duct tape do we use? Enough to make sure it doesn't mess up.
Yeah.
Duct tape is now.
Cut this first?
I'm going to do these first.
Remember, you're going to cut it?
No, I'm going to cut it at the end.
Cut it at the end.
I can cut it now if you want. You want to cut it now?
Well, if you cut it now, it'll be easier to...
If that's what you want. Amanda wants to cut it now. So we're going to cut now. Okay? She says it's easier on her. Do you want to show everybody your cutting skills?
My cutting skills.
So show you how. This is a small handy bolt cutter. See how she uses the leverage of the table to push down and get the strength of it and stuff like that. You don't have to be very strong. That literally, you can just put your weight into it. And if you got a good new bolt cutter, it'll cut easily. The thing I like about this bolt cutter is that it transforms into a tiny little bolt cutter, which fits nicely in my tool bag. Yes, I know. I love all my toys. Okay, so Amanda cutted that. Apparently, you don't have to speak English to be good at the balloon business. Okay, so I start on the bottom. I put my duct tape down, and then I take and I wrap over. Again, I want this to be as smooth or as flat as possible, and that allows me to get that first bit of duct tape down like that, and then I can wrap it around like that. Okay? I'm not going to put a lot of duct tape because it still has to fit in our base. Okay? And then our support piece sits right here, and this allows for it not to sandwich on us later. Again, I slide it under a little bit, about 1/4 inch, and then I'll pull that up and over. You want this snug and tight. You can do a little more duct tape on the sides than you did on the bottom, just for the simple fact that it doesn't matter because it's not going in a base. And then what I'm going to do here, I have a little duct tape left over. I'm just going to add it in just to make sure I'm nice and tight. Now, when we make our table numbers, we blow all our balloons to 4 inches. So if you're like, what size should the balloons be? This is one situation where I think 4 inches is best. Okay? So if I've done my job right, I'm going to add in one more. You can put both pieces of pipe, aluminum rod in this shaft here into the base, but it makes it slightly sloppy. So we tape in one more piece, so there's 3 pieces. And this is where you want to be careful not to add too much tape because it won't fit in your base if you have a 1/2 inch shaft. So, okay. Now, again, same template I always used for years. You know, nothing fancy, foam core, stuff like that. And then we take it, we set it on our base, it just slides in. We duct tape this, we'll duct tape this to the base before we pack it. That way it secures it so a customer doesn't pick it up and falls off. because you don't want that conversation, you know, how a customer broke their foot. And so what we do here is we'll tape over and secure that this way. And then we'll tape around it to make sure that tape doesn't come off. And we'll wrap our bases in plastic bunting, table cover. You get at any party store supply, stuff like that. And that way it just looks nice and you can cover it. And if we did this, if you want to see it, this is what the number 5 looks like finished. Okay. You can see we wrap the base here. We just typically, we don't use the same complementary colors because typically it could make a number look weird. Like if this was covered in a robin's egg and it was a number 4 and number 9, it might make the scale or the scope look different and stuff like that.
Could have a little bump on the bottom.
Yeah, look like we didn't know what we were doing. So that's how we make a number 5. And again, if you take, you can set that right here. Let me set that here. That's how we make a number 5. If you look in the back of the table, you know, there's a number 3 and stuff like that. So now I want to talk to you, now that we've talked about aluminum rod, I want to talk to you briefly about PVC, because I think PVC is a medium that a lot of people have more access to than aluminum rod. Again, you can get it in any home supply company. Our home improvement, not home supply, I guess, home improvement store, and that's PVC. PVC. Want to talk about grids first?
You can do PVCs.
Okay. So talking about PVC and stuff like that, there's multiple ways to get PVC to be pliable. You can cap it and then put boiling water in it, which will heat up the PVC. You got to cap both ends. Don't cap one side and then have the hot boiling water pour out the other end.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't call Dave if you do that. Cap it and do it. I don't particularly like the boiling water idea because that's scalding, and if there's a mistake, it definitely can do some damage. Another alternative that I know works really well that a lot of people do, I do think it's almost kind of, jinky, is the same is heating up sand. If you heat up sand in an oven for like 45 minutes at 450 degrees, and then you cap this and you pour the sand in one side, sure, a little bit of sand may fall on you and it may tingle, burn a little. I don't know. Still hinky.
It doesn't sound like a fun idea.
It's still creepy. And then you cap it, it becomes pliable, and then once the sand or the boiling water cools down, the pipe will hold its rigidity and go back to its original shape. You can use heat guns. I've done that in the past if I needed to do something fast or if I needed to get a tight bend really quick. I've used heat guns. They make what they call oven boxes to heat up whole sticks.
That's how we used to do it all the time.
That's how we used to do it. They're extremely expensive. So we don't do that anymore. There's also PVC blankets that you can use. The item we use now is the PVC Bend It. Some people have heard us mention this product and stuff like that. We love it. We don't make money on this per se. It's just a good product. But if you go to pvcbendit.com, we recommend the A9, A10.
They just came out with that one.
Which they just came out with like 2 years ago. It'll heat up a whole stick of PVC and allow you to bend frame and stuff like that really, really fast. pvcbendit.com. Mike and them over there are great people. We always enjoy talking to Mike. Mike's really a nice guy. So we're going to show you how PVC heats up and why this is such a great material. If you're needing to build a frame that's bigger than 4 feet but under 8 feet, I think PVC is a great tool. Probably. Yeah, 6 feet. I think it's great for sculpting because you can make repetitive templates that you can use over and over and over. So if you're making stuff like candy canes and stuff like that, you can definitely just crank out mass quantities of this. We built the keyhole at Float 2 years ago.
Last year. 2 years ago.
I don't know. One of the floats, we built a keyhole where we had to repeatedly make a keyhole. I think there were like 12 of them that we had to make, and it was ginormous. And so to repetitively do it, we cut out one template out of foam core and they just made a bunch of holes. It was an impressive feat to see the frame. It was just a keyhole when you walked through it, but the frame was spectacular. So safety first. We always have to wear gloves and stuff like that. This does heat up the pipe. It heats it up to over 200 degrees, which will burn. So you want to be sure that you have protective gloves and stuff like that. These are from Ironclad. It's a little shout out to my buddy there, Mackie, over at Ironclad. They make tremendous gloves, but just like anything, they ain't cheap. So we're going to heat this. So you can get away with just cheap, leather garden gloves. Actually, let me stop and rephrase that. In the pack from PVC, they give you gloves.
Oven mitts.
They give you oven gloves that are heat or silicone heat resistant and stuff like that. And they give you a timer. They give you everything you need to do what you need to do. So you don't even have to buy gloves. I just prefer my gloves. So I'm going to put this on. We have about a minute at this point, 2 minutes for it to heat up.
On the end of the, before he puts it in there, on the end of the pipe, we put these little couplings on the end. You definitely want to do that whenever you stick it in. It keeps the ends of the PVC when it heats up from flaring, because if it flares, then you won't be able to put your couplings together. So definitely always put couplings or something on the end. It doesn't have to be a coupling. You can't do a cap, but because the PVC bend, it won't slide through it. But it has to be, a T or something like this, so that it keeps that end from flaring, and you won't be able, so you can connect them together later.
Let's if we can, let's get the camera. There we go. There it is. This is a short 3-foot PVC bend-it, not the 10-foot because we don't need it for the class. Basically, we slide it in to the sleeve. Oh, let's do this. I'm gonna cheat. I apologize. This is what the PVC bend-it looks like, and this whole thing is an element that heats up and stuff like that. You can see how it's discolored and stuff like that. It literally would get up to 500-600 degrees and stuff like that. We don't need that for the piping and stuff like that, but it comes with this insulation that keeps you from burning down your house. So be sure that you put this inside the insulation, the protective sleeve, and then you just slide your PVC through this. And then we're going to go right there. Amanda's going to hit the timer, and that gives us about 2 minutes. 2 minutes to answer questions. If anybody has any, Nix, anybody got a question? Yes, you can use letters the same way you do table numbers. Can we do letters? Did we ask the question, or did they hear them? Can we do letters the same as we do table numbers? Yes. You're going to have to, certain letters like M and W and A, you're going to have to expand a little bit where it comes into at a point. But those are easy to compensate for, but mostly everything else works exactly the same.
And since you blow balloons bigger, or since you blow balloons before the event, would you blow them bigger to accomplish?
Air in, air out.
The question was, do we overblow our balloons to accommodate shrinkage before our events? No, we don't. It's air on the inside, air on the outside. The shrinkage by the time we use them is very minimal.
Correct. It's not like helium, and it's very minimal and stuff like that. Now, we do in our shop use Air Force 4s and then the Air Force Legenda to inflate, and use sizing templates to size down all our balloons.
Yeah, we overstretch, we inflate and overstretch all of our latex balloons, and then size them down to where we want them to be. So they're more pliable, we get the nice round shapes.
Correct.
And it holds up better.
Correct. Okay. We got about 25 seconds. Another question, Nick?
How do you get the numbers from, how do you, where to go?
Nick, you had one job.
And Nick is one of our very helpful employees in the background over there behind the camera.
How do you prevent the numbers to flip sides inside the base?
How to keep it from tipping is the question.
We'll come back to that question in just a minute. Our timer just went off.
So if we go, we're down on this camera here. Okay. Let's give it another few seconds.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
we have 20 minutes.
20
left.
minutes. We're gonna
Okay.
we're good.
Okay.
So let me answer the question, then we'll pull it up. So I'm assuming the question is, how do we keep it from tipping? Remember, we had the 2 pipes that went down like this. We had the 2 pipes that went down into the shaft.
There you go.
That keeps it from tipping because we had that cross support here. So these 2 pieces that went into the base hold themselves, and this bridge between helps support the whole thing from, as you can see.
And I don't know if this helps the question too. There's the 2 pieces that went down, and then we taped an additional piece. So that was basically the diameter of the inside of the pipe. So that helped make it thick in there so it doesn't rock back and forth.
Correct. Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense? Sure. Like they can hear me.
Well, they can hear you.
So when we pull PVC out and we keep a front camera here, this is what heating up PVC does. As you can see, it's completely pliable. I can make it into any shape I want. What we do is we'll typically make a frame or a stencil, and then we will clip this pipe.
Where do you want to go?
I'll go here. We'll clip it with just simple $1, clips to get whatever shape we want. And then after a minute, it will dry, and we can make the whole shape. So after a minute, this will dry, and then it'll be just as rigid as it was before. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, because we are running on time on camera, I'm not going to show this one drying, just because I want to be sure I answer any questions. So we're going to take this up. It takes literally a minute for it to dry, and we'll show that at the end of the class. I'm going to do it this way, just so you can see. I'll put 2 clips here so it can't bend. But when we make numbers and we make PVC, we use, if this is, there we go. This is our number 5 out of PVC. And you can see how it clips right here. So if we were heating up this pipe, this would be this here. So this would have just, when it came out of the PVC bendit, we just would have clipped it, let it cool, and then as soon as it was cool, let's go back to the, let's see. There we go. As you can see, so this would have had clips all along it, and then this is an elbow and an elbow, so you can see how we made the number 5 out of PVC. The nice thing about PVC is that once it's cool, it has that original rigidity that it had when it first started. And then you can take a bigger studio. You can take the same base system and set it in that to hold up your 5 and stuff like that. Man, I keep saying I do it backwards. This one's a little callywhopped. You can see right here something's funny. But once you pack balloons in it, it would either heat up, or you could take a heat gun and heat up this side right here and then just reheat it up to cool off. I mean, heat it up to where it's pliable in this spot. And then when it cooled, it would sit more up. But you can kind of see whatever crew member made this got a little overzealous.
Yep. That's okay. Again, once you put balloons on stuff like this,
it'll tighten up once you put balloons, because the garland will help hold the shape of what you're putting it on some degree, not everything. Correct. You can't be like this and then ask me why the 5 doesn't do it. But again, a simple heat gun, or back in the PVC bendit again, would heat this up to where you could fix that if you had to. And that's another nice benefit of the PVC bendit, is that you can keep heating up pipe if you make a mistake and stuff like that. Okay? Any questions on that? Everybody understand?
So you want to go back to
bigger. Okay, if we can go to slide number 10.
You got about 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Slide, there we go. So here's the thing about that, as you see in that first picture on the left, that is our number template that we use every single day. Slide number 10. And so on this piece of paper, it's a grid. It's mapped out. And then if you see to the left of it, you see the gray and black lines. That's the floor of our warehouse. We use the same grid system there as we do on the template, the foam template we showed you all how to do today. And the thing about that is this is, you know, using grids to map out how you build your frames. One, it builds consistency.
Yep.
Two, it allows you to, it's repetitive. You can do it over and over.
And you can scale. Like he does it, you know, you can go from 4 feet to 5 to 6 to 8 to 10 feet. Scalable by using the grid.
Now this form that we're used in this class, this one that I have here that's white, black, and red, do not use this one to scale 8 to 10 feet.
No.
It's going to be...
It won't fit in your van.
It won't fit in your van. And then again, stuff like the 5 and stuff where they're too big, but the concept's still the same. The grid, it's not that this recipe won't work for taller numbers. We've just found another recipe where the large numbers work better to fit in the vehicles and stuff like that. But if you're going, if a customer needs a 5 foot or a 3 foot or something like that, any of those grids, you know, a grid system of any kind work. If we can see slide number 11, I'll give you an example of what we're talking about on like the grid. So this grid that you see right here is the grid that's outside, and you can see the number 8. It's only about 3 feet across. And so you could, then the reason for that is if we were to scale it the same as we scale our table numbers, then it would be ginormously across and would fit in nothing. So we found that, you know, based on the way we do yard numbers and stuff like that, we had to account for our yard numbers differently.
Yeah,
but
and
the
measure your vehicle, measure your van, what your opening is, so you know what size you can make your stuff to.
Yeah,
and account for your balloons being on the outside. So if you're only 40 inches, you need to make your frame
If you're
smaller.
putting 6-inch balloons on it, you need to come in 12 inches on your frame.
Correct.
Also remember when you're building frame of any kind that you can get it into a door. Most outside commercial doors are 36 inches. So you don't want to build a sculpture that can't fit through a door. I don't say this because I'm just really smart. I say this because we've done it. We've built things in the past. We built an octopus.
Yeah,
and it didn't fit. It was beautiful. It's beautiful. And it didn't fit out our door. So we had to take that octopus and smash it down. Thank God we used pliable metal instead of conduit to make that octopus. We smashed it down. We hemorrhaged his brain. It's oozing out his ears.
Yeah.
And then when we got back to the location, we got on site, we pulled it apart. Thankfully, the customer didn't see that madness, and they loved it. So be sure you pay attention to when you're making frame, that it fits in and outdoors and stuff like that. Again, most commercial doors are 36 inches. So anything like that, residential can go, front doors are typically 36, but you can get some inside doors that are 26, 28 inches, you know, and if you build your thing 29, 20, 30 inches, it's not going to work. So I did want to show this pipe. Now it's been a little over a minute, I guess, us babbling.
Yep.
This is that same pipe, and you can see it's going to go back to that shape that I made it and stuff like that. But you can see it's pliable. It's still even a little warm and stuff like that, but it won't lose this shape. Okay? And then let's see. So if we can see slide 13. Yeah, that's fine. That was Ryan, if anybody was wondering what was going on.
Come here. Ryan, come say hi.
Ryan came in to visit us. So again, this is all totally professional, isn't it? This is
say hi to everybody. Oh, say hi.
Say spit on everybody. That's baby Ryan. He's 4 months old? 5 months old. Oh.
5 months. You can say hi. You're looking at all the stuff Daddy and Mommy are doing.
He's like, look at all the toys. Let me grab the bender. Say bye-bye.
We love you.
Say bye-bye. All right, so slide 13. Let's talk about what you can do and stuff like that with something as simple as a table number. Table numbers, can be upscaled to where you can add in and increase profit points and stuff like that. Just because it's smaller doesn't mean that it should be less expensive or anything like that. You can add on, you can theme them out, you can definitely still service a client. So if somebody calls you and they're looking for something and you don't provide that service, but you can give them an alternative, it doesn't mean you're making less money. You can still upscale it, you can still theme it out, you can still increase your sales. Let's see slide 14. Now, once you start getting more comfortable with aluminum rod and stuff like that. You know, you can make other things. It's not limited to just numbers and letters and stuff like that. You can start using aluminum rod or any pliable metal to make, you know, small frames like the clown and stuff like that, centerpieces. You can see those 3 different pieces on the number 13 and then the star centerpieces. This is just using aluminum rod in a very simple method.
The fun thing about the one on the 13 is we have a center. We took our center pole is just a squiggle, like we made a circle out of the aluminum rod to make it that. So it just adds another dimension to it.
And on that, not that I'm not totally unprepared or unprofessional, you can do the same thing with PVC. You can see PVC can be made into a circle, pretty simple and stuff like that. Just threw that in there.
That's fine. I totally forgot about that.
Dave's totally a professional. Just threw that in there. So you can definitely use it to make things that are unique and different, that separate you from everybody else after the coronavirus comes through, because that's really what people are going to start looking for. Slide 15. If you're, you know, one thing you don't want to do is tell customers, I can't do something. We find it more times. I think we probably talk to more people than any. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything or be arrogant, but I think we talk to a zillion people.
We talk to a ton of people.
Right.
We have a staff of like 5 in the office that just are on the phone constantly.
Right. And when someone calls, they don't know what they want. They think they know, but they'll sit there and they'll call up and they'll say, I want this. And if it's something a service we don't provide or something they don't fit in their budget, we always make alternatives. So if you're not comfortable sitting around bending, you know, aluminum rod, if you're not comfortable with heating up PVC one way or another in your home, then, you know, give alternatives like here in the picture. You know, all these megafoils are alternatives we've given to other people. All the price points stay up high pretty much, you know, as you're giving them, you know, things to look at. It doesn't have to be a table number to fit, you know, and doesn't have to be a giant yard number to work. You know, Qualatex makes some great foils and they just take a licking outside. I don't really know why.
No,
but
we do the megafoils outside on top of columns and stuff like that all the time.
Right.
It's a great alternative, especially people that don't want to pay for the big yard numbers.
Yeah, and stuff like that. So so always look at alternatives. And once you're comfortable with selling alternatives, once you're comfortable with selling, you know, working with pliable metals, then look at what you possibly can do in slide 16 as far as alternatives, scaling up into a larger platform and a larger element. You know, right now the coronavirus is going on. Slide 16. You can see the first slide. What's going to happen in 9 months? Everybody's locked down, so guess what's going to pop up? You're going to see a lot of little baby Ryans walking around in 9 months. And the nice thing about that is for us as an industry, if you can get that client early on, if you can do stuff like, think about it, when it comes to babies, you've got baby announcements, gender reveals,
Sip and Sees.
Sips and Sees. You have when the baby comes home. You have first birthdays. There's 5 or 6 right there just
before they're even born.
before we even got to age 2.
Yep.
You know, and then with great customer service and the ability to, you know, to sell alternatives to clients and stuff like that, that's what's going to land you clients and keep them with you year after year after year. And once you've landed a baby, guess what? We got all the way till college to do stuff. You know, now on girls, I got typically through college. Boys, I get to about 13, and then they're kind of done for a while.
Yeah.
Until they get a wife, and then we start the whole, you know, the wedding announcements, the wedding parties, stuff like that. As you can see, like the PVC, the center one of the DNA, that is just PVC, and that was like 17 feet tall.
Huge.
Yeah, and then the cactus is just PVC, and there's actually no bending in that. That cactus is just PVC with connectors. You know, the 90s and stuff that we used before. It's got 1 T and 2 elbows. So it doesn't have to be complicated,
no,
you know, to work with stuff like that. You know,
it's like a big giant box of Tinker Toys. Just keep moving things around and playing and however you want to do it.
Yeah. We have 4 minutes. 4 minutes, and then, you know, this is, if we look at slide 17, if you get really comfortable with it and you can start blending components like PVC and aluminum rod and other things like that, these 3 pictures show what we've done with all pliable metals and stuff like that. This is examples where we've manipulated PVC, we've manipulated aluminum rod.
We've added chicken wire into it,
right?
So you can start getting those details.
And this goes back to what we were saying at the beginning. learn your fundamentals, and it'll allow you to grow and stuff like that. Be cautious not to be like some people that want to just jump into the big stuff, because the potential of under delivering to a client is huge. And once you start building a reputation of not providing a service, a good quality service, you're going to find it harder and harder to retain clients and stuff like that. That's the biggest key. One of the biggest keys everyone goes, how do you get the volume of sales you do? We give exceptional quality, customer service, and we use the very best product. I know that's a plug, but we don't skimp. We do not try to jump on anything. We try to give the very best product, the very best service, so that our customers have the very best experiences and stuff like that. So if I could end on this, and then we'll try to answer a question or two. If you start working with stuff, you're going to find customers will jump on you and say, I don't need something 8 feet. Can I get 6 feet? Or I don't need it to be 4 feet. Can I get it to 3 feet? Remember, smaller never means cheaper. It's the same amount of work to build a smaller piece.
Same amount number of balloons. We typically find there's the same number of balloons in a 4'3" as there is a 10'3". They're just littler.
They're littler, which actually is more work. And the truth of it is, if we actually make smaller frame, Amanda will attest to this, girls in the office will tell you, we actually charge more. Because what I want as a company is to have consistent frame. I want frame that is, 4 foot or, 6 foot or 8, 10 foot. I don't want oddball 5.5 foot frame. Because I won't be able to match it with something else. So keep our frames. Again, in our shop, 4 and 10 is what we have. So any questions?
We've had people where can you buy the brick?
Home Depot, Lowe's.
6 inches.
Where can you buy the bricks? We got to remember, they can't hear Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Where do you buy the bricks? Home Depot or Lowe's? Again, we're very lazy.
Walmart even has the 12 by 12s.
Yes.
Is there a way to tell, or do you have a preference and the aluminum rod?
Is there a preference? If there's a preference between the PVC and the aluminum rod on frame, if I'm doing table numbers, I like the aluminum rod because I have less setup to work with it. Anybody can grab a template in the shop and bend frame without having to set anything up. They don't have to bend it up. They don't have to wait for heat up or anything like that. And I find personally it easier to work with.
Yeah.
If I'm sculpting,
I think the PVC bendit has its place and its purpose. If you're doing a lot of the same, get the PVC bendit out because you're going to be able to be more consistent and faster.
That's a good point.
Whereas the aluminum rod, if you're just doing 1 or 2 here or there, then that's quicker because that's all you need. But if you're doing a lot, then definitely the PVC bendit.
And again, when you're building anything, do your grid, do your drawing on the ground if you don't have an ability, so that you can keep referencing it to make sure that you're staying on pace. Don't just start bending and go, that's good enough, because then you're going to get one of those pieces. We've all seen them. We've scrolled through Facebook and we said, oh.
Yeah.
What else you got, Nick?
Do we have any more time?
Someone asked about angled base.
Angled base. I don't know what that is.
Like if they wanted to make a base.
We don't typically do that. We just bend our frame.
Yeah, we'll bend our frame, not our base. Because again, I don't know if I'm going to get that base off, and I don't want a one-off base in the shop. So I think we're kind of getting close to the end. Until I see Keith or Dom, we'll just try to answer questions as long as we can. Oh, they said wrap it up. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us today. We hope it was of value. We appreciate you all tuning in. I mean, it means the world to us that you were kind enough to do it.
And if you have questions, you can always find Dave, especially Dave or I, on Facebook, and we can definitely help in the future.
Yes, please. If you have questions, shoot us a message. Thanks so much, everybody.
Bye.
I was too engrossed. I didn't turn anyone's microphones on.
that was absolutely fantastic. Dom was saying he was too engrossed. That one was a bit technically challenged for us as well, because we were having to control all the different cameras and the presentations and everything else.
Whilst got our new guest on as well.
while getting the new guest on.
Bring in our new guest background ready as well, please?
And also trying to take as much into the class as well, because this is, I mean, come on guys, that was absolutely packed full of gold, pure gold. So please show your appreciation in the chat to the wonderful David and Amanda Mahoney. Thank you very much for donating their time, free of charge again for you guys.
Yes, thank you very much, guys, and hi Ryan.
And also, yeah. And also, Nick working hard in the background as well. Really appreciate all your efforts, buddy. Okay, right. It's time for us to move on and on. So, what do we have next? We have...
But what do we have? Who do we have?
We have segment 58 is what we do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up our instructor pick and make sure that's the right one. We do have there. So it's Kristal. It's beginner dressmaking. Now I know that dressmaking's something that people are always interested in and everybody wants to have a go. I remember when we did our first one many years ago.
He looked fabulous in a dress.
Absolutely. I've got the legs for it. What can I say?
He has 2 legs.
Yes, and they go all the way to the ground. So this is fun and fabulous line work designs with tips and tricks. Sorry, wrong one. If you've ever wanted to try making a balloon dress, hashtag little bit tired. If you've ever wanted to try making a balloon dress but weren't sure where to begin, this is for you. Kristal will start at the top of a basket weave style dress, work her way down, offer suggestions and helpful tips, and answer any questions along the way.
You almost thought you had a new class to teach there. With
So,
you rewriting it.
what we'll do is, please, can you give a massive, warm Q Corner welcome to the wonderful Kristal?
Let's see how Kristal's audio is.
The living room.
There we go.
We're in Kristal's living room.
Hello.
You are. It's very clean for once, which is a good reason to do this, right?
Were you expecting guests?
Were you expecting 800 guests with us as well, Kristal?
Well, I'm in a townhouse, so it's a little squishy, but if we're shoulder to shoulder, I think we can make it work.
Hey, we're all family, right?
I think so.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to pass everybody over to you, into your capable hands, and we're going to sit in the back area and see if we can pick up some tips as well. So please, guys, enjoy.
Absolutely.
And ask lots of questions to Kristal.
Enjoy. Thank you, Kristal.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm super excited to be here, guys. I'm going to do some more talking stuff during the actual making of the dress, just so I can get through as much as possible since we only have an hour and a half. Dom and Keith, if any questions do come up, feel free to actually just ask them in my ear, or if you put them on the screen, that's great. I just might not see them because I'm going to try and focus straight on this. So we're going to jump back and forth, less intro right now and more working right now. If you look to the side here, I've got my dress form, and I have at the very top a string of double pinch twists. So I know that sometimes when you're making dresses, some people have used single pinch twist spacer, single pinch twist spacer, single pinch twist. I like the double pinch twist for a couple of reasons. And actually, the main one is that if you happen to lose one, then you still have a second one there, and you don't have to worry about, doing anything like replacing that madly or wondering what's going to happen in the middle. When we get to the end portion or the back side, when I'm starting to put things together with the little button back, then those will also be double pinch twists for the same reason, because there's nothing quite as frustrating as finishing the dress, getting to the back, you're trying to put your model into the dress and realizing that your pinch twists have all just deflated. So I have, like I said, double pinch twist and spacer bubbles. These are approximately an inch in diameter or in length. The size of the bubbles that you're going to want to do is going to depend on the design that you're looking at. So if you're doing something that is color blocked or one color, then you can get away with slightly longer bubbles. But boys, if you can pull up my Union Jack dress, I didn't label anything, so hopefully that's easy enough to find. If you pull up the Union Jack dress, I did need a lot of tinier bubbles for that, just because I was trying to get a lot more design work put in there. Perfect, thank you. That sounds great. In the meantime, let's go to the front over here while the boys are pulling that up. And you'll notice that I've got little scraps of balloons pointed in here. I do an even set of pinch twists, and that means that the very center set of pinch twists is going to be right down the middle of the sternum. So if you're doing something like a sweetheart neckline or anything that goes in towards that center line, you'll have one directly in the front and one straight down the back as well. And then everything is going to be lined up nicely versus having an odd number. Sometimes that works if you're just doing straight across, but most of the time I just go with an even number just to make it easier for me. Now, that is my center one. Like I said, that's great if you're going to do things like sweetheart necklines. The two on the side here, we're actually going to go ahead and do a neckline that goes straight across. It's a little easier to start off with if you've never done a dress before. I can hear Glenn LaValle in my head saying, "Slow down, Kristal, you're talking way too fast." Let's try that a little bit. And what I've got here are, from the center, I'm moving over 2 sets of pinch twists in either direction. And those are going to take us about here, and that's a good space to have the highest part of the front of the dress. When you want to make sure that things do taper. If they taper under the armpit and down towards the back, so it's higher in the front, obviously in the back, that's a lot more comfortable for your models to wear. If you are doing the dress and it's going straight across, like you're just making a flat weave and putting it on like a tube, it's super uncomfy, because if it's high enough to cover important bits over here, it's going to be really high in an armpit, which is not terribly comfortable in the best of times for fabric. So if you try and stick an entire balloon in there, that's a lot more uncomfortable that way. Now, these are going to be the parts of the front, right over there. And I'm going to grab a couple of, we're going to do some color blocking here just to make that a little easier to follow along with. It's up to you when you do your design whether you want to do everything the same color or if you're going to do a different series of colors. It is easier to do verticals, one color, and then if you want to change colors, the horizontal lines are a lot easier to change since they go around. But you can always break them off and put new colors in. It just makes it a little easier for what we're trying to do today. Now, I'm going to add our vertical bubbles right there. And all I'm doing for this is taking the nozzle and I'm wrapping that in through the set of pinch twists, which is also a great reason to have that double pinch twist there, and locking that in once and pulling that behind here. Okay, we're going to grab a couple more, and I'm going to get rid of these scraps. I do put the scraps in for the centers, usually whenever I am making a dress, just at the beginning, just to make it easier for myself. But once you know where your centers are and where your high points are, you can get rid of that because you've got other ways of remembering things. Oh no, sorry, there's a Union Jack dress. Yeah. No, all good. Okay, perfect, thank you. And so while we're doing that, when you are making your shapes, once you figure out how long that is going to go over here, this is going to start bending down, and that's going to start making that taper that you're going to hear me say a lot of over this the next few minutes there. And at this point, we're going to start doing our our horizontal lines. And so picking my first horizontal color, and if this is hard to see, let me know and I will try and rearrange things. I've always found it tricky to try and show dresses because you've got audience, you've got back, there's lots of stuff going on. These are all 160s, by the way. The models don't tend to like being bigger than they have to be anyway, so the smaller the balloon that you can use for things, the better with everything. And the important things to know would be when you are making your little spacer bubbles for your verticals, keep those bubbles relatively small there. If you make a very big bubble and you're joining the balloons together, you are going to have spaces, and you don't want spaces since this is going to be clothing. And the point of clothing, for the most part, tends to be to not show the skin behind it. Now, For this first row, I'm actually going to take my first horizontal, and I'm going to match that size of that top bubble here. So same size bubble here, and I'm going to wrap this around. I usually lock it around one full time, so it goes all the way around and then back across. And I'm going to do that again right here. Perfect. I can't sing, but that's cool. So with the Union Jack dress, you can see that I put a lot more bubbles. There we go. A lot more bubbles in there than I do for one that doesn't need a design in there, just because you need to figure out, you're thinking in pixels essentially. And so the more detailed the design is, the more pixels you need in that. And so you want it to be fine as possible. And that's what happened with that. So thank you guys. And we're going to keep on moving around. If you know basket weave, that is pretty straightforward for the most part over here. And we're going to all the way down to the end of that first row, just past where that last vertical balloon is. And then once we get more of the rhythm, I'll be able to talk a little freer with other random things. When you finish that last vertical here, instead of locking into a vertical bubble, since we do not have any more, we're going to mirror what happened over here. And we're going to take that last bubble, match that size up, and that's going to get locked straight into the original pinch twist from the neckline. I'm going to take that, I'm going to wind that around my pinch twist a couple of times. Now, if I'm doing the same color for the bodice, sometimes I leave that vertical hanging down there if it's the same color, but in this case it is not, so we're going to get rid of this and tie that off because we do not want anything to deflate. And that is our first row. Okay, we get 2 more of the coral balloons to go verticals over here. And same thing, I'm going to just wrap that right on in and do the same thing right over there. And another yellow is going to go all the way across here. So just like we did before, I'm going to move down one set that does not have a vertical line. Lock that in here. And now, because this is the bust area, what the sizing is going to kind of depend on the model, or if you're just making it on the dress form like that. So what I am going to do for this line is just slightly make the bubbles, I'm going to do that's the same size, but I'm going to slightly make the front bubbles just a smidge wider, just to accommodate for the chest region. So same size over here. And locking that in, and just a little bit bigger. Obviously, if the model's measurements are going to dictate what you're actually going to be doing in terms of sizes. But for the sake of this, I've got my dress form on the smallest size possible to get as much done as possible here. Now that I did not make quite as big as I should have, so I'm going to undo that a little bit, get a little bit more air in there, and retwist that in. Okay. And getting to that last bubble right there, same thing. That's going to join straight into that neckline set of balloons right there. And we are going to get rid of the extra yellow. Okay, so this is going to carry on with the same kind of pattern for the next little bit. So the next one at least is going to be the same thing. I don't usually trim too much of it off right at this point. Sometimes I wait till the end, and if I can just tuck them in afterwards, and that's great. If I can see them from the bottom or from the outside, then at the end before the model goes in, then I'll go ahead and clean things up. But for the sake of doing this, I'm going to leave that right there and get a couple more of these coral balloons in here. Now, I'm going to do the same thing Same thing for this next row as well, a little bit larger again for that front panel. And while I'm doing that, a little about me, I have been doing dresses since I think about oh my gosh, whatever the first Vegas year Twisted show was, I think, and have loved doing them. I've actually been lucky enough to not only do dresses in Canada and across the States, but I've also made dresses in Italy and China and Australia and the UK. I actually made that while I was in the UK for a couple days right before Millennium Jam. And if nothing else, I know this has probably been reiterated a million times already, but the balloon world has opened up so many avenues. And I have met some of my best friends doing balloons and been to some places that I probably never would have ever managed to go to without doing this. So I have been working for myself since about 2008. I started doing balloons a few years prior to that. Before that, I was actually training as an actor. And this past year, or I guess a year ago, kind of joined everything up together. So if you've not already seen it, if you have Netflix, you can find me in a little cameo in a birthday party scene in Always Be My Maybe on there, which is pretty fun. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this over here, tie that off, and I'm gonna take a look. And already we're only a few rows in, but we've already got a bit of a taper happening over there, and that's going to make it a lot more comfortable to wear when you've got someone actually in it. So it's going to end up being probably about like that by the time we're done there. So I'm going to keep on going. If anyone has any questions, absolutely feel free to pipe up. I'm going to grab one of these goldenrod balloons right now. And what you can do is just attach that wherever on the front and bring it on the other side, where you quite any of the about your dress falling down on the dress form this way, and it'll help keep things up there and secured. Obviously, you're not going to use it as your neck piece, but for right now. Okay. And I don't know if anyone's mentioned anything. I am wearing the tiara. I don't know if you saw that or not. I figured I have been in the house for 19 days now, and I've been wearing gym clothes for the entire duration of that. So this was a great reason to wear a sequin skirt, shout out to Andrea Noel, and to put some makeup on and put a tiara on. This has been sitting around downstairs for a very long time. And what better place or time to wear a tiara than for an online convention, right? So here we go. Same thing. And that's partly why I was going to go ahead and do the talking part when I've already started, since at this point, this does get a little bit more on the repetitive side. Now, I mentioned earlier about making the bubbles in the front bigger. I don't tend to do that on the sides because it doesn't necessarily expand out this way, but we are going to be expanding this way potentially. So I generally make all of the movement with getting the bubbles bigger and smaller in that front section there, and not so much on the sides of the dress. I'm going to touch on that more once we get past the bust into the waist area as well. So just because we're following the shape of the mannequin right now, what I'm going to do is do the one more line, and I'm going to match that same size. So we're going to do the same size bubbles. Everything with these dresses are subjective. It's going to depend on your going to depend on what if there's a theme to the costume or the dress or the fashion show or what have you. It's also going to depend, in my case, on what you have in your garage stock during the pandemic. And those are the colors I'm working with today. So we're going to make this go all the way around here. There are several other necklines. I just thought that for a beginner class, this is a great start. My favorite is a sweetheart neckline, and that's going to be one that I usually use for most things. But here we go. All right. Someone earlier texted when they saw a picture of my pre-show setup and asked about where I got these bins that my balloons are in. These are dollar store pop-up laundry bins for children, and they were like $4, I think. But they're fantastic. They actually fold up and go really, really flat. At the end, if someone can remind me, I will show you how flat they fold up and that you can actually twist them into like this little thing that's about this big. And I take them when I travel as well, so doing a class or a competition and I'm making a dress or whatnot, and I need a pop-up bin. A couple of these come with me. And they fold up so small and they're so light and they're wonderful and I love them. The other things that are great to have in mind when you are doing a dress, I mean, a dress form is great. I know some people like the adjust forms like I do because you have a bit more leeway with the model sizes. Some prefer to have the French mannequins, which just mean that you need to have a model who is that size. You can always add the dress form as well, but whatever you want to work with. I'm going to make this next row a smidge smaller from the front there, just to try go and curve under the bust line now. When I'm doing dresses as well, I also have a little sketchbook. I'm going to take a moment in just a second. You might remember this, guys, if you're still there. If you can pull up, I've got an orange and gold dress with circles. So I have, I don't know if you can see that. That is my design from Float last year. And Stephen Jones was wonderful enough to ask me to participate in the fashion show for the opening night. And so I always do a little quick sketch. And even if I don't follow everything exactly, and let's be honest, whenever we're trying to do balloon things, a lot of the times things do change. The balloons don't want to, do something a certain way, or you get inspired by something else, or you run out of time, or what have you, and you need to adapt. But a sketchbook is a great idea to just jot things down. It's got circles on it. It's an orange dress with the circles around the circle collar. Very funny having voices in your head, guys. Yeah, no, it's orange and gold. But hang on to that picture. No, sorry, it's an orange and gold dress. While that one is up, that's a steampunk dress that I did a few years after Twist and Shout. And that was one of the very few times that I actually started my dress from the waist and moved down and up versus working from the top down. I know some people like going from the middle and working their way on either side. It always makes me feel like I'm twisting upside down. If I'm starting here, going down is not a problem, but I'm trying to twist up and I feel like I'm doing myself. So I do it occasionally if the design calls for it, but I really prefer working up to down. But it's up to you, however you work best. And I really should have labeled things, but thank you. No, thank you. Oh, I should have said that. Yeah, so from that sketch, that was that. And exactly what happened in the picture, but they almost never are. So anytime I work with photographers, they always say, like, what is the dress going to look like? And I'm always like, I have no idea. And then I got to explain how balloons work and that I don't just have the balloon dress lying around 3 weeks before we shoot. So, yeah, that's another thing. If you do plan doing photo shoots or anything like that, when you are talking to or looking for, I always ask for measurements. So not only the chest, waist, hips, I ask for bum as well, just in case. And whenever I'm doing the measurements, whatever the measurements are, I always add an extra inch to the dress. As we know, balloons do deflate and they do get smaller. And so even if I make the day before, I usually go ahead and just make the balloon dress a smidge bigger. So if it does deflate a little bit by the next day, we're still good. Now, we're going to be under the bust then. So again, we're going to go even further than that previous row and just keep on working across here. So yeah, you can always do whatever color combinations you want with things. You can switch things up. Find the shape or the style that really works for you. I do spend some time looking at actual clothing, so actual fabric dresses and things like that, and how styles work. If I see a really cool dress that a celebrity's got on, I always kind of screenshot that and put it away for a future time because it's got a really fun color, or it's got a great skirt ruffle or something like that. And it's not going to fall exactly like fabric, but you can come up with some really fantastic things that sometimes work out better than the fabric piece actually is. Okay. Are there any questions at all before I'm just rambling away to myself? Yeah. Okay. Oh. I have before, depending on what the actual design is. Sometimes it takes a really, really long time, but sometimes the dress that I made with the Union Jack on it, we didn't have a dress form. I was in the UK in London for a couple of days, a dress form, but I had my model, and she was a gem, and we just built it directly on her, which was wonderful. But that's, I think it's the only time I built it on the model. But yeah, it was good. All right. Absolutely. Really quickly, first, I'm going to take some more of the coral, and I'm actually going to change and do a little section of just coral under the bust line, okay? If you don't have a dress form, my very first wearable piece was Twist and Shout. Oh my gosh, I can't remember which year it was. But I made I don't know who remembers this, but I made a spaceship dress that abducted a cow. And I didn't have a dress form, so I built it on a couple of hotel pillows banded together with balloons. I have heard of people doing the self-made mannequin thing where they take a t-shirt, duct tape it, cut it, stuff it, and then tape it up again. I've made a child's dress on a hotel bolster pillow, like the round ones. But I do think if you have the resources, I would absolutely recommend getting a dress form and using it. But I have used pillows before. Not the best, but it would work. It's very squeaky. It's the squeakiest dress you're ever going to wear. I have worn them myself as well. So it depends on what your model is comfortable with. So I've had models wearing pasties and full bottom, like full boy cut shorts underneath. I've had them wearing just, pasties and just a thong. It's kind of what they're comfortable with. I do say that it should either match their skin tone or match the color of the dress that you're making. And that way, if anything does pop, then it's not going to be quite as obvious that there's something, that there are no balloons there. But that's a really good question there. Sometimes they do stick. I wore a star weave dress at World a few years back when I made an Ursula dress. And I was at the end of a photo shoot, and I was covered in star weave for, an hour or two, I think, there. So it's kind of fun. But absolutely, yeah. If you're doing a full-length dress for your model, I would go ahead and ask them not only the measurements that I mentioned before, but also how tall they are, whether or not, and if they are wearing high heels, what the height of the shoes are if you're doing all the way to the floor. So shoulder to floor is a good measurement as well. Okay, so are at the very back over here. This is that middle section that we were talking about. And I mentioned that I do like to do a double pinch twist going all the way down. So I'm going to make a little tiny spacer bubble and double pinch twist. Okay. I'm going to unlock the back of my dress here. And I'm going to take the nozzle from that other balloon and wrap that into the double pinch twist. What side you want to work on and go around is going to depend on what way you work when you're making a dress. I've always gone left to right, so the tail end of my balloons are always going to end up on the left side over here. So my buttons, the beginning of the buttons are going to end up on the right side. So I'm going to go ahead and get that wrapped back in. I am not going to take this off and get rid of that yet, and I will tell you why in a little bit. But for right now, we're going to start going around again from that second row of coral. Okay, so I'm going to have a couple rows right over here. That is tapered pretty much as it's going to go, but you can see that difference between the front of the dress and the back. That's got a lot of space over here, so arms are not going to be annoyed by having balloons right up into the armpit. And we're starting to get that curve of the waist in here as well. That's going to be a bit more prevalent once we get a few more rows of this coral in, okay? Okay. So whatever notes I've got over here. Right. Other things to keep in mind when you are designing dresses. Is it for a photo shoot or is it for a live event? If it is for a live event, do they have to worry about sitting down? You can sit in them. They're not comfortable. But if it's very tight, when you stand up, they will have wrinkles in the fabric. Lots of air quotes going on here. So you'll have to just smooth them out. Okay. So far, I've not had any deflations right here, which is great. If you do find that you have lost a bubble or something along the way, my recommendation is to not fix that yet. Wait till you get to the end and you've finished the dress and you've gotten everything all taken care of. And then before the model gets in there, then you can go repair things. You don't want to have to spend half the time fixing everything as you can help it. And then, assumably, you'll have had enough twists in the bubbles that you should only lose that one balloon. If I do have a deflation, I can show you what I would do to fix that as well. Okay. All the way over here. It is so much more of a different situation teaching on camera with no one in the room versus being in front of a classroom where you can actually read the room and things like that. So we're going to just chat about random things. Here we go. All right, so we've got one more over here, and now at the back, what I'm going to do before I lock in that balloon here from that just went all the way around to horizontally, I'm going to go to the button vertical. I'm going to make another little tiny spacer bubble. I don't make these very big at all because I don't want to have that space or any gaps between the button and the bubble next to it. So I'm going to just make that very, very tiny. Get my other double pinch twist happening here. And I'm ready to go for the next one. This one, I'm going to squeeze a little bit closer, match that bubble size, roll that around, and again, I'm going to just leave this here. Okay, and that leads us to be ready to get another layer happening. So, nozzle getting wound around here. And let's keep going around. Okay, so we're still in the waist area, which means we're still going to be getting a little bit smaller just to accommodate for the mannequin's shape here. And okay, so this is the basis of the dress. That doesn't mean that once the base of it is done, that's it. You can add so many other things to that. I've done a bunch of dresses where there are collars or there are hip accents. There are sometimes uninflated accents as well. Guys, if you want to, you can throw up some of those images. I don't really have anything specific in mind, but if you throw some up, I can talk about those as they come up. They've all tried to get something a little different on there. I tend not to make the same thing more than once, just because I want to challenge myself and have some fun options and have more portfolio pieces as well. So I try to get things a little different, and sometimes I've literally gone downstairs and looked at I've got a little wall of things where my clients can see them, and I'll go through and figure out what color I've not used as a predominant color in a dress before, and then the next one I kind of focus on that color scheme. So it all just kind of varies there. Okay, so when you are doing these, you can make these, look at how much time you've got. You can go with a shorter fitted dress, which is going to take the least amount of time because there's less balloon, there's less frill. You could go longer, you can add frills, you can add lace, any number of things to them, and kind of just figure out what your style is with things like that. What if there is a theme that's going on, if there's an event that you've got in mind to showcase one of these at, then obviously that will that can also have a play in what you want to be doing. And sometimes we've got some great model to photography groups. I'm part of a few local model groups in Vancouver, and I've met a lot of great people through there, and I got to do some really fun shoots, made some good contacts, and it's a good way to join up with other local photographers, makeup artists, hairstylists, and get together, work on some portfolio pieces. It's all trade for that, and walk away with some really fun shoots. And the fun thing is, it's such a novelty to have a balloon dress that there are a lot of people who do want to add that to their portfolio, just because it's a fun thing that not many people have in the area. Of course, it depends on your area, but over here, it's myself and I think one other gal who does dresses, and that's kind of it so far. Okay. If there are questions, please let me know. The dog has gotten very, very bored of me, and he's currently sleeping under the table where the camera is. Maybe he can be comfortable to come and say hi in a little bit. Okay. Oh, perfect. I do not see anything. Without a low back? Without a strapless back. Are you talking about not having it go quite as low? Okay, would love to answer the question. In terms of strapless, you definitely don't have to do anything with that. You can absolutely make the back higher. You can, if you want to just make it taper down just a little bit, just enough to get under the armpit, and then go up from there, you can absolutely do that. I like showing off a lot of back if I can help it, so that's my preference. But if you want to taper that slightly and bring that up across higher, then absolutely do that. And if that wasn't, I apologize, you can ask another one again. Yes. So at the back, and once I got one or two more, then I can show you better there. But that's partly why I have not cut the ends off the balloons there. I used to, and then I would occasionally find that when I did that, the model would be slightly bigger or slightly smaller than they told me, or the balloons would have shrunk a little bit more because it got, you know, really warm or whatnot. And then I'd be scrambling a little bit because that piece of balloon that I'd cut off was the exact size to what that measurement was at that moment. So I was in Australia visiting some friends, and the lovely Donna Eden Cochran and I made a dress together, and she started leaving all of these, what I kind of call like dinosaur spikes, free at the back. And I was like, what are you doing? And she goes, well, that way, if you need to adjust the sizing, then that's available to do that. You don't have to worry about making them too big or too small. That entire length is there. So on the con side is that it will smack you in the face a number of times. So occasionally I will take that and just tuck that underneath the strap at the top, and that kind of keeps it out of the way a bit more. But it's such a good tip to have there. So thank you, Donna, for that. Now, in terms of getting models in and out of the dress, once the dress is complete, I will undo all of those, all of the excess balloons from those pinch twists. And I do refer to that back line as the buttons. And sometimes people talk about sewing their models in and things like that. So if you hear that, that's what I'm talking about. And once it is undone to the point where the model could fit it over their hips, since that it would be generally the widest part there, sometimes, depends on the situation, if you've got extra people with you or not. Sometimes they can step into the dress, use your shoulders, or hold onto someone else's hands, step into the dress, and then move that dress up and make sure it's in the right place. So that's what I do a lot of the time. When you are putting the dress on the model, once you get the front part adjusted, and that's all in place over here, I generally, if I can find a helper, they're going to be standing in front. I will walk around to the back of the model. I'm going to put my hands right underneath the bust. I'm going to squeeze and pull all of the balloons all the way back, and then it's going to be the tightest that it possibly can be. You want to get this really, really snug. It's going to look a lot better too that way and be a lot more fitted and more comfortable, I think, than having a loose balloon dress on. And so having someone there to help you is pretty invaluable. I have done it where the model holds that like that, but everyone's arms get tired, and a second person is a dream for that sort of thing. Once they are in that dress and you've got them all cinched in with someone else's hands there, at that point, depending on the dress style, I usually start working from the bottom, and I will size that balloon, wrap that around the double pinch twist, snap the rest off, tie it into a knot, and then tuck the rest of the excess tail into the dress itself. And then I'll work my way up and have a nice snug fit all the way to the top. Okay, hopefully that answered that. And that's partly why that fourth measurement of around the bum I find super, super helpful. There was one dress that I had to basically redo the entire butt down because it was not true to what I was told. And the photographer had to just sit there while I basically reconstructed half of the dress in the other room. Sometimes they say, but it's the same measurement or whatever, and he doesn't say, humor me. Just let me know. Just figure out. And then it's kind of for the greater good. So that's why I'm doing. But okay, so I'm going to get one more row. I have been cinching in tighter for the midsection. And just on the mannequin, that's about where it's going to start coming out again. So very shortly, I will be making that dress a bit bigger. For the sake of time today, we are doing a slimmer, more pencil cut kind of skirt. But I got something to show you afterwards as well. So that is grand. Okay. Okay, so we got a couple more over here, and we're going to move on to our next color here. Now, if you've not made a dress before, I really hope that this is easy enough to follow. I am trying to move a little bit on the faster side just so I can try to get dressed in an hour and a half, which is a wee bit ambitious, but the good news is you can always replay this back afterwards and listen to me talk even more, which is everyone's dream, I know. So everyone wins today. Here we are. Now, I got that bust line. I've got the yellow at the top. I've got that midsection here with the coral. And I'm going to go back now, and we're going to do a combo of going back and forth between yellow and some goldenrod. I was sketching out some design options yesterday, and I did the whole what colors do I have that I can use during the pandemic, and these are what came up. So I am going to make this first layer the same size as the rest of the coral here, and then I'm going to start slowly going bigger to accommodate for those hips. Now, I believe I mentioned earlier that it is much easier to change colors going horizontally than vertically, and it is. This way you can just keep on color blocking and going all the way around. If you were to change the vertical, you can absolutely do that. Guys, if you can, I've got a picture. There's two pictures of the same dress. It's the green and gold one with the bustle. I don't know if you can pull those up. And sometimes I like to try and get some sort of ombre kind of gradient. There we go. If you can take a look at, if you saw that, I did have the verticals changing colors partway through, and that was just the look that I was trying to go for with that. And I find that sometimes you want the hard colors, you want those blocks in there, and sometimes you can see that I've got bits of the gold coming down, I've got bits of the green going into where the gold section is as well. And I feel like that just kind of softens it up a little bit, which is the look that I was going for, which is why I did that. Thank you, boys. Okay, so as of yet, we've not had to actually replace a balloon midway, but we are going to have to do that shortly. So go that a little bit more. Okay. So if you get to the point where you are getting some little bumps in there from the air getting pushed down, or you're just running out of space and you're at the end of the tail or anything like that, grab the color of whatever you happen to be doing. I take that nozzle end, and I'm going to take that nozzle, tuck it over the knot. The knot end of the balloon actually goes underneath where the twisted joint is, and I'm going to wrap that once around. Okay, leave that there for a second. Get rid of the balloon you're replacing. Give that a tie. And like I said earlier, I usually just leave the scraps there for right now. And because you've pulled that knot underneath and it's on the back side of the dress, you should not have an issue with either seeing the knot on the front or having that balloon being too loose over your eye. But that should be nice and snug now, okay? And then you just carry on. When I do have to replace things more often, I try to not go to the same joint every single time. So I'm going to try and taper that to either side if I can help it. But it really depends on a case-by-case basis with this. Okay. Now I've got some goldenrod as well, so I inflated some of that. So I'm actually going to be making the skirt with a goldenrod and yellow alternating pattern too. So let me just get my next set of pink twist down the zipper area again. And tie this up. I'm hoping you guys are picking some stuff up and that I'm answering questions and I'm not just randomly talking to an empty room by myself. Goldenrod. Let's grab one of these guys. Okay. What I do like to do as well when I'm doing dresses, it's fun for my clients as well as myself. I've actually got my iPad doing a time lapse right now. So once we are all done this and I have a moment, I am going to put that time lapse up online, and you're welcome to take a look at it. You can just watch me do this dress a whole lot faster than an actual in real life. So I am making these all slightly bigger. The difference here, though, is that while the hips are getting bigger, we're going out to the side, those are going to get a little bit on the wider side. Once I get to the front, you do not want, after it goes curves out here, curves in here, you don't want this to curve back out. So right down the middle from my center line, I usually pick the 4 bubbles on either side of that center line. And once I get to that smallest part, I don't generally make those any bigger. So they might get smaller depending, but I usually try and keep those 4 bubbles right in the center, the same size for the rest of the dress. And that way things are going to stay flat over there and not bulge out or get concave on the inside. And then everything else on either side of that, I will make larger and smaller depending on where we are in the process. But those 4 in the middle, those are going to stay. Okay, so got one more that's going to get a little on the bigger side, and then I'm going to match those next 4 just like that. Okay, and then once you get after the 4, then it's back to whatever it was that you were doing before, whether it was matching or in this case, we're making them slightly bigger. And again, this is getting to the end there, so I'm going to grab another goldenrod. I'm going to replace that. Okay. Yeah, so it's a distinctly warm color palette with this. Whenever I am picking colors, it's not just a matter of, what do I have in stock, although it has got a lot to do with that, but it's the feel that you're wanting to go for as well. So sometimes it's a matter of warm tones versus cooler tones. Sometimes it's, what gives me a mermaid feel, what gives me an icy feel, and I kind of figure things out from there, but it is going to vary. Another thing I wanted to mention, I'm just remembering random things right now, is currently it's all 160s. Occasionally, once I get past those hips, depending on the dress, I may move on to 260s or even 350s, depending on the style. But for example, if I wanted to do a dress with chrome, if I want to do dress with chrome, and those are currently just in the 260 size, there are a couple of options there. One would be to double stuff. I know Glenn talked about that briefly the other day. I'm just going to get off camera for a second and pull out a balloon that I put somewhere. And if you can see that, I've got a 160 inside of the chrome. And then if you give it a little pull and do a little stretch inflation, that will help keep things good there. I do use a very, very tiny knitting needle to help do all of that. It is a US size 1, and it fits for double stuffing, things like that. The other way would be just to go ahead and take your plain 260 and give that a good stretch and stretch inflate it like that. You're not going to get as much length out of that either, but if you need a little add of chrome in there, then that's a good option for sure. Okay, so this next one is going to be at that to the standard yellow and slightly bigger again over here. All right, any questions at all? Can't tell if I'm boring you or if you're enjoying this or anything like that. So, and afterwards I will absolutely come and read comments and things, but it's strange being on camera. Here we go, we're gonna match these up a little bit, and just again, we're gonna go those 4 front bubbles and make those the same size all the way down. Put 24, 31, 2, 30, 3, 30. Okay, so I've got There's half an hour left. How much time do I have? I had a totally different schedule before, so I'm a little confused right now. There we go. Let's go all the way around here. And we're just going powerhouse through this and just see how much of a dress we can get during this time. All right, a little replacement action. And I'm just going to think out loud for 1 second. So David started at 1, went to 2:30. If I started at 2:30, I'm going to 3:30, 4 o'clock. All right. These go by really fast, guys. Okay. So I talked about accents earlier. The green and gold dress you saw earlier had a bustle that was actually a removable one. I made that based on Sabina Kellner's loop weave tutorial from ages ago, and I love the idea of doing that. So you can add something like a bustle. You can add to the collar area. I've got some stuff on my Instagram. You're all welcome to take a look. Please do. But then you can also go ahead and do things like adding jewels. If you are adding jewels, E6000 is a fantastic adhesive to use. And I've got a bunch of that kicking around for whenever I want to do little jewels. Add a little bit of sparkle to things, because who doesn't want a little bit of sparkle? Take some of this goldenrod. You can also, I've got some little buttons that I'll be adding to this later on. And of course, you can always do more balloon accents as well. So any ruffles, if you know how to do any lace, then that's a great option too as well. Let's go a little bit wider over here. Every time I make a dress, I feel like I spend a lot of time just stepping back and just looking at it, which you need to do. Sometimes you need to just take a moment and see how you feel. So I tend to think whenever I'm designing things, I usually end up either doing something that is more on the symmetrical side and everything is matching, or on the absolute flip side of things, everything is asymmetrical, but everything is still balanced. And I know it sounds a little proofy, but the best way I can describe that is it feels balanced. So not everything is in one side, or you've got something on the top left and then the bottom right. Or it's kind of scattered on both, but it has to be balanced. And any decorators and stuff like that, you all know this, right? It's got to feel good. All right. Hopefully you can all see this. I'm trying to not put my back or the mannequin's back to how we can. Okay, so on the off chance that I do not finish the entirety of this dress, because I did end up stopping to gesture wildly with my hands, I will finish it off camera and show you afterwards, and I'll post it in the on the qualatex page for sure. All right, let's replace the rod here. I wrote down an entire page of things to make sure I mentioned, and I'm pretty sure I got through all of them already, which may have been that whole Kristal, you talk too fast thing. So here we go. All right, so I'm hoping to see a lot of dresses after this and attempts at things, or even just, trying the accents or the weave or anything like that. Absolutely ask me questions afterwards as well. And I've got a bunch of time lapses on my Instagram and Facebook pages, on my business pages, that you're welcome to take a look at and watch. And I know they're really, really fast, but it's kind of fun to see what the process is as well. Okay, I'm actually going to replace the zipper balloon as well, because that is running low. So same idea with that. I'm going to run that around here, get rid of this. That scrap I will actually cut off because that's going to be a tie point. If you are curious about that, that is my matte saloon belt bayonet, which I absolutely adore. I do tend to break most things off with my fingers, but occasionally it's just nice to have the belt cutter there. If you can see my fingers as well, you may notice I've got my fingers taped, and that would be because I'm a face painter as well, and so during heavy event times, which is clearly not right now, I will be wiping my hands constantly, and the powder from all the balloons and everything gets really, really dry. So skin starts cracking. I'm trying to preemptively stop any of that. And in case, yes. Good question. Depends on, so I'm finding that once it gets past the hips, you can, I did put, did I put the gray dress on in my folder, the one that was in the qualatex calendar? Yes, that dress was very form-fitted. Went all the way down. She could walk, but little tiny baby steps. So if you want your model to do anything besides a little shuffle, which could be very cute, just I would probably start flaring out or widening about just past the hip area. It's going to depend on like the build of your model as well, too, right? But they're very cute when they're snug. But if for a posed photo shoot, fantastic. Got a lot of this kind of stuff going on. But if you actually want them to walk or get up or down stairs, that's a big one too. Then I would start flaring out just about where the hip area is. Don't flare it too fast. That's something that I've done in the past. And next thing you know, it's all the way out here and it's not going down at all. So that's why stepping back actually is a good idea too. Then you can take a look, and once you have what the height of your model, that's going to help. I usually, be like, okay, well, my model is 5'6", I'm 5'3", I'll stand beside there and I'll kind of gauge how things are looking, and if I need to make it a little bit longer before I start going out a little bit wider, or if it should go straight down a little bit more first. And that's all going to come as well with practice. It's one of those things too, the tips are great, but the time that you do it and suddenly you're like, oh, well, that was not a good move, you're not going to do that again either. But definitely good. But if it's something that they can just stand in and do a photo shoot for, and that's what your end game is, then you can be a little snugger, unless you've got like a specific they must sit down kind of idea for a picture. But mobility is definitely something to keep in mind. Oh, I only have the one so far. So this is, I've got a star weave tutorial. Boys, if you've got my starstruck picture on there. So I've got a tutorial on star weave out. I am just doing that independently right now. So if you are keen on learning how to do dresses with star weave instead of a basket weave, send me a message and I can walk you through the steps with that. So, yeah, that just got released at Twist and Shout this year, so it's been very exciting. First tutorial, what? Yay! But no, it's been a fun little ride here. So I've discovered Twist and Shout in 2011. My first convention ever was for face painting in 2010, and it was amazing. And then discovered the balloon conventions as well. And honestly, it was like coming home. And finding people who also talk the same language as you and understood all the crazy things that we all enjoy that lay people might not. And when I first started doing conventions, I told myself, okay, I will do one convention a year. I'm going to alternate face painting and balloons. And that only lasted about 3 years before I went to, I think the year after that, I went to 4 in 3 months or something like that. But so wonderful. If you've not been to an actual convention where you talk to people face to face, definitely recommending doing that. It's just amazing. And I'm hoping that by the time next convention season rolls around, we're all going to be allowed to hug again, because that would be great. Okay. Just finish this row right over there for a second. Okay, so right now we've got the bust here. We've got that taper in for the waist, and we're coming back fit that a little bit more. And my next row is actually going to be about the same size as the previous one, so we can just start going down a little bit and then start tapering inside there. So let's get our next starting point here. And we're on to goldenrod now. So while we're going around in a circle over here, I know that other instructors have mentioned this as well, but I think this is such a cool idea to just do an online convention for everyone and get everyone's spirits up. I'm seeing people who aren't part of our industry online, and they're talking about how bored they were, and I'm like, you know what, I have not had time to be bored at all in the last little while. You know, I finally having time to get back to my website that has literally been down since last January. And then prepping for this, I'm actually also reorganizing my garage, which I'm super excited about. So once that is all done, I've got my pegboards all there for my balloons. There will be some social media pictures on that as well, because that's what we do these days. That is my interaction, is through social media. And as much as I try, the dog never actually has a full conversation with me back. There we go. So you notice that front section right there, all of the front 4 bubbles that I kept on saying to make sure that those are the same size. We go to the side there, that is flat, right? I mean, you can see that curve heading with the hips, but that tummy area is going to be flat, which is what those models do want. And if you've not worn a dress yourself yet either, I don't know, I think you should do it. It's pretty fun. Definitely a squeaky kind of thing, but super good for photos. And then you know, I think that's partly why I'm so adamant about the whole tapering under the armpit thing, because I've worn them before and I know it's not nearly as comfortable when you're trying to fight this giant, you know, section of balloon underneath. All right. How much time do we have? We're at 20 minutes left? Really? Yeah. Okay. So, what I am going to want to do is finish this all the way at some point. I don't think I'm going to get all the way where I want to before we need to wrap, but I do have a couple other things to show you first anyways. So I'm going to keep on going with this for a little while. Normally I leave my accessory to the end, and partly because I get all the actual dress done first, and it's kind of like my reward. Because that's the fun part. That's getting to play around with the little fun accents and pieces, things like that. But I do also want to show you what I can be doing at the same time. So let me do another couple of rows and we'll see how far we get with that first. In the meantime, if there are other questions or anything like that, please do let me know so I can try to get as many things answered as possible while I'm still on here. All right. I'm going to match this size as well. Just make that a little flatter down. Okay, so it's 3:40, about 20 minutes. What I want to do is I am going to finish this row. I'm going to show you a couple of, this is shrunk down a lot, show you a couple of options or some design accessory kind of things for this dress that I had in mind. And then show you something else and then get back to this with whatever time I've got left and whatever questions you may have as well. So let's just switch this over real fast. It's funny because there's a little bit of a lag on my screen, so I just watched myself get up from crouching about 5 seconds after I actually did. But honestly, the technology here has been super cool, and who else gets to like connect people from all around the world like this? I think this is wonderful. I'm so pleased that Qualatex asked me to be a part of all this. Now, I'm going to leave this for right now. And like I said, if I don't get to finish the actual dress, I will finish that and then post it afterwards. In the meantime, what I want to show you is an option for straps. Now, you can leave the dress strapless if you want, absolutely. An option that I sometimes like to do is, I'm going to grab 3 Coral 160s. I'm just going to match that to that top color. I'm going to pull all the air out, which sometimes is called ribboning. And I'm going to give that a little tie here. Okay, so I've got 3 balloons all tied together. And I am going to, match these on both sides. So I'm going to take the knot end and I'm going to wrap that into the pinch twists that are on one side of the button. And I'll leave that there for a second. Then we got 3 more. Same thing, grab the tail ends. Give that a ribbon right here. And a tie. Losing one right there. Perfect. Okay, and same thing on this side. I'm going to move one over from the center. Okay. And from there, I'm going to grab one of those. I'm going to pull that over the shoulder and I'm going to connect that to, let's go here. And I'm going to connect that to one of the pinches at the front. Okay, wrap that around those pinch twists. This is another good reason to have the double pinch and leave that like that. Go to the back again. Pull another one over the shoulder. And I'm going to wrap that into the one off the side. and tuck that behind. And the third one, make sure that's flat, and wrap that into the other side here. Okay. And then I'm going to match that on this side. So, perfect. Thank you. You're awesome. All right, so I got 15 minutes. We're going to strap that in here. We're going to grab our second strap on this side. Tuck those behind, and our third one. Okay, in retrospect, I probably could have gone ahead and done 2 on each side and then skipped these guys, just so it's a little further out, but you figure things out. There's nothing saying that you can't just take that out and undo it and put 2 straps on instead. So that's an option over here. And what I wanted to show you, if you have, I've done dresses before where I've added like little fantasy flower things like this. That's got some floral wire inside there. I did, if you remember the balloon bikini photo shoot from a number of years back, it's falling apart now, but that was the bikini top that I was wearing for the photo shoot. So that's an option for dresses as well. And oh my gosh, years ago, guys, I don't know if you've got this picture, but there's one where I've got this fantasy flower shoulder happening in the folder. But there's a much better version of this. Is literally years old right now, but this is one of my shoulder pieces that I really should get rid of because they do disintegrate. But I attached that to, there we go, to my shoulder, and I had this fantasy flower shoulder area happening. So lots of things you can do with accessories there. Thank you, guys. What I want to do for this, I've got a fun little feel that I want to put in afterwards. I've made these little buttons years ago. They're just little, you can see that. They're 260s in goldenrod, and they've got the little nozzle end on the one side here, which is great because I can take these, and I want to find maybe like over here, I think. And I can tuck that in and pull that through and wrap that nozzle back in again and have a little button. And I can match this on that side right down the middle over here, right over here. And I can do the same thing. Grab that nozzle, wrap that around the button, and pull that in. And I think it's just a fun way to incorporate some different techniques. There's some different textures that you can put on in here. And like I said, every time I do a dress, I try and make it a little bit different than a previous one that I've done. And so I think, I don't even remember why I made these. I found these when I was cleaning up the living room, and I thought I should put these into one of my dresses. But they clearly weren't being used for something. This one works now. I'm hoping, maybe. Did they both die? My mic may have died, so I apologize for that. But... oh, perfect. Okay, I can hear you still. Okay, great. So I'm going to do that and get one more set in here. And if you've never made one of these guys before, oh my gosh, I can't remember if you showed me for the first time, but a piece of half-inch PVC would be like your best friend doing this. All right, so we've got some little buttons happening down there, which I think are super, super cute. So that's an example of shoulder straps, an example of some accessories in the front. I will finish this off and show you afterwards, but what I want to do right now, I've got 12 minutes. I'm going to move this guy over for a second. And I want to show you how I clean off the back. So this was my prep from yesterday, if you remember seeing my Instagram. And I left some of these down here. Hopefully the camera can pick that up. Okay, so once you get to the part of the skirt where you are just done and the length is what you want and everything like that, then you can go ahead and clean things up. So I've got just double pinch twist line along the end, and I've chosen the purple violet to go down. And it's just a matter of that little spacer bubble, double pinch twist. I'm hoping you can see this. Perfect. And for this dress, I'm going to move that other purple violet over, wrap this around, and get rid of the end here. Okay, and I'm going to continue that on over here. Little spacer bubble, double pinch twist. Sometimes at the hemline, it's great to put some lace in there, or you can add some little frills. Sometimes it's just a clean edge. It just kind of depends on what you are going for. Now, because of this, I've got a couple things to show you here. One is that I did not leave all the dinosaur spikes on here because no one is going to be wearing this anyways. And I wanted to show you what the finished product looked like. So as you go down, you got your line of double pinch twists. All of the tie points are there, but I've tucked them in. This is getting a little bit soft already because I made this yesterday and it's been, you know, warm in the house. And that goes all the way down. Now, you might notice that I've got purple violet in all my verticals, but my middle two sections here, I've been matching the color that I've been using. The reason I do that is because occasionally, sometimes when you're making it, sometimes when you're putting it on the model, it changes a little bit. The sizing changes, and instead of these smooth lines going down, you've got one that kind of like juts in and goes out, and it doesn't quite match anymore. So I figured for myself that if I make the verticals on the closest sides to the button same color as the dress itself, then even if things get squished in a little bit or they have to go a little bit farther out, it's not going to be quite as noticeable. If it is just a front photo showpiece, not a big deal. But if they're walking around, if it's something that's a live event kind of deal, then you might want to have things a little on the cleaner side back there. So that is that. So in that case, instead of just doing the double pinch twist with the blue, I'm going to go ahead and measure the purple violet and do my double pinch twist with that instead, so the colors all match. Sure. Okay. Well, thank you, Edward. I mentioned that earlier I got the Star Weave tutorial for sale. The Star Weave template, if you look up, I got a post in Premium Balloon Tutorials, I think is the group. And in those pictures, I do have that Star Weave template in there that you're welcome to take a look at. I've also been sending the actual PDF to all the people that were either in my class at Twist and Shout or have purchased the tutorial. But yeah, so let's clean that all up here. And earlier I was mentioning that you can do different accessories with things, right? And so yesterday when I was doing my prep dress, I went ahead and just finished this off for you guys. So instead of the neck that's going straight across, I went with a sweetheart neckline. So in the other dress that we were making, we had our end points be at the side. I kept that center point for this one, and just like we tapered on the yellow dress from side to side, you're doing the same thing, but it's just going to be a smaller section, if that makes sense. So I can go over this another time, but for the sweetheart neckline, then you would start, with just these two sections here for the highest point of the dress, and then slowly work your way down. I did change a color out here as well, because we were talking about how that just take a little bit more time, because I'm like, this is not going to be during the class, and it's just a matter of breaking that off and changing that in. And organics are really big right now, and I wanted to do something a little on the fun side and showcase some chrome and get those purples and the cooler selection of colors in there as well. So this is definitely an option for something if you want to try doing something like that. Absolutely, please do. I'm going to move this over here for a second. I'm going to pull this over here. Are there other questions at all? I've got 6 minutes. Aw, guys, make a girl blush. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to keep on just working on this for a little bit. If there's anything that people want to say, or any other random questions that have not already been answered that I can answer, or any questions for the occasional people that had nothing to do with balloons whatsoever, I do have my little moose here. People do ask about him probably more than about me most of the time. Story with this guy is I found this little Canadian moose in the parking lot of a Canadian coffee shop years ago, and then he came to Twist and Shout Vegas with me, and he's come traveling with me ever since, and literally will have people at convention ask about where Moose is. So he's right here. He's been watching the entire thing. Oh, good question. Because of the nature of balloons in general and the fact that we're using the thinnest balloons that we have, I make them as close as possible to when the deadline is. Sometimes, I was in China a few years back on one of Guido's projects, and we did have freezers available, so we were able to, make a number of dresses and put them aside for future. But I always, because my deep freeze actually has food in it, which has turned out to be really, really handy for this last couple of weeks. So I always try and make them as close as possible without, managing to cheat myself out of any time. So hopefully, as I was talking, I managed to put pinch twist in the place that I did not want pinch twist. So it's going to help when you figure out what your speed is like for dresses. And then you know that, okay, if I want to do a basic dress, I need this much time, and so I can start doing this at this point. If you want to do something that's a bit fancier, sometimes it's nice to work on the accents or the things that aren't going to deflate quite as fast. So if I'm doing like more organic stuff, then I might inflate the larger rounds a little bit more ahead of time because they can sit a little bit longer versus the 160s. I have a dress that I did not put a picture in the files where it's got these ruffles in the back. And so I made all of these little X-weave squares to make these ruffles first. And then I made the dress because I knew that it was going to work out better that way in terms of the timing. So if you make a couple of dresses and you kind of figure out what your speed is and go ahead and do that, there is, I believe I put a blue snowflake dress in there. I can't remember if I put a full one, but I decided to make this Caribbean blue dress and have like just ruffles and lace and everything. And I made the lace with clears because it was an ice princess, and it took forever. Yes, that one. You can't see the full skirt in there, but it was so much lace. It was so much lace with clear balloons, which was like the trickiest thing that I probably could have chosen to do in that time. And it took forever. But if I do things with fancy flowers as the accents, I'll do all of those first, and then I'll make the dress, and then I can kind of like do those, a week or two in advance if I want, or whenever I've got time, and then get the time-sensitive things done as close to the wire as possible. Hopefully that helps. Are we still okay? We've got a couple minutes, so I'm good. If no one has any questions, then I hope you all got something out of this. If you've got questions, please ask. If you want to follow me on social media, this is me. I'm Face of Balloonza. So at Face of Balloonza on Instagram and on Facebook and everything like that. Qualatex, thank you so much for having me in and asking me to be a part of this. Love doing it. Love making dresses. So it was a double treat to get to share my love of dresses with you guys.
Thank you very much, Kristal.
So,
Really appreciate
yeah.
your time. I've never seen a dress made so fast. I don't even think at this stage in the convention I could even get dressed that fast. Never mind make a dress that
Well,
fast.
I mean, you haven't slept in a week, so
This is true.
yeah, this one I will finish, and I'll put this up. The blue one, it took like the 2.5 hours to make
Well, there we
yesterday.
go, guys.
Oh, Kristal's still with us. Oh, we've lost
Oh,
it.
sorry, she's still with us. Thank you very much. Please show your appreciation for Kristal in the chat. I can see there's a lot of golden nugget hearts out there for Kristal.
Loads, there's absolutely loads there, Kristal. You want to have a dive on and have a read through. I threw a few of them up on the screen there as you were
Thanks,
working.
guys.
So I thought, when you're watching that back, you know, I would hate for you to miss some of them ones.
We had them actually, when we
Aw.
were working and watching things, we had them up on the screen too. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, good.
We had to take,
Oh,
had to
thank
take
you
a
so
couple
much,
of
guys.
calls with other instructors getting ready for it. And I had them in the background and I was kind of moving around so that I could have them in the background.
Yeah.
Because they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful work.
Oh, thank you so much, guys.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking
Everybody
forward to seeing
say
some
bye.
pictures posted of that one.
My
yep,
pleasure.
remember, use the hashtag qualatex, Q Corner Convention for any of your work that you post on social media. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kristal. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Okay, next, Dom, next. Okay, so normally at this point we would be looking to change the stream over from number 9 to number 10. We would be looking at this stage. However, what we're doing is to make sure everything lines back up again. What we're going to do is we're going to do one more segment right here.
Just one more segment.
One more segment right here before we go over to part 10, okay, out of 15. Wow, we've still got 6 parts to go, Dom. Can you believe it? It's absolutely crazy. We've got, are you, Dom? Are you doing the thing on there as well? What, the...
Yep. I'm just trying to get the audio sorted as well. I can't multitask now at this time.
Yeah, we can't multitask at this time anymore. So let me just tell you a bit about the next person that's coming up, because the title is Still Loving Line Work. Because a lot of people, they have this thing about not doing line work, and I understand it from entertainers from where we used to be, when we used to do it. At times we didn't like line work, but at other times we quite enjoyed it too. It's one of these things. I think it's a mindset about it. There's a difference between being a line worker and a balloon machine, I'm guessing. So we've just had the magic noise go up, which means we've gone up by another 100. Can you believe it? Hello, Andrew Downey. You're a Scottish guy. I recognise you. Donna Dance a Lot. Hiya, Donna. Sarah Mayer. You can't believe it's still going? What? Of course it's still going. Did you think we were going to quit? You don't know us very well.
Our next person who's coming on has got their volume turned up high, and when she hears this, she's going to turn it down for me.
You think?
That's my guess. Once she gets it, because she's on the delay.
Okay. Well, while we're doing that then, I'm going to read out the description, because fun and fabulous line work designs with tips and tricks. This is going to be hands-on class. So
She's going to need another hint. Can she turn the volume down? Because she's a bit loud.
We'll find out, because there's going to be a lot of feedback if she doesn't turn it down before then. Aha!
Yay!
Right. Showing designs that she makes in the real world. We're also going to learn how to balloon wrangle my gorgeous unicorn horn. So join her with your Vivids markers, balloons, and trusty pump. We might even time to learn a little bit of Kiwi. So please give a huge warm welcome.
We might have some audio issues, but we will get them sorted.
The
I
one
promise.
and only Pippity-Pop. Here she is. Everybody give her a huge welcome.
Why is she upside?
Because she's from down under. That's why she's upside down. Can you see that? Did you get that? She's upside down.
We're going to have to fix that. Come on. We'll do that. We'll do that. There we go.
I'm going to put this in briefly.
Fantastic. Yes. So you can hear. Let's have a look. Make sure we've got all the audio. Can you hear us okay, Pip, there?
I can hear you great.
Great,
Excellent.
we can
Okay,
hear you
you're
great too.
Super.
So, yes, we've got Pippity-Pip. Of course, we had to do it at one point, right?
It was
You
inevitable.
knew
Yeah.
it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. Yeah, we love Pip. We were at the OzJam in 2018, which was a fantastic event, the whole thing.
Remember what goes on at OzJam stays at OzJam.
Yeah, kind of. So anyway, we took an extra class with Pip, or an alternative version of Pip, which was very informative. Yeah,
I learned a lot.
And it was a whole lot of fun.
A lot.
If you haven't seen her work before,
not about me, but about everybody else.
If you haven't seen her work before, you guys are in for an absolute treat. Okay, so relax, get your hands on your pumps. That's balloon pumps, and let's play along with Pip. All right.
The fabulous Pip, Pippity-Pop.
They're all yours, Pip.
Great. Kia ora! Hi, everyone. Now I'm going to try. Lulu told me that when I get too excited, I talk too quickly. So I will try and keep it slow. We are now into 1 week lockdown here in New Zealand. That means only going out for essentials. And I've decided that essentials are chocolate fish. We definitely need our kiwi chocolate fish. Don't we, Jeff from Tassie? I don't know why I'm not losing weight. I'll be 10 stone heavier by the time that we're finished this lockdown. Okay, so we talked about line work. I love line work designs, and this is what this class is about. So these are creating sculptures that are fun, fast, and fabulous. A maximum of 4 minutes is what we're wanting. I try and get it down between sort of 3.5 minutes max, and then some designs, like if you're going to make a sword, for instance, or just a poodle on a lead, that sort of thing, you can knock that time down again. But I like to offer on my balloon menu board all sorts of different choices, and so these are some new ones that I've created especially for Q Corner convention. So a big thank you to Dom and Keith and to Susan, who's just that, I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it, how they've managed to pull this off, really. So this year it would have been the fabulous OzJam convention in Sydney, and Rochelle and Bruce do an amazing job there, but sadly they had to make the call because it's meant to be in August, so unfortunately it's not happening this year. But the cool thing is I can bring some of those designs that I was going to be teaching there to here. So enough waffle for me, or from me. So when I'm making a design to teach, I like to give credit to the artist that's created a specific technique or idea. So there's a couple of designs that are new, and then this one we often have like our standard little pony. And there's a technique on here that Billy Damon showed on his lecture. Now, funnily enough, I spoke to the balloon guru, Jeff Hayes from Tasmania. He's my go-to man. If you want to know anything about balloons, history, designs, Jeff's brain, he just remembers everything. And he said, I think Billy Damon's the man to go to. Somebody else said, Billy Damon's the man to go to. So I contacted Billy and talked about this technique that I'm going to show. And he said, no, it's been around for ages. But obviously it's Billy who they remember that creates the technique that we're going to do here. So let's get started. Hopefully you've seen my balloon list. I'll just go through it again. For Pavlo the pony, and Pavlo is short for pavlova, which is a New Zealand national dessert. I repeat, a New Zealand national dessert. And so for Pavlo, we need a 350 mocha, or as we'd say over here, mocha, a 260 mocha, a 260 chocolate brown, a 160 red, a 260 lime green or spring green, just for the base here, a little bit of scrap, and of 260 white and a scrap of 160 black. And I am shouting out loud. I have got a loud voice, so hopefully I'm not blowing your ears off here. So let's get started with this wee fella. So we're going to inflate our 350 mocha. And I'm using a dual legenda, so two legendas connected together. It creates a super fast pump, which I love. So you don't need to inflate it fully. And we're going to tie that off. So we're going to create a small bubble, and this is for the lips. Actually, if I put him here with my very expensive vase, you'll get to see him. Whoops. Let's see. Great stuff. Okay, so we're going to twist off just a little bubble, so only 2 fingers, and we're going to pinch twist it. Now, with your pinch twist, quite often I see, sorry, I'm going to be a bit sort of picky here, quite often I see the nozzle not being, or sorry, the knot, and I'll just shoot up here, the knot fully wrapped into the twist. If you do that, you get sort of a soft bubble, and we don't want that. So creating a good pinch twist, we want to hold on to the knot. If I turn that round that way, to hold on to the knot, we're going to pull the bubble out of the way and ensure that the knot is next to the twist. And a pinch twist should look like a bean. So we're going to repeat that again. Just a 2-finger bubble. And we're going to marry those up. And there's lips. So now for his wee neck, we're going to twist off a 4 to 5 finger bubble. Now, what we can do here is we can either put it under our arm to go to the next step, or just put it aside. I would put it under my arm, and I'm sorry about that. So we'll just put this to the side at the moment. Now we're going to grab our 260 mocha, and we're going to do a technique which is rather cool. We want to distort the balloon, and I'm not talking about stuffing something inside the balloon, actually distorting the balloon. So if we look, we can get, say, divide your balloon into thirds and grab the first third. Now I'm going to work the pump with my heel of my hand. So I'm going to work the button with the heel of my hand, and I'm going to insert the nozzle. Must remember to smile. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to really stretch this balloon out. So as far as you sort of think it can go. And you'll see, now I've just got a wee hole in that one, so I'll save that for Sunday because it's holy. And we'll do this again. So grab a third. Whoops. Getting a bit trigger happy now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Okay, so we're going to grab that. We're going to stretch. I'll stand over here. We're going to stretch it out. And put another hole in this. Now, this is not due to any problems with the balloons whatsoever. Just these couple. So let's do this again. 4th time lucky. Right. It should be easier than this. I've done it a million times. So we're going to stretch it out. There we go. Now we're going to tie this off. Now because I lost my nerve a wee bit here, This is a wee bit thicker than what I'd like. But can you see the definition between the smaller and the larger? Now, if you're making a sculpture, you could turn that into a beer bottle. But what it means is that if you're making, say, for instance, a princess or something that requires a larger top, like a head, and then little arms, this would be the way to do it. Because sometimes when we do princesses, we end up with great big bulky arms that are just, well, maybe she's a workout princess, but that's not the type of princess that we want. Now that I've relaxed a wee bit, there you go. We should do it a million times, and then of course when you do this it doesn't want to play ball. So the great thing about it with line work, what you want to do is you want to try and lessen the amount of times that you have to inflate and add a new balloon. So, oh sorry, I'm getting a bit fast here. I'm just start again. So what we want to do is we want to twist off a bubble that's about a hand and a thumbnail. We're going to repeat that on the other side. Hand and thumbnail. And we're going to twist those together. Now, we're going to grab our 350 and we're going to join it into the ears, into the head. Just like this. We're going to break off this, but we're going to save it. So we can just knot it. And these are going to be our legs. Now with that technique that we just saw there, badly, you can actually use that and give it a wee wiggle, and if you actually re-stretch the latex, it'll pop where you rub it, and what will happen is that the balloon will reinflate at that spot and it'll give you wee bumps if you want to. Say for instance, if you're making bamboo for a panda or seaweed or anything else that you would like a new technique on. So it's a great technique to have. Now we're going to then grab another bubble, make another bubble, and we're going to make it the same size as his face. Now sorry, I'll have a wee look here. Hi guys. Yes, sometimes somebody's just said that if you run out of a 260 and you need to have a smaller, sorry, if you run out of a 160 and you need to actually make a 160 or need a 160 for your design, you can use that technique. Now just to make it easy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to twist off another bubble the same size just as the neck. So it's more or less 3 bubbles, all about 5 fingers width. I'm going to twist off a small bubble at the end, and that's going to be his hind quarters. Now I don't do 2. If you do 2 bubbles, you can do, but it just looks a wee bit too realistic. So I'm just going to get rid of the remaining piece, and I'm going to throw it in my bits and bobs box. And I'll talk about my bits and bobs box later. So we've got this unusual character here. We're going to twist off now the legs. We don't want them too exaggerated, so I would say a hand and a thumb, so about 6 inches. I've measured that when I'm twisting along and measuring a balloon, a hand and a thumb from that side of my hand to my thumb is 6 inches. Now it's always good to sort of mark these or have an idea so that it makes it easier to get your bubble sizing correct. So we're going to repeat that. We can just measure that up against our other balloon. this time we're going to go to his back end. And we're going to repeat again, another 6-inch balloon. And fold it into, or twist it into that twist there. And then we're going to finish off with the remainder. Hi, Grandma B. So I'm just looking down when I can have a chance here. So this is what we've got so far. Now we're going to put his mane on. And so for that we're going to add a chocolate brown. Now I do a lot of A&P shows, which are agricultural and pastoral shows. And a lot of kids, I mean, I love the wee pony, you know, the Jackie O. David Brin pony, and I'll make a little miniature one of those for unicorns. But a lot of the kids that are at these shows actually ride real ponies. So they want one that's more realistic or less fantasy. So this is the one I make. So we're going to start at the neck joint. And you can plait the mane, but this is how I do it to make it super fast. I'm going to twist off a 2-finger bubble. I'm going to twist off another 2-finger bubble. Whoops. And a third 2-finger bubble. And I'm going to wrap it into where the ears come out. So it looks like this. Now, if I remember it correctly, my friend Ramsey, who has horses, told me that the fringe, or I think in America you call them bangs, is called a forelock. So she'll tell me off if I've got it wrong. So let's put our forelock on. And we're going to repeat those bubbles down the other side. 1, 2, 3. Now, am I going at a good speed, guys, or is it too slow, too fast? Oh, thank you. Hear a voice from above. Okay, now we're going to put a tail on. We're going to just use the remaining bit of that balloon, just here. Oh, by the way, happy April Fools. Well, for some of you, I thought it would be good to, we're going to attach the tail to the back end. I thought it would be great to twist on April Fools because I'm a fool. But it really is that I'm a fool because for me, it's actually Thursday, midday for me. So, good morning. Or just about good morning. Now for the tail, you can either do the old that or, sorry, it pops back out. So you can either add that for the tail or you can give it a wee bit of a shape and do more or less that sort of shape. And we're going to pop that in. In some ways I like this shape because this horse is a wee bit more realistic. Now we want to have our tail facing down. A tail facing up is totally natural, but you just don't want to be standing behind it. Right. Da-da-da. So he's on to the final rung now. If you And so for the eyes, I'm going to show you two ways. I said the other day to a wee girl, oh, sorry about the squeaks. It's like fingers down a blackboard. And this wee girl said, what's a blackboard, Pippity-Pop? Oh, God, I feel ancient. So we're just going to do the little simple, I'm just going to pop that in there so you can see. Oh, everything's back to front, so here we go. Now, if you haven't heard me rabbiting on about this before, but this is my tip that I'd love to pass on. I work with 2 Eddings pens, the paint markers, and I colour one in. So you'll see one end has got a black end, one end's plain. The one with the black end is the only one I use to touch ink. Because what happens is that when you touch the ink, it transfers onto the pen and dirties the nib. So when you want to come and do gorgeous princess eyes direct onto the balloon, they end up with a big grey smudge. And that's why I work with a clean pen as well. So this pen only touches balloon. So we've got those wee eyes. So he's good to go. You can put him through your hand like this and boom, done. Yeah. Sorry, that was my really bad pony thing. But what we can do now is that we can change the eyes and just add a little bit of a cartoon effect. So we're going to inflate our white 260 and we're going to twist off a small bubble. So it's only 2 fingers and we're going to pinch twist it. Again, making sure that it's a lovely bean shape. We're going to pinch twist a second one. So you've got 2 matching. Now I'm going to inflate a 160 in black. And I'm going to tie that into my pinch twist. Now at this stage, you could do 2 pinch twists for the black. Now when you're doing line work and you're making so many of these, gosh, I do see how much weight I have put on. I'm lying, I was always like this. If you do a pinch twist, you're working those fine motor skills which are really hurting your hand. To save this, what I do is I'll twist off a small bubble, I'll twist off a second small bubble, and I'll tie that in. And then all I'll do is I'll wrap the remaining bubble of black through, and it'll split your eyes and create a lovely symmetrical size. And it saves your hands because you're doing big movements. Now, save that for later. Now, whenever I'm doing line work, I have a little pop-up bin with me. And for balloons like this, they go into the pop-up balloon. And it saves you so much time for when your next person comes along, you're working with an already inflated balloon, as opposed to having to start again. The other thing is that each time you inflate a balloon, you're changing the structure of it. Okay, so we're going to also save this white because we're going to use it for later on. Right, I think I need to speed things up because I've got so much I want to get through. Okay, so now look away if you're a purist, because I'm going to put some blue dots on. It's actually, oh, I love this. I was shown this by Luke over in Germany, these U-glue. And I managed to get some, not dots, but just strips. And boy, even in cold weather down here, because I'm pretty close to Antarctica, it still sticks. So what we can do is boom, and suddenly it's got that real cartoony look about it. And the cool thing about it is that you can make these eyes up just while you're watching TV and that during the week before you go to a gig, and then pop them in the freezer. I have a freezer load of little eyes, and I pack them into a bag, and even if you're making the most basic design, bang a couple of those on and it takes it to a whole new level. Even a worm looks extra cute with those eyes. So you've got this sort of arrangement now with the cartoon eyes, but like I say before, if you want to save time, just draw them on. And now we're going to put a bridle on. So we're going to inflate our 160 red. I'm going to put a tiny wee pinch twist in. I'm going to set it to one side and measure the other side and add another pinch twist. We're going to go around. Now you could go up if you want, but I'm not, to save time. I'm going to pull it back and just wrap it round. Now the cool thing about it is that you've got bubbles there to stop that from slipping. So you can wrap that round. Again, save that because you'll probably need it for something else, whether it's a bow on something or a ladybird, tiny wee ladybird, and pop that into your blow up basket. So we could finish that off by putting your hands through there and just having it like that, or we could give them some grass. And in this line, what I've done, or in this design here, what I've done is I've just done a 6-petal flower, and I tell a lie, a 7-petal flower, and I've just put a hair tie on it because they end up being quite loose for a wee kid's hand, which is quite cool. And you can put them on a head. But the other thing that I use is a wand. And I really like for kids to be able to hold their balloons without having them fly away or hitting the grass or mum and dad having to hold them. So what I do is I just twist off a bubble and a little flower petal. I squeeze the air along. I twist off a bubble and a little flower petal. Now I should have said I more or less fully inflate it. Now, I'm going to show you how strong girls are. Yeah. Okay, so my technique for this is that I'm rolling the balloon inward and pushing it tight together. So roll in. I'm so nervous that it's all a bit crackly and funny. Whew. Whoops. I'm embarrassed about it. Usually I get them a lot tighter, but that's all right. We'll be doing another one later on. So, and then all we do is we just pass that flower petal through the legs. And he's done. The great thing about that is that with these being so tight, they actually wrap straight onto your hand. So we kid can. Excellent. Okay, so how was that? Was that all right? Just go down in there. Yep, so I put the eyes, I can make the eyes on site, or I can put the eyes in the freezer, pop them in a bag so they don't smell of fish or anything else that you don't want them to smell of. Now, and oh, cool, excellent. Now, my next design, now usually I run them through the Jeff check. So this is a design that I've made up that I don't believe I've seen anywhere else, but this time I didn't run it through the Jeff Hayes check. So I apologize if it is identical to somebody else's design, pure coincidence. So this is mine, which I think is adorable, Sammy Snail. Right. We're going to put him up here and let's get started. So you've got your product list. We want to grab a green 260. I'm a bit blurry here. Yep. And we're just going to inflate it, leaving, say, a 3-finger tail. And we're going to tie it off. Now, we're going to inflate a green round. We're going to overinflate it because we want to stretch the latex, and then we're going to bring it back in till we get sort of a lovely, more or less a grapefruit size, a large grapefruit size. And we're going to tie it right at the lip end. Now we're going to grab our 160 and we're just going to put a little bit of air in. And because I'm using the jewel inflator, it shoots a lot of air out. So we're just going to make about a 3-finger bubble. I'm going to split it. Oops, I'll show you what I do there. Split it. Hold those 2 bubbles in one hand. And then I'm just going to relax or break the latex down on the other end, just by giving it a wee snap. Then I'm going to, now I don't know what to do now, whether you're meant to blow on them or get your child to blow on them or not. We'll wait and see how we get back. You don't have to split it at the beginning, but it was just, if you've never done this before, it does help so that you're only transferring one part of that first original bubble. Now we're going to put these 2 together, split them in half, and then tie a knot. Just a little knot right at the end. Now, what we're going to do, have a little piece of scrap, 160 scrap on hand, or we're going to tie it direct onto the 260. So I'll leave that up to you. So we're going to squeeze the ear right into the neck chamber. And the reason being is that if you tried to marriage twist this in now, you could actually lose a lot of that real estate that you've gained there in the neck. So we want to use all of that. We're going to squeeze it up. We're going to press the 2 knots together. And while still squeezing, I'm going to push my index finger down into it. You'll get to the point of no return. You can't go any further without fear of popping the balloon. Once you get to that point, release your gripping hand and it'll go. Now you're going to find in this case, you're going to actually look for the center or the base of the balloon. Often you'll see it's where the latex pulls a wee bit, so it's a wee bit darker. So we've got that. We're going to twist that round and we're going to hold on to the knot and we're going to tie either a scrap or our 260 directly onto the knot. Wrapping it around a couple of times and then tying it in. Like that. Now, we're going to twist off a super tiny bubble and we're going to pinch twist it. We're going to twist off another super tiny bubble and pinch twist it. So we've got this arrangement. The reason why I do the 2 pinch twists is just to give it stability. So now I'm going to measure 6 inches. So that's from the heel of my hand to the tip of my finger. And I'm going to twist off 2 pinch twists. We're like this. Now I'm going to twist off another 6-inch bubble and a pinch twist. Now I was meant to look this up, whether snails have tails. They do because it rhymes. But anyway, they do have a little bit of sort of wiggly bit at the end. So we're going to put one on. I don't know what the scientific term of that is. Right, we're going to match the bubble up. So it's like that. Now at this stage, you could run that remaining under, like that. Or I'm going to make a loop. Now the loop is so the child can wear it. Just like that. Now, you could either make a spiral, which often people do, but I thought the geo is a really lovely effect. So I'm going to get you to grab your geo. Now, if you're not keen or not confident with sidewall bubbles, I want you to put a raisin in. Now, when it comes to raisins, here's my wee tip. Hanging off my balloon bag, I've actually knotted, oh, it's hard to see with the, hold on, I'll see if I can stand there. I've knotted a 260. Oh, it's so hard to see. A 260 with a ton of knots. So when it means if I'm in a line work situation or any work situation, I need a raisin, boom, I can just cut them off willy-nilly without having to hurt my fingers, and they're on hand and you're not saving them in a box or anything like that. Of course, somebody like Ken Stillman, he would be using, I think he uses beads. Thelma Lovett uses sort of cake decorating balls, those sort of things. So put your raisin in your geo. We're going to inflate our geo. And we never saw that. Balloons take a long time to come to New Zealand. By the time they arrive here, they're like 10 years old. No, they're not. I'm just joking. Don't sue me. Right. Oops. Now, this is a raisin. That's a knotted balloon. Don't be like my friend. Actually, it's the funniest thing. And I know that I've told it before, but it's so good. I cannot resist. My friend Zappo in Wellington, after telling about a design that it needed a raisin, he rang me up about 3 hours later and said, it's not working. The raisin's not working. He said, it's getting all mushy. I can't grab it. It's smearing the inside of my balloon. He said, should I have used sultanas instead? You'd use a real raisin. I just love it, and he's absolutely gorgeous. Right. So we don't want that too tight, especially if we are using a sidewall bubble. But I've got my raisin in here just in case to show you what I do here. I'm going to tie this geo into the neck joint, just like that. Now you could make those pieces bigger and wedge it straight in, but at the moment it's sort of flopping around a wee bit. So at this stage you can grab your you can grab your raisin and a scrap and tie it in, or what you can do is, so it's tied in to that chamber there, we're going to grab and do a sidewall bubble on the next chamber. Now for a sidewall bubble, all I'm doing is I'm making a C with my hand and squeezing it in. Just like that. And we're going to tie that in. Or twist it in, I should say, to the design. Right. Now, at this point, we could draw on the eyes. We could do, say, a kawaii design, and I'll show you that, which is just 2 circles. And kawaii in Japan means cute and adorable. And then you can give them cheeks. Now, I use makeup. I've gone around when they have makeup sales and testers. I'd say do the same thing. Grab a balloon, take it in with you, because some makeups won't stay on the balloon, and you'll find one that does. So if you have a look on my Facebook page, I've got a picture of the actual makeup brand and everything that I've found that works. So you can pop that in there. Again, using my white marker that goes onto ink, we can pop that on. So you've got your wee kawaii face there, which is rather adorable. And if you're worried about drawing faces and that, just Google cute, whatever animal you're making, maybe a frog, cute frog face, cute snail face, and the Google search will come up with all sorts of ideas, and cartoon drawings transfer beautifully onto balloons. But of course, we'll want to try these eyes again. So I'm going to, again, grab my scrap of white 160. Sorry, I tell a lie. My white 260. Again, 2 pinch twists. We're going to tie in our black. 2 small bubbles. Tie those in. Somebody's out with their forestry. We've got the chainsaw out. I'm sure you probably hear that in the background. It's a beautiful day out there today. Right, so we're going to save that. Okay, so we've got this. Now, for this design, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, I thought, oh gee, using a Kath and Tim quote, I loved myself silly when I came across this, or thought of this idea. Well, I think I thought of it. Somebody else has probably thought of it too. It's the way the balloons are, isn't it? Sometimes you think you come up with great things, but there's only so much you can do with a balloon. So we can end up thinking we've got great ideas, and somebody else also has. So what I'm going to do is what I've done is I've done 2 pinch twists, and then, gosh, I'm just wondering whether it's not showing so well on my camera. Oh, is that better? So 2 pinch twists and a 3rd pinch twist behind, and I'm going to pull my little antenna up and wrap them into that 3rd pinch twist. Ta-da! Now, you might be thinking, why did she do that? The reason being is that if you just had your eyes up, the antennae are going to go backwards. By having that 3rd bubble, it stabilizes the eyes so that they're upright, and it keeps your antenna up as well. I hope that makes sense. Oops. Oh no, I've just lost me neck. Poor snail. Yeah. Hold on there. Bear with me. Now the one thing that we'll try not to is stress. So, grab that. No biggie. Of course, if anything's going to go wrong, it goes wrong when you're teaching. It makes you guys wonder, my goodness, why'd they ask her? Right. Okay, we're back to it. So, we've got our wee eyes on there. Now, we're going to give the little cheeks, again, using my makeup. Oh my gosh, I remember when I first started, I used to use like a pen, and then to get it smudged, I used to go, and then rub it like that. I know, I can hear you all gagging. Right, so we're going to give him his wee cheeks here, and this time we're going to use a red pen, and we're just going to do a little simple mouth. So of course you can choose whether you would like to take the time and put the wee eyes on or draw them. They're both cute. Well, I think so. Now, we can have that upright, that's fine, or we can shape it. So I'm going to give it like a little S shape, just so it gives a little bit of movement there. Now, what I also do is I save my tips of chrome. Actually, I save my tips of lots of things. Part Scottish, that's why. So you can either decide, I've offended all the Scottish people out there. You can decide whether you want to, better push for time. Yeah. Now we are running behind time, as you know, so I might stop one of my designs, and you know, we could do it later. So what we can do is pop these in so that it gives you the little finished bit. But I had a little fella that said to me, Pippity-Pop, can I have a spy snail? And I'm thinking, oh, is it going to have, like, does he want detective glasses, that sort of thing? No, he wanted to leave the whole blank so that he could look through it. And I think sometimes you forget the magic of these balloons, because who else has seen, apart from us, a geo or a balloon that has a hole in it? I mean, that's not meant to have a hole in it. And sometimes you forget what the magic is when you're looking at it from other people's, you know, from other people's point of view, because we're so used to it. But he did. He went round and he was so excited having a snail with a hole in it that he could see. Spy balloon, spy snail. There we go. And put your arm in, and there you go. Whoops, his eyes are looking a bit wonky there. He's a drunk snail. Been in lockdown too long. There we go. Is that okay? Does that make sense? Cool. Excellent. Okay. Now, I thought, after seeing, I came up with this idea and I was thinking, yay, this is so cool. And then as I've been watching other artists, which have been fantastic. I mean, I've just learned so much. That I noticed Jackie did a bee, and then Haley did a bee, but I'd come up with this bee. So I thought, I just loved it so much that I wanted to show you guys how to make this bee. Let's see if we can come up there. And the cool thing is, look, you're actually using the little stinger. So let's get started with our little bee. Again, using my very expensive vase. Right, so we're going to use a 6-inch quick link and a 5-inch round. We're going to inflate our 5-inch round the same as we did with our snail. So we're going to go down, and we want to have a bigger head than the body, because it's all about sort of cartoony-ish. So we're going to grab our balloon like this, and we're going to grab a 160 in black and make some antennae, just like we did before. But don't go too far ahead, because I'm going to show you a little trick. Again, remember to relax that latex, and then it just makes it so much easier for it to pop up into that end. Right. Now I'm going to grab a scrap, because I'm going to show you the difference. Where's my scrap? Here we go. So again, you can inflate your quick link and tie the quick link direct onto the head. But I'm going to show you. We want to make the quick link sort of as high as it is wide, or as wide as it is high. So a perfect sort of an orange size. We'll put that aside. Now again, just like the head of the snail, we're going to grab this, fill up the neck chamber, push the 2 knots together, and push down with your index finger. When you get that real resistance, release your grippy hand, and it'll come in quite easily. The other reason is we use the neck, because if you look through there, you'll see that the neck is stretched the full length of the balloon. If you didn't use the neck, you would find it would super squash, which is okay. You want that if you're making a wheel, but not if you want to make a head. Now, see here, I've grabbed it from, I'm too busy talking and not enough swimming action. Always the case. So instead of pushing it directly through on the opposite angle, I'm going to show you again, because I was not concentrating. We want to do this about, grab it, if you think of a clock face, and that being 9 o'clock and that being midnight, we want to grab it at about 11 o'clock. Just like that. And up. Many people say when I'm twisting, "Oh, I can't believe how you can talk while you twist." And people that know me say, yeah, I can believe it all right. Okay, so if we were to do it like we did before, where did I throw it? Okay, so at the moment, if we were to do it like we did before, the knot would be directly opposite. Now that we've got it on the angle, it means that the head, instead of sitting like that, it sits like that, so that your antennae are up, and you've got that whole surface area to make a face if you wanted to. So we're going to grab our quick link and we're going to tie it in. So can you see what I'm saying there? That your antennae are now up, as opposed to they would be like that if you did the attachment in the center. Does that make sense? I'll look down. Brilliant. Excellent. Okay, so we've got this. Now, all we're going to do is grab a 160 in black. And we're not going to use this whole 160, so you don't need to have it fully inflated. We're going to put 2 small pinch twists. into the end. And we're going to put the pinch twist at the top, and we're going to wrap this balloon around. Now, we don't want to wrap it tight. We want it so that it's more or less so that it's like the bee is all in one. Not, if you did it too tight, it loses its effect as much, I feel. You want a wee short fat bee, you know. I tend to make little short fat things. I wonder why. Right. Okay, at this stage, you can make your wings out of that, just little wings out of black, save your time, no problem at all. Or, again, save that for your next bee. We're going to wind this in, like this. We're going to grab a 160 in white, because bees are hilarious, and when you look at cartoon bees, they usually have big fat bodies and little teeny tiny wings, and that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to make some little teeny tiny wings. So we're going to do just little small loops, so probably, funnily enough, a hand and a thumb. That seems to be my rule, a hand and a thumb. I know what 6 inches is. This is when I throw in, no I won't. Okay. That's for another class. Okay, we're going to tie that in. And we're going to position the wings so they are this way. And I'm going to puff them out a wee bit. So just pull them apart so they're more little rounded wings. Like that. Okay, so we're just about done with this design. And as you can see, I'm teaching it slowly, but you can whip them out really quickly. Now again, we can make the kawaii face. Now, I've written it down because I was kawaii. Sorry, girls, kawaii. So this is a wee kawaii face that I've done, and you can pop that on. Or, again, and I'm just going to steal, my eyes off this one to save time, because I know that we want to save time. Sorry, snail. Tied it in so well. Now, when you're giving balloons to a child, you do want to tie things in well, because that's when they'll keep returning back and saying, "Can you fix this? I've undone it." Because let's face it, most twisters started off by getting a design and undoing it, and doing it up again, and undoing it and getting. Well, I did. That's how I started. Spent all my showground money on 3 balloons. It was all my lunch money. My mum went mental. Okay, so we're going to do the same here. You can either draw your eyes on, or again, using the 3 pinch twist technique, you're going to grab that around there, and that around there. And I just think this is adorable. Sorry, Hayley, but I think I like mine more. Right, now we're going to add some cheeks. Again, I'm going to use my makeup. I do have boys that turn around and say, "No makeup on mine, please. I want mine to be manly." Right. But, and then of course there's other boys, you know, which is lovely. They say, "Can I have some glitter too, please?" I'm just going to give some wee freckles just because I can. we've got this. Right. Now I'm super excited. I'm showing off. Look what I did. So I made a template. Now we have the elasticators and, well, the tailing tools and all sorts of other tools in our balloon boxes. Why don't we add some stencils to it? So if you're trying, especially when you're in a rush and you're trying to get a circle around a balloon and it all goes wonky, oh my gosh, that does my head in so much. So I've given it a little hula skirt. So I'm going to put that on there like that. So it's just another tool to have in your toolbox. I'm going to grab a chisel pen, and I've got, I think, the world's best markers, which are Vivids from New Zealand. And we're just going to run round this hula hoop. Oh my gosh, I'm shaking so much. If it's wiggly, it's due to my nerves. I should have got my nerves over by now, but it was that jolly blimmin' inflation that I mucked up at the front at the beginning. Tell you what, if you want your confidence to be knocked, don't teach a technique like that at the start. Point to south. Oh, sorry. That was just a message that came up on my computer that told me to cough it into my arm to flatten the curve. So we're on total. What's that, sorry? Oh, I thought I haven't coughed, have I? So there we go. So we've got our little thing. Like I say, I got a bit nervous there. Then what I'm going to do was, it was the boys. They were sending me a public service announcement. I'm going to make it so it's like a little bullseye. And then just because I can, you can't see this, I'm just going to, on a flat surface, is just put a wee tink, tink, tink. Okay, I thought I was super clever. So, so my round's nice and round, blah, blah, blah. And then, look what I found, well, thought of, which of course, again, if you're a purist, look away, look away. But you know good old electrical tape? Now, the hardest bit, as you can see, is finding the end. Found it. Am I going for time? Oh, good. Got enough time. Yay. So, grab that baby. Let the gravity pull it down. Boom. Now that I've shown you this, you'll think that pen idea sucks. It's so much easier and the effect is really cool. And the electrical tape is also stretchy. So this was a fantastic idea, but not so much. But do keep this in mind. If you are drawing, say for instance, a princess and you're not confident, we always have one side better than the other because it's hard to replicate it on the other side. And often you have like a wonky princess. Make yourself a little template. And just out of cardboard or often if you've got a laminator at home, use your laminating sheet without any paper inside and just use the plastic and you can make yourself a really cool, and I do use them for like my Dora the Explorers girls, which sort of have an eye that's like that. And that's how you start off. And it sort of has, I don't know what, the corner of your eye down there. And you can just draw that and then switch over your template and then you have an identical eye on the other side. Often not for line work, but brilliant if you're doing sculptures because you can spend a lot of time doing the most amazing sculpture. And when it comes to the face, you start sort of, you jolly well lose your confidence, don't you? Okay, so this is a really cool idea. So, God, listen to me. I'm so full of myself today. How much? Sorry, how many, Dom? About 15 minutes? Okay. Right, well, we better get this unicorn done. So we're going to finish off by, all I'm doing is inflating a clear and if you fully inflate it, it'll fly. Well, not fully inflate it, but use quite a lot of the balloon, then it'll work more, make it more buoyant, if that makes sense. If you add a lot of uninflated balloon, it tends to flop. So this just gives it a wee bit of strength. So you can put that on a hat if you're wanting to be extra silly, or make a wee, handle like a sword handle so that it can be flown around, or put on a pram, stroller, buggy, struggly. There you go. Does that make sense? Cool. I'll just buzz this one up. Okay, right. I've saved this. It was to second last because I wanted you to have to be prisoners and hang around and watch my former designs. We are going to tackle my unicorn horn and unicorn head wear. So, I recently taught in Europe, and I must say there were only 2 people, and that was Liz from Ireland and Dennis from the Netherlands, that really got the hang of this horn. So either it's very difficult or I'm a useless teacher. So we'll try it. And Jeff helped me, my friend Jeff, of course, that I've spoken about, the uncanny Jeff Hayes, has given it a name, and it's called Pip's Twist and Curl Horn. So let's tackle it. I'm going to, don't start yet, I'll just preempt it. Now, quite often, this is how it's formed. I tell you what, I was at Twist and Shout, and I saw a horn, and I'm sorry I can't remember where it originated from, but it was John Justice that showed me it, where it had 2 balloons, and I just could not get it. After the 3rd time, I'm thinking, do I go back to John? And he's going to say, this girl's a total idiot. I just was too embarrassed to do it. So then I was playing around at home and managed to get the same curl, but with 1 balloon. So this is, I'll show you the steps. The cool thing about this is this horn can be made with a 160, and it also can be made with all the different colors. So you don't need friction, which you do need with the 2. I understand, sorry, I shouldn't quote. I understand you need friction with the 2 balloons, so you're better to use chrome with the 2 ones. So when we started off making a horn, or a lot of people will make a horn, and it'll be like this. Then you start getting a wee bit careful, well, not careful, confident is the C word I was looking for, and you start pulling your string into the balloon a little deeper. So then you get this effect. Does that make sense? I'm looking down. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Steph. It was a twist. It was Antonio, and it was 3 twist and shouts ago. Right. So when you pull it in, you'll see that you're pulling it in. So then you get this effect. Now I'm going to take this 1 step further. So I'm going to grab my chrome. Leaving plenty of tail, you don't need it. You're going to leave that part uninflated. I'm not going to tie it. Now the reason why I don't want to tie it is I want the ear to travel down into the tip. if you put a knot in it, you see that jolly big knot there. So what I'm going to do also is that I'm going to film this at different angles, and I'll get Tony, because I'm left-handed. God made few perfect people, all the rest are right-handed. Anyway, I digress. So I'll get Tony to film it, and we'll do it from different angles, and we'll flip it so that right-handers can see as well, because it is quite hard. So I'm working with my hands crossways. I am going to pull this balloon really taut, like that. And I am going to really cut it in, as if you were tying up, really tying that balloon in. Oops, I'll move it up. So I'm just going to keep this scrap on a 90-degree angle and very, very taut. And then I'm going to just twirl the 260, hence the Pips curl and twirl, or twirl and curl, get it right, Pip. I'm going to twirl it round, and then I'm going to sit the balloon, pull the balloon up and sit it onto the scrap. So it's very hard to see. Oh, here we go, we'll see. So pulling it as tight as I can, a quarter turn and over. Quarter turn, so I'm pulling the actual 260 up onto the strap. Up, up, up. And like I say, it's going to be very hard seeing it here with the, hold on, I'll see if I can do it with the different angles. So up, a quarter turn, up, and you're more or less sitting, you're really pushing that balloon or the scrap or the tail, uninflated part, into the balloon, cutting it in, and then sitting the remaining 260 onto it. Pulling it up and sitting it on, pulling it up, sitting it on. So it's like heaving. Okay, then you can tie it off. Now we have those, so you can see there with this one, you can see that the ear is falling down and going into the twist instead of a big knot. It sort of melds a wee bit more. So this is really cool. Mind you, those Calypso lollies or ice creams, but great if you were doing mechanical things or anything that needs a curl. Right, so we're going to get rid of that. Like I say, what I'll do is I will film it again, and then you guys can have a look on Facebook, or I can give it to Dom and Keith. They can go there. Now, we are going to quickly make our unicorn headband and add our horn to it. So, what we need is a headband. I quite like using the sort of thicker ones. And then we're going to grab our 260 white. We're going to release some ear and leave a little bit of scrap there and tie it off. Whoops. So we're going to add 2 little pinch twists. And I'm going to add an ear. I want it to be a soft bubble. So I want it to be about 7 inches, so a bit more than my hand and thumb. We're going to twist off a 2-finger bubble and 2 more little pinch twists. Now I've got a couple of minutes left. Let's do this. Pardon? Thank you. My 2-minute warning. Okay, so again, we're going to make our second ear. we're going to release that end here. So we'll have this arrangement. Now at this stage I'm going to, because the white doesn't show up, and I'm going to make this larger because I just want to show you something. Whenever I'm making flowers, oh, now you might have noticed those flowers there. One of those flowers, if you've been tracking me, I used hairspray on. It is now, what are we, 9.5 days into it. And it's the one on the right hand side. It's definitely smaller, but it's incredible just how long it's lasted. So that's with cheap hairspray. Unbelievable. Right, so I've made some big horns here, look like rabbit ears. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grasp the top of the twist, the end of the twist, and you can instantly see it's forming a peak. So great for horses' ears, or those sort of ears. What I'm going to, or any ears that has a peak, fox's ears. So what I'm going to do, well, is I'm going to grab the base. So I'm squeezing the top, grabbing the base, and mushing together. I hope that shows how you get, how the difference. So you've got this one or that one. Does that make sense? So you've got just a nice little bit of detail in there. So that one, and again, then you've got unicorn horns. So what we're going to do is we're going to place, turn the horns over. I know Craig Cash likes unicorn horns. Right. We're going to put our horns, we're going to use those scraps, so we're going to place the middle pinch twist in the middle of our headband, and we're going to tie in the scraps over here. Now, if you've got crazy hair like mine, you can actually, you don't even need the headband. It just blimmin' well comes in. So then we're going to tie our horn in. You can just tie the design direct into my hair. Okay. So oh, sorry, I've got a star that's waiting in the wings. Is that okay? So we've got our horn up. Now, good horn, naughty horn. Know the difference. How do I say this? It has a different reaction if you've got your horn on an angle than what it is if it's leaning upwards. I will say no more. So with the wee flowers, you can see they're just little 6-petal flowers that I've done bubble, join them together, and then gone right round. So if you were in a line work situation, that would take too long. So what I do is, that's good if you were at a birthday party, you can add those gorgeous wee flowers, but if you're in a line work situation, just a little simple bow is all you need. Ta-da! Right, now.
Awesome, Pip.
My final thing. Sorry, guys. Never underestimate the 3-twist braid. I was wanting to show you my parrot, but I was too busy yakking and not enough time. But you will find that on my DVD. Ha! Plug. So, we're going to grab this, we're going to grab that, we're going to grab this. I think this is really underrated. It is, of course, not my design. I think it's been around since Adam was a cowboy. But the 3-twist braid for line work is incredible. And especially with the chrome, the oohs and ahs are amazing. So I'm going to give it a wee stretch. Yep, I'm going to put my here. So you can put a top on this, like a heart, a full clear. You can add a white 260 12, and lo and behold, you've got Elsa here. Now, I have made another 12, and oh my gosh, I see that there is some random child waiting in the line. Come on over here, my random child. She's trying to get round my balloons. What would you like? This is my daughter Grace, and you'll see her a lot on my
Hey,
pictures.
Grace.
She always likes to. You say hi, everyone. Hi. Hi, everyone. So what I've done is I've added the unicorn ears and horn on to the ground. There you go. And you stand to the side, and you can see horn up, not out.
That
You say,
looks...
thank you, random balloon lady.
Grace, welcome to the corner.
That looks absolutely
Out of
fantastic.
right now.
Super special guest.
I hope that was all right.
Thank you, Grace.
Fantastic. Well done, Grace.
You say
take
thank
all
you,
the
Grace.
glory, all
Okay.
the credit.
Well, we've got a hashtag cute Grace going up through the chat at the moment. Guys, please, in the chat, show your appreciation to the ever wonderful Pippity-Pop. Okay, she's giving up her time for free to share
No, it
with
was all
you.
Grace. No, Grace takes the credit. She was there at the end. Takes the credit. That's how it works. Well done, Grace.
Yeah, somebody's did a quote there. Never underestimate the 3-twist braid. Yeah, quoted from Pippity-Pop.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pippity-Pop. Thank you very much.
Well, my
Whoops.
pleasure.
Oh, whoops. That was my bad.
Yeah.
There may be a guess of who's coming soon.
We didn't even say a proper bye to
I
Pip
know.
either. Everybody say bye to Pip. Bye-bye.
That's tighter eyes.
Bye. Right. Okie dokie.
Bye, everyone.
So what we need to do is, guys, this is the end of this stream. What we need to do is very quickly shut down this stream, but we don't really have any resets to do, so we can pretty much go live on the other stream straight away, okay? So basically what I need you to do is, let's see if I can get you a skip over to there. I can't with that one, and I can't with that one, but I will be able to with this one. And we're moving over to part 10.
Part 10 already.
Part 10. It sounds a little bit more like party.
I don't know. It's 1 in the morning again.
Right. Okay. So there's your link. Click on the link. You'll go straight over to part 10, and we'll meet you over there with. I think you got a guess by now. It's going to be the.
Well, it could be. We could be throwing you off.
It's going to be another guy from Down Under. From Matt Falloon, probably.
Yes. Literally.
Okay, so
2 minutes. We're ending the stream, restarting the stream.
Click the link, and we'll meet you over there in as quick as we possibly can. All right.
Goes.
The fast